Chapter 42-41. Formless Nascent Soul? Di Ting slightly frowns as if he is thinking. After a moment, he looks at the heaven-swallowing beast as if asking, "Heaven-swallowing beast, I seem to have some impression. There seems to be a very small world under the great desolate world. The humans in this world call themselves immortals, right? How would I know about the matters of the human race?" The heaven-swallowing beast is on guard while saying coldly, "My Lord Dragon God is not a human. Only your Buddha Lord knows about the matters of the human race, right?" Di Ting nods. "Although my Buddha Lord is a human, his cultivation method is different from that of the human race. I don't know much about it. However, I vaguely heard that there are many worlds under the immortal world. In those lowly worlds, there are very few humans who cultivate nascent soul." "Ah?" Xiao Hua is stunned and says in surprise, "Senior, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? How did you come here?" Di Ting doesn't explain to him and suddenly asks, "Answer immediately." Junior took advantage of the teleportation array to go to the hidden immortal continent to train. Suddenly, the teleportation channel collapsed. Junior fell into the void and then fainted. "When I woke up, I bumped into a mountain." Xiao Hua's spring and autumn brush is more proficient than Yabai. He says it without hesitation. Then Junior saw the stone giant then. No need to say any more. Di Ting waves his hand and asks again, "You just said that the things you obtained are things that even immortals can't snatch away. Have you seen immortals?" "Immortals?" That is Junior's cultivation goal. Xiao Hua's eyes are filled with infinite longing. He says anxiously, "Could it be that Senior has seen immortals? Oh, Senior. Could it be that you are an immortal bird? You don't need to know our origin." Di Ting doesn't answer Xiao Hua's question at all. He turns to the heaven-swallowing beast and says, "Did you hear that? This little guy is really an ant. Even if that pangu axe is placed in front of him, he can't pick it up. Don't forget that day, this little guy's clone held pangu axe, but he couldn't touch it at all. Is that so?" The heaven-swallowing beast already understands what Di Ting is talking about. However, he can't be sure whether Phoenix Body Xiao Hua has touched pangu axe or not. Xiao Hua was even more bewildered, and he asked curiously, "Senior? My clone did not touch the pangu axe at that time. But why couldn't he touch it? I can see it with my eyes, but I can't sense it with my divine sense." "Ha ha!" The Hawken burst into laughter. "Divine artifacts can only be used by existences from the great desolate realm of the gods. You are not from the great desolate realm of the gods, so how can you possibly use them? What's more, this pangu axe is only a divine shell. It's not complete at all. It's even more impossible for you humans to touch it." "Shut up." The heaven-devouring beast was enraged. "Even if it's a divine shell, it's still Pangu's axe. Hee. I didn't say that it wasn't the pangu axe." The Hawken laughed. "Actually, I was just bluffing this little guy. That clone of his didn't even come into contact with the pangu axe. If he admitted it, it would mean that he knew that he couldn't pick up the pangu axe. That would also mean that he had seen the pangu axe before. But what he just said clearly, he didn't know." The heaven-devouring beast obviously didn't think as much as the Harken. It was a little stunned. In the end, it could only ask, "The Harken, so you think that he didn't take the pangu axe?" "And yes." The Harken replied without hesitation. "Then what is he doing here?" "Oh yes, little guy, what are you doing here?" The Harken also turned to ask Xiao Hua. "It's like this." Xiao Hua's mood was very good at this time. He smiled and said, "Junior saw that the seal in the sky was ineffective, so I asked a few of my fellow Taoists to go underground and see where the innate heavy water could seep to. It would also be good for us to return to the stone giants and let them find a place to stay." After saying that, he pointed at the strange seal and said, "Junior's fellow Taoists saw that there was a strange seal here, so he asked me to come and take a look, and..." The Harken had already seen this broken seal, so it didn't care. It asked, then, "Do you have any countermeasures now?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, shrugged, and said, "What else can I do? Dig a deep hole and accumulate more food." What does this mean?" The Harken and the heaven-swallowing beast were stunned. Wherever the innate true water goes, the mountains will collapse and the earth will split. It can destroy everything, and nothing will be born. Xiao Hua explained, but the innate true water is not easy to seep into the ground. The stone giants can dig a hole under the ground. As long as the entrance is sealed and not let the innate heavy water seep in, they should be able to survive. What about accumulating food? The Harken was very curious. Us humans eat food. Without food, we can't survive. The stone giants eat fire elemental primordial stones, so they have to accumulate a lot of primordial stones. Before the innate heavy water falls, they will rely on these primordial stones to survive. Sigh. The heaven-swallowing beast sighed. What you said might be reasonable. But it's just like how you sealed the sky earlier. It's only a temporary measure. Once the entire primeval continent is destroyed and the ground is filled with natural heavy water, how long can your so-called seal last? Is there that much innate heavy water? Xiaohua asked meaningfully. Why not? The heaven-swallowing beast said without hesitation. The water elemental energy in the prehistoric continent has already disappeared by millions. Cough cough. The Harken coughed, and the heaven-swallowing beast also woke up. However, since it had already said that, it still continued. After accumulating so much water elemental energy for so many years, why can't it drown the entire prehistoric continent? Seniors, do you really not know who it is? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask again. We don't know. The Harken and the heaven-swallowing beast replied. Forget it. Xiaohua said helplessly. We'll save as many as we can and hold on for as long as we can. After saying that, Xiaohua waved at the dragon gates Xiaohua. The two of them, together with the green-robed Xiaohua, prepared to leave. Where are you going? The Harken suddenly asked. Senior, you can clearly see what this junior has done. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head as he replied. Junior isn't willing to let them be destroyed just like this after they've just gained intelligence. By the time you return, they will have already turned into powder. The Harken sneered and said, We'll go with you. Seniors? Xiaohua was a little stunned. Only now did he understand that the two strange beasts didn't come just for the Pangu axe. Don't resist. The Harken ordered indifferently. Xiaohua only felt a stream of light flash in front of his eyes, and his whole body floated. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the light in front of Xiaohua's eyes disappeared. When his body sank, what appeared in front of him was the mountain peak he had crashed into. Damn it! When Xiaohua saw the mountain peak, he immediately thought of something. How does this old thing know everything? Could it be that he also knows about the teleportation array? Of course, Xiaohua wouldn't ask too much. When he was about to instruct the dragon vein Xiaohua, he was suddenly stunned again. Because the heaven-swallowing beast, who had already disappeared when he flew up to fight for the Pangu axe, was now standing not far from him. Thinking that he had hurriedly collected the sky-soaring vine and didn't look for the heaven-swallowing beast, Xiaohua was a little embarrassed and hurriedly asked, Heaven-swallowing beast, why are you here? Heaven-swallowing beast? The heaven-swallowing beast at the side was stunned. The heaven-swallowing beast scratched its head and answered honestly. Taoist, I don't know, it's me. The Harken replied faintly, I met him on the way, so I brought him back as well. Great-grandfather. The heaven-swallowing beast respectfully bowed to the Harken. Good grandson of the heaven-swallowing beast. The Harken proudly patted the heaven-swallowing beast's head and slightly slanted his eyes to look at the heaven-swallowing beast's face, which was green and red, and said with a smile, You can stay here with great-grandfather. With great-grandfather here, you definitely won't suffer. The Harken. The heaven-swallowing beast was a little embarrassed and angry. You. Why did you name him Heaven-swallowing beast? The Harken had an innocent face and replied, Heaven-swallowing beast, you're mistaken. This little guy can eat, and it's said that he can even eat the sky, so he's called Heaven-swallowing beast. This name wasn't given by me. You. The heaven-swallowing beast was fuming with anger, but he didn't know how to refute the Harken. Only the heaven-swallowing beast stood beside the proud Harken in bewilderment. Xiaohua didn't have the time to say anything to the two strange beasts. He brought the dragon vein Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua high up in the sky. Wherever his divine sense passed, there was no change in the sky. Not even a single dark cloud could be seen. However, Xiaohua's sharp senses had already discovered that there were slight changes in the water element origin energy. Presumably, the changes in the heaven-connecting peak had already affected the entire desolate mainland. Although he couldn't see the collapsing sky and the world-destroying innate heavy water, The curtain of the heaven-connecting peak had already been lifted. However, the prelude to destruction had already been lifted by an invisible hand. Death was only a matter of time. Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He took out the Kunlun mirror and summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples. He roughly explained what had happened and said, "This old man can once again guarantee that the innate heavy water won't have any effect on this old man, and you're definitely not in any danger. However, the desolate mainland has already been enlightened." Xueqi suddenly came to a realization and slapped his forehead. He said regretfully, "Fuck, this old man is really stupid. I was thinking about how to seal the collapsing sky and completely forgot about taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. You will all set out and go to various places. Take all the spatial rings and universe bags. If you can take them, take them. If you can't take them, then tell them that this old man wants them to dig a hole in the ground and hide them there. This old man will discuss with your martial uncles to take them into the Kunlun immortal realm. Alright, all of you don't have to fly too far. If you see the sky collapsing or the innate heavy water falling down, quickly turn back." Yes. The group of disciples didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew to various places according to the previous arrangements. Chapter 42-42. After the group of disciples left, Xueqi summoned his clones. He raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror split into several copies. With a wave of his hand, the real Kunlun mirror and the fake Kunlun mirror fell into the hands of everyone. Then, Xueqi transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoists, the situation is urgent. This poor Taoist will not say much. The Kunlun mirror of the Confucian Taoist is real. The Kunlun mirrors of the other fellow cultivators are all fake. You also have Chenkuan bags, Long Bei, and other items. You've collected all of them. As for those that you can't collect, it depends on your cultivation. Since you can enter and exit the space freely, you must have the ability to put things in it. You've also collected all of them. Of course, there may be some fellow Taoists who can't do it for the time being. Fellow Taoists, for the sake of the creatures of the primitive continent, fellow Taoists, have worked hard." "Yes, we understand." After Xueqi finished speaking, the clones all left. Except for Xueqi, the other clones flew around and tried to understand their relationship with the space. They tried their best to sense the position of the space, so that they could take in the beasts before the innate heavy water fell. The sky collapsed and the innate heavy water fell in an instant. Xueqi was only a Mahayana human cultivator. How many creatures of the primitive continent could he save? Even if he had the space to rely on, how many creatures had he rescued in the entire Eldritch continent? His strength could only be a drop in the bucket in front of the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Xueqi went to the primitive continent and taught the primitive continent. He had already gained the merit of teaching. Xueqi, a Confucian cultivator, had stepped into the literary star. At this time, even if Xueqi didn't do anything, this merit had already been realized. If it was other utilitarian cultivators, they would inevitably care about themselves and no longer care about these low-level creatures of the primitive continent that had nothing to do with them. However, Xueqi was just this kind of merciful person. He didn't teach the untainted continent for the sake of teaching. He truly did want all living things to live as freely as he did. However, heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. Even living such a simple life, in the eyes of some powerful beings, for their unknown purposes, was not easy to achieve. What Xueqi wanted to fight for the billions of living beings in the primitive continent was that tiny chance of survival. After nearly 100 years of enlightenment, Xueqi had already been regarded as a god by the stone giants, water and wind fishmen, golden armored men, wood men, earth giants, and other low-level prehistoric beasts. Therefore, when Xueqi appeared, he didn't need to explain too much. In just a few words, the illusion of the Kunlun mirror waved, and Xueqi brought them into a corner of the space. In this corner of space, Xueqi had already built a place similar to the great desolate continent for them, so they wouldn't feel unfamiliar with it. Xueqi didn't dare to delay any longer. Not only was there not enough time, he also had to consider for the green-robed Xueqi and the others. He was afraid that if he was too far away from his clones, they wouldn't be able to sense his space. However, the green-robed Xueqi and the other clones were flying in all directions. It was not suitable for Xueqi to fly to any place. Thus, he could only teleport while sensing everything in the surrounding space. For several days, other than the strange beasts that Xueqi had brought into the space, No other strange beasts had entered the space. Xueqi felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the green-robed Xueqi and the others didn't have the ability to send things into the space. In these few days, the distance that his clones had flown out had probably exceeded the range of his consciousness. It was even more impossible for them to sense his space. Forget it. Xueqi comforted himself. They have a universe bag in their hands. I'll just take as much as I can. Subsequently, Xueqi no longer thought about it. He urged his body to fly in a certain direction. Whenever he found a low-level prehistoric beast, he would immediately put it into the space. Whenever he found a Fortune Gate disciple returning, he would immediately take their universe bag or spatial ring and send them out to continue searching for strange beasts. This continued for more than 10 days. Suddenly, Xueqi's heart stirred. His mind hastily entered the space. He saw a stone giant with faint dragon patterns on its body standing high up in the sky. It was looking all around in a baffled manner. Good. Xueqi was overjoyed. He didn't bother to identify which clone had sent this stone giant. With a wave of his hand, he sent this stone giant to where the strange beasts were. Since there was a first, there would naturally be a second. In the following few months, a steady stream of strange beasts were sent into the space by his clones. While Xueqi was collecting strange beasts, he was also making arrangements for these strange beasts at the same time. On this day, Xueqi had just finished arranging for a batch of strange beasts to be sent over. His consciousness left the space, but before he could fly away, boom boom boom. A rumbling sound, like the muffled thunder before a storm, resounded in the sky. These days, Xueqi had been busy saving strange beasts, so he didn't look at the sky. When he heard the rumbling thunder, he was startled. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that the distant horizon had been dyed blue and gray. Although the blue and gray colors looked very beautiful, under those colors, the falling Xiantian heavy water emitted a world-destroying aura. Alas! Xueqi sighed. He turned his head to look in the opposite direction of the sky and said in a low voice, "In the end, it still came." Before his voice fell, a kind of grief and indignation suddenly appeared in Xueqi's heart. An indescribable emotion blocked his chest. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar, as if he was venting. That unyielding voice resounded between heaven and earth, resisting the rumbling thunder of the sky. "Heavenly Tao, I have cultivated for so long. Why is my strength still so weak? Why can't you give me the power to overturn the heavens? I have the power to overturn the heavens. I will definitely save the lives of the billions of creatures in the wilderness. I will definitely open a path to the heavens for them." Unfortunately, Xueqi's sorrowful voice drifted between the heavens and the earth, but in just a moment, it was drowned out by the sound of the sky collapsing. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch that fell out of thin air. Xueqi's lofty aspirations moved the heavens and the earth, but without difficult cultivation, any words were just empty words. When heaven and earth are in trouble, all living things are destroyed. The spirit of the wilderness led me to the continent. With the 7-foot body of the human race and the unyielding backbone of 10,000 years, I will leave behind the seedlings of the wilderness and prolong the offspring of the strange beasts. After Xueqi finished venting, he knew that he didn't have much time left. He chanted and didn't dare to stay any longer, flying in a certain direction. When he flew up, the same voice came out from his body. When heaven and earth are virtuous, the green robe descends to the world, using great strength to defeat the enemy, using great power to save the world. If such a green robe can't become an immortal, who can? Ha! Xueqi was surprised. Seeing the green robe Xueqi flying out while singing a song, he asked, "How did you?" However, Xueqi smiled. Since the green robe Xueqi and the other clones could sense their own space and send in the strange beasts, they could also enter the space. Wasn't it normal for the green robe to come out from the space? The green robe Xueqi smiled and said, "The direction I went was the direction of the sky-connecting peak. There is already Xiantian heavy water there. I had already sent the educated strange beasts into the space. As for those uneducated beasts, they didn't listen to I, so I couldn't send them into the space. Therefore, after I sent the Fortune Gate's disciples in that direction into the space, I came over myself." Good. Xueqi clapped his hands and said, "So, other fellow Taoists can come over at any time, and the Fortune Gate's disciples can also be sent over? Other than the pitiful fellow Taoist Long Mai, everyone else can." The green robe Xueqi smiled and said, Fellow Taoist should give the Kunlun mirror to fellow Taoist Long Mai. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua smiled and said, he is a dragon, how could he be afraid of water? Fellow Taoist, summon the Fortune Gate's disciples, we will continue to work hard. The green-robed Xiaohua flew with Xiaohua for a while and said, maybe we can save more strange beasts before the storm arrives. Storm? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked meaningfully at the green-robed Xiaohua. He nodded and said, fellow Taoist is right. We will continue to work hard. Subsequently, Xiaohua summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples, and everyone continued to fly in the same direction. In the sky above a mountain peak, Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were looking in Xiaohua's direction from a distance. In this direction, the torrential rain had already fallen. Countless mountains and boulders collapsed under the impact of the connate heavy water. Similarly, under the heavy rain, not to mention all the vegetation being corroded by the heavy water, many primordial beasts that did not know the truth were desperately fleeing. Some of the stronger primordial beasts were fine as they had some light around them that could temporarily resist the connate true water. Most of the strange beasts that were fleeing were low-level strange beasts that did not have much intelligence. When their bodies came in contact with the heavy water, other than some simple resistance, their flesh was corroded by the heavy water, and there were even deep bloody holes smashed by the heavy water. They fell to the ground and let out mournful screams, but these screams only lasted for a few times before disappearing. The strange beasts were either corpses riddled with holes, or bones dripping with blood and flesh after being corroded. However, this miserable scene disappeared in a few breaths of time. Under the innate heavy water, not to mention blood and bones, even mountains and rocks would melt. Di Ting. Facing the horrifying scene, the heaven-devouring beast did not frown at all. He only transmitted his voice to Di Ting. This little guy looks a little strange. He really seems to be saving those low-level strange beasts. Humph. Di Ting coldly replied, heaven-devouring beast, you don't understand the human race's cultivation at all. This little guy looks like he's saving the strange beasts, but in reality, he's accumulating merit points for himself. The more he saves, the more merit points he gets, and the faster his strength will grow. Do you think he has the leisure to do this kind of boring thing? The heaven-devouring beast laughed, and the black demonic clouds around him flickered rapidly as he said, so, your Buddha Lord used to be like this in the past. Chapter 42-43. Shut up. At the mention of Zhang Luer's past life, Di Ting flew into a rage and scolded, how can this fame-seeking thing be compared to my Buddha Lord? My Buddha Lord is the real Maitreya Buddha. What is he? But if it's as you say. The sky-devouring beast's words were not without provocation. This little guy has accumulated so much merit that his Buddhist clone will sooner or later snatch away the Buddha's light that belongs to the Maitreya Buddha. Humph. Di Ting snorted and said fiercely, if I didn't need to keep this guy as bait, I would have torn him apart and eaten him. That's strange too. The sky-devouring beast looked up at the falling rain and said curiously, it's been a few months and 40% of the entire Eldritch continent has been destroyed. Why hasn't the mastermind appeared yet? Does he really want to destroy the world? What good will it do him if all the living beings in the Eldritch continent are killed? How would I know? Di Ting gritted his teeth again and said, I've been wise all my life, but I've been schemed against by the mastermind before I die. I'm afraid some of the karma for the destruction of the world will fall on my head. At this point, Di Ting looked at the sky-devouring beast and said, don't be so smug. If I have 30%, you have to take 30%. The sky-devouring beast wagged its tail and said with a smile, I'm not a Buddhist disciple, so I don't care about this. If you say this to this little guy, it's more like it. At this point, the sky-devouring beast suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and stood up abruptly. The sky-devouring beast's movements attracted Di Ting's attention at the same time. Di Ting hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky-devouring beast vigilantly. Di Ting. The sky-devouring beast stared in Xiaohua's direction for a long time and said, do you think this little guy is the mastermind? What he did in front of us was all an act. How is that possible? Di Ting said with extreme disdain, I know that this guy has been in the Eldritch continent since he came. His every move is under my surveillance, hee. The heaven-devouring beast laughed coldly and retorted, if I'm not wrong, then this little fellow vanished before our eyes for a period of time before Heaven Link Peak. The Harkon's aura grew cold, and even the connate heavy water that filled the sky began to show signs of freezing. Could it be that everything about this little fellow is just a disguise? Even the strength he displayed was fake? Who knows? At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast's aura slackened as it said lazily, "I'm not the truth listener beast who has searched all 6 realms. Naturally, I wouldn't know about this." Damn it, damn it, damn it. Truth listener was already extremely resentful towards Xueqi. Now that it heard such a possibility, it became even more furious. It cursed 3 times in a row. If it wasn't for the fact that it was seriously injured, it would have flown over to kill Xueqi long ago, right? At this moment, Xueqi was not in the mood to pay attention to the guesses of the 2 strange beasts. He was racing against time to compete with the collapsing sky. He wanted to save more untainted creatures before the apocalypse arrived. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days passed. The collapsing sky increased in size and speed as time passed. In the end, it was as if a flood was pouring down from the sky. The real flood fell from the sky, passing over the flying figures of Xueqi and the other Fortune Gate disciples, drowning the land full of vitality and death. Sigh. Xueqi's figure stopped in the rain. He looked at the collapsing sky above his head and sighed. What should come will come eventually. I want to understand the law of time. I really want to stop time at this moment. Time cannot be stopped. The green-robed Xueqi said indifferently beside Xueqi. Moreover, this is an untainted land surrounded by the turbulence of time. We have already tried our best. There shouldn't be any more regrets. Except for the dragon vein, Xueqi's other avatars had already returned through space. At this time, the scholarly cultivator Xueqi comforted Xueqi with a trace of regret in his voice. Xueqi didn't look back. He just looked into the distance with compassion and didn't speak for a long time. The bone-honing Xueqi was a little embarrassed. He grinned and said, "Haha, only in times of crisis can one's potential be unearthed. If it was normal, I don't know when I would be able to sense Shenhua continent. I don't know when I would be able to enter Shenhua continent. This is only a small step in our cultivation. It's nothing to be proud of." Xueqi replied indifferently. He then asked, "Fellow Taoist Xueqi, when you see these creatures being strangled in the innate heavy water, don't you feel sorrow?" "Yes, why not?" The bone-honing Xueqi grinned. But looking at his grin, how was it sorrow? Tanyu. Buddha Bodhi, who had become less talkative after arriving at the desolate land, opened his mouth. "Let's go take a look and save as many as we can. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." Xueqi's heart was already filled with grief and indignation. When he heard the word stupa from Buddha Subhudi's mouth, he felt a burst of disgust for no reason. He glanced at Buddha Subhuti indifferently, nodded and said, "That's right. For the sake of merit, we have to go forward." Xueqi emphasized the word merit. Others might not be able to hear it, but Buddha Subhuti naturally understood. Seeing Xueqi flying forward without even turning his head, Buddha Subhuti chanted, "Namo Maitreya Buddha," with a miserable expression on his face. Holding up the sky with one hand had always been a divine ability of almighty beings. Xueqi wasn't considered an almighty at this time. Therefore, even if he wanted to do a lot, what he could achieve was pitifully little. After searching for more than 10 days, he saw the vast flood on the ground. Everything was clear and bright, and the world was filled with the aura of the innate heavy water. Xueqi had no choice but to give up again. He put all his clones back into his body and turned to fly back. At this point, Xueqi no longer had any superfluous thoughts. He had to make plans for himself. If the innate heavy water continued to fall, the entire untainted continent would be covered by the innate heavy water. Xueqi had to make plans for himself. It was also at this time that a whale came from afar. A primitive variant beast bobbed up and down in the innate heavy water. The brilliance around its body disappeared, and its corpse fell to the bottom of the water and disappeared. Buddha Bodhi was slightly taken aback. He said with some surprise, "It's strange. The soul of this primitive variant beast. Why didn't it come out?" "Is that so?" Xueqi raised his eyebrows. He was also puzzled. His consciousness swept in that direction. As expected, it was empty. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Destroy the world. Xiaohua suddenly looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood there blankly and muttered to himself, destroy the world for what? Could it be for the souls of billions of creatures? Hurry! At this time, Xiaohua threw away the grudge he had with Buddha Bodhi and shouted, follow this old man to another place to take a look. Yes. Buddha Bodhi responded and flew in the direction of the flood. Another dozen days passed. Xiaohua brought his clones to many places. Without exception, all of these places were flooded by the innate heavy water. Moreover, without exception, no soul managed to escape. However, Xiaohua couldn't be sure that the goal of this disaster was the souls of billions of creatures in the primitive continent. Because the chances of the primitive variant beasts being killed by the innate heavy water were too few. Xiaohua couldn't watch as any creatures were killed by the innate heavy water in front of him for no reason. Therefore, although no souls appeared when the innate heavy water fell, it could also mean that the souls had returned to the 9 underworlds. Grandmaster, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Green-robed Xiaohua was somewhat disapproving. He looked at the flood and said, presumably, those souls have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. I think that it's normal that no souls appeared. Xiaohua nodded faintly. Green-robed Taoist is right. I think so too. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi didn't argue and said, I hope this poor monk is thinking too much. Why hasn't Taoist Longmai returned yet? Xiaohua didn't want to talk to Buddha Bodhi anymore and changed the topic. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes. Could it be that this guy encountered another disaster? Could it be that we have to go to Chaotian Tower again? The primitive continent has already been covered by the flood. If there are no accidents, Chaotian Tower will no longer exist. Phoenix Body Xiaohua replied with some melancholy. Taoist Longmai shouldn't have a problem. Bonehone Xiaohua said with a smile. Now that it's raining heavily, other primitive variant beasts can't even hide. Who would find trouble with a 5-clawed true dragon? Let's go. We'll go in the direction of Taoist Longmai to welcome him. Xiaohua leaped into the sky and said faintly, now that you have nothing to do, you might as well go back and rest. Immediately after, the group of clones returned to Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua flew in the direction pointed by Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Along the way, Xiaohua paid attention again. From time to time, he would open his illusion breaker eye and pay attention to the matter of souls. After flying for more than 10 days, he didn't see any lingering souls. Only then did Xiaohua gradually let down his guard. On this day, he really flew to a place where Xiaohua couldn't distinguish the direction. A familiar yuan will swept across the sky from afar. Xiaohua knew that this was Dragon Vein Xiaohua returning. He was overjoyed and flew towards the sky to welcome him. Taoist. Seeing that Dragon Vein Xiaohua had some scars all over his body and some damage on his scales, Xiaohua asked in surprise, what happened to you? Dragon Vein Xiaohua didn't answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Taoist, take a look. Is there anything strange there? That place. Xiaohua was stunned. He looked towards the place where Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw was pointing. He saw that in the sky, there seemed to be a torrential downpour of innate heavy water. Above the innate heavy water, there was a gray and azure sky. At the end of this variegated sky, a slightly pale sun was powerlessly looking at all the tragedies on the ground. Chapter 42-44. Nothing. Xiaohua looked again and again but didn't find anything strange. He could only ask Longmai Xiaohua in confusion. A mysterious expression appeared on Longmai Xiaohua's face as he said with a smile, fellow Taoist, take a closer look. Is the sky collapsing? Of course it's collapsing. Xiaohua answered without hesitation. That day when I saw the collapse of Tongtian Peak, I already looked. At this point, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. Just as Longmai Xiaohua said, he looked at the sky again. After a while, his gaze landed on the pale sun again. Damn it, I was wrong. Xiaohua looked at the sun and smiled bitterly. I always thought that the space above the primitive continent had collapsed. But if the space had collapsed, then the sun, naturally can't be seen. It must have been blocked by the collapsed space. But now, the sun can be seen clearly and there are no dark clouds. Presumably, it's not a real space collapse. But The activation of a kind of array. If one were to think deeper, perhaps there was an array formation above the entire primordial continent that even the Harkin and the heaven-devouring beast were unaware of. This array formation. Sigh, I understand now. This array formation was built from the top of the Heaven Ascension Peak. Then, with Tongtian Peak as the center, it covered the entire primitive continent. Inside the array, all the water element energy of heaven and earth above the primitive continent was absorbed by this array. This caused the primitive continent to have no water element energy of heaven and earth. And inside the array, the water element energy of heaven and earth was cast into the innate heavy water. And when Tongtian Peak collapsed, this array was also activated. The innate heavy water that had been gathered for millions of years poured into the primitive continent, causing a tragedy of annihilation. But, such a large array, such a large scale. Who created it? Xueqi was really in disbelief. This idea was so big that it exceeded his imagination. He himself felt that it was unimaginable. Dragon God. Longmai Xueqi answered without hesitation. Dragon God? Impossible? Xueqi was dumbfounded. If Dragon God is still here, how can the heaven-swallowing beast not know? To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist, Dragon Vein Xueqi explained, I had long sensed a trace of the Dragon Clan's aura in the heavenly heavy water. After sending the last batch of Beasts and Fortune Gates disciples to the Shanhua continent, I did not immediately meet up with fellow Taoist. Instead, I went to the sky to investigate. As a result, just as fellow Taoist saw, I discovered a flaw in the formation. When I tried to break the formation by force, I was injured by the formation. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I hurried to report it to fellow Taoist. Good. Joy appeared on Xueqi's face as he shouted, We'll go investigate now. Perhaps we can find a way to break the formation. Unfortunately, Dragon Vein Xueqi shook his head slightly and said, Fellow Taoist, I have come to report and also to warn you. This array is definitely not something we can break. I just touched the outer layer and was injured by the formation. I don't think fellow Taoist has the ability to break this formation. So it's like that. Although Dragon Vein Xueqi's words were like cold water poured over Xueqi's head, Xueqi was not particularly surprised. If it was really the Dragon God's formation, it would be a joke if he could break it. Then what should we do? Xueqi was a little helpless. Dragon Vein Xueqi smiled and said, We can't do it, but there's still Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast. Impossible. Xueqi shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, that heaven-devouring beast is the Dragon God's spiritual beast. How could it help us break the Dragon God's formation? Fellow Taoist seems to have forgotten. Dragon Vein Xueqi replied, The heaven-devouring beast was kept in the dark. It was also bait in the formation. That's right. Xueqi narrowed his eyes and nodded. Now that we know that the heaven-devouring beast is the Dragon God's spiritual beast and Di Ting is Nanwu Methraya's spiritual beast, the two of them must have come here with the Dragon God and Nanwu Methraya. Although they didn't mention their master, it's very obvious that Nanwu Methraya has already reincarnated. Can the Dragon God still be alive? Even if he's alive, I'm afraid he doesn't have much magic power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast fight for the Pangu axe and cause a conflict to push down Tongtian Peak. He can settle this matter with one axe. There's no need to make it so troublesome. And he doesn't dare to summon the heaven-devouring beast because he's afraid that the heaven-devouring beast has ulterior motives. Moreover, only the god of the Dragon Clan could create so much connate heavy water. Oh right, there's also that Pangu axe. It's the Dragon God's weapon, and only the Dragon God can place it on Tongtian Peak. But, Dragon Vein Xueqi spoke again. I kept thinking on the way back. The dragon chi in this connate heavy water is extremely weak. If not for the fact that I have the body of a dragon, I definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. However, when we arrived at the formation, the dragon chi there was slightly stronger. The heaven-devouring beast is the spiritual beast that follows the Dragon God. How could it not detect it? If it knew that this formation was set up by the Dragon God, even if it has resentment in its heart, it wouldn't dare to cooperate with us to break the formation, right? Xueqi pinched his chin and nodded. That's right, you're right. The heaven-devouring beast definitely wouldn't dare to break the formation set up by the Dragon God, even if the Dragon God has already abandoned it. I have to think of a way. At this point, Xueqi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something. Then, he transmitted a few words to Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. If that's the case, that heaven-devouring beast will definitely be fooled. Let's do as fellow Taoist says. Then, Xiaohua and Dragon Vein Xiaohua discussed for a while. Only then did Dragon Vein Xiaohua enter Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua identified the direction and flew in the direction of Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast. At this time, the Eldritch continent was filled with rain and flood. It was impossible to identify any direction. However, it was also in this place that Xiaohua was the best at identifying directions. He didn't spend much effort to find the two strange beasts lying in the air. The mountain where the two strange beasts were on had already disappeared. Xiaohua didn't dare to use his divine sense to check whether the teleportation formation in the capital star formation was intact. He stood respectfully in the air, bowed and said, "Junior greets the two seniors." "What? You were filled with anger when you left. Why aren't you angry now?" The heaven-devouring beast still didn't forget to sow discord and asked with a smile. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Previously, Junior thought that the two seniors were cold-blooded. You had a lot of magical powers but didn't want to take care of the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. Junior even suspected that the two seniors had done something, so Junior was angry. However, in the past few months, Junior tried his best but couldn't save many Eldritch beasts. While feeling dejected, Junior thought that the two seniors were injured. Even if you took action, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to save many creatures, so Junior can understand the difficulties of the two seniors. And we don't have the Kunlun mirror, so it's naturally impossible for us to save creatures as easily as you. So we simply helped you guard to prevent the enemy who made the sky collapse from appearing." The heaven-devouring beast nodded and said, "Previously, we didn't want to say it. Since you already understand, this old man will also explain it to you." Indeed. When Xiaohua heard the heaven-devouring beast mention the enemy, he was overjoyed and said, "While Junior was saving creatures along the way, I also found something strange. I know that the two seniors are also victims and are definitely not the ones who set the trap, so now I'm specially apologizing to the two seniors." With that, Xiaohua bowed again. After he finished bowing, Di Ting asked curiously, "What did you find?" "I haven't found anything special after looking for so long." "Souls," Xiaohua said seriously. "I don't know if Senior noticed the souls of those eldritch beasts after they were killed." "No." Di Ting was confused and shook his head slightly. "Ordinary souls should leave the body for a few breaths after leaving the body, and then they will be pulled into the 9 underworlds by the power of samsara." Xiaohua explained in all seriousness. However, this Junior discovered that in this flood, the souls of all the primeval beasts that were killed never left their bodies. What does this mean? What does it mean? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast were both surprised and asked naturally. "It means that there are devils on the Eldritch continent. It's at least a devil venerable." Xiaohua's face tightened and said, "This devil venerable used this apocalyptic flood to collect souls. Impossible." Di Ting denied. "If there was a devil venerable, how could I not know?" "Senior, please look over there." Xiaohua pointed at the sun in the sky and asked, "Senior, did you find anything unusual?" Even Xiaohua couldn't see the abnormality for a moment, so Di Ting naturally couldn't see it. So Xiaohua told him the result of his discussion with Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Finally, looking at the heaven-devouring beast's uncertain expression and flickering eyes, he asserted, "I hope Senior Heaven-Devouring can investigate clearly. It must be that devil venerable of the devil race who occupied the dragon god's divine bone and borrowed the dragon god's power to build Tongtian Peak on the Eldritch continent and set up the boundless dragon array." "Shut up." Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua said, without waiting for Xiaohua to finish his conclusion, the heaven-devouring beast interrupted Xiaohua. "How can there be such a devil race? How can they occupy the dragon bone of my dragon god? How is it impossible?" Xiaohua said with deep emotion, "Previously, Junior saw a devil emperor of the zombie race in a cultivation world called the Ruins. He could occupy a celestial zombie. A devil emperor is so powerful, then a devil venerable should be able to occupy the dragon bone of the dragon god, right? Damn it, damn it, damn it." Hearing that the dragon god's dragon bone was desecrated, the heaven-devouring beast shouted in anger, but Di Ting still didn't believe it. He frowned and said, "If there really is a devil venerable, it's possible. But the problem is, Senior has never heard of a devil race on the Eldritch continent. Chapter 42-45. This, Junior doesn't know. Junior came late and doesn't know much about the great desolate continent. Xueqi shrugged. Of course, if the devil race's devil lord had already existed before the two seniors arrived, then the two seniors might not have noticed it. That's even more impossible. Di Ting shook his head even more. My Buddha lord. At this point, Di Ting didn't say anything more, but Xueqi also understood that even the demon venerable couldn't hide in front of Namo Maitreya Buddha. However, Xueqi really didn't know what was above the demon venerable, so he didn't dare to say anything. He could only stammer if that's the case, the missing soul. How do you explain it? Humph. Heaven-swallowing beast snorted. No need to say so much. Little guy, follow me to the array and you will know. Di Ting, are you going? Hearing this, Xueqi was overjoyed. Junior naturally wants to go. Junior also wants to see the face of Dragon God. Oh, maybe I can also see the face of Namo Maitreya Buddha. When Xueqi said this, Di Ting's heart thumped. How could he be at ease to let Xueqi look for the corpse of Zhang Luer's previous life? Di Ting hurriedly replied. Of course I want to go. This demon venerable dared to scheme against me. I want to let him know my power. Immediately, the two strange beasts brought Xueqi to the location of Tongtian Peak. At this time, the surroundings of Tongtian Peak were flooded. Except for the collapsed peak of Tongtian Peak, which had not been corroded by the innate heavy water, the other mountains and boulders were also slowly melting. If Junior's guess is right. Xueqi pointed to the place where Tongtian Peak pierced the sky and said, this is the array core of the entire array. Dragon gods. God's bone might be here and is being controlled by the demon venerable. Damn it! Heaven-swallowing beast roared, and its figure flashed in the heavy water and disappeared into the sky. Senior. Xueqi pretended to raise his hand and shouted. Why didn't you bring Junior along? Hee hee, of course I won't forget you. Next to him, Truth Listener smiled sinisterly. Xueqi's body became light, and the water in front of his eyes became colorful. When all the phenomena disappeared, Xueqi opened his eyes and saw that he was standing under a collapsed space with Truth Listener. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast stood above his head in an extremely irritable manner. Its entire body expanded and shrunk uncontrollably. Its pitch-black demonic aura mixed with dragon tattoos enveloped an area of nearly 100 miles. Xueqi squinted his eyes and released his divine sense. Hundreds of miles above his head, thousands of miles around him was filled with chaos. Within this chaos, there was a blue water light. The innate heavy water was pouring down from this water light. It was endless and didn't look like it was going to stop at all. Between the water light, there was a void fluctuation wantonly. It was no different from an ordinary void being torn apart. In these fluctuations, there was even an extremely large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi gushing out. Looking 1,000 miles away, there were pieces of space fragments and cracks in space. They were like broken terraces on a mountain peak. It looked like there were segments, but in reality, there was no pattern. Among these fragments, there was also a huge amount of innate heavy water pouring down. As the innate heavy water poured down, the originally connected space fragments shattered one after another and fell into the void. First, the heaven and earth yuan qi and disorderly fluctuations gushed out from the broken fragments, followed by another wave of innate heavy water. Damn it! Isn't this the collapse of the void? Xueqi, who already had a good understanding of the void, looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. He then looked into the distance again. The scorching sun had already set in the west, and the faint rays of sunlight reflected 7 colors in the water light. If it wasn't for this sun, I would have been deceived by this great array. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast's voice transmitted word by word. There's clearly the aura of the dragon god here, and this aura is somewhat sluggish, there's no vitality. It must be the demon lord of the demon race who has taken over my dragon god's dragon bones. How hateful. But Di Ting first flew 100 miles away from the center for a while, then flew a few thousand miles away. At this time, he flew back and transmitted his voice. I didn't smell a trace of the demon race's aura. How could Xueqi let the heaven-devouring beast doubt him again? He hurriedly covered up. The zombie race is the best at hiding their aura. How could it be so easily discovered? Moreover, the dragon god's aura is incomparably strong. I'm afraid it has already concealed the aura of the demon race. That's right. The heaven-devouring beast nodded resolutely. He looked at Di Ting and said, the little guy is right. The dragon god's dragon bones must have been desecrated by the demon race. Di Ting, in order to not shame the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll put aside my grudges with you first. I'll break this demonic array first, and after I rescue the dragon god's dragon bones, I'll settle the score with you. How about that? Di Ting hesitated for a moment, then said, the dragon god is also a dragon that I respect. How about this? I'll break the array with you. Perhaps there'll be the remains of my Buddha Lord inside. Good. Before Di Ting could finish, the heaven-devouring beast shouted happily, let's do it together. Damn it, just thinking about being able to see the dragon god's dragon bones before I die. My heart is also beating fast. Hi, what a pity. If only the Panguax was here again, it would save us a lot of trouble. Di Ting sighed and glanced at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was not moved at all. His face was as heavy as water, even heavier than the surrounding Xiantian heavy water. Do it! The heaven-devouring beast was a little anxious, but it didn't say anything. It transmitted its voice and immediately opened its mouth. Layers of ripples appeared in its black mouth, and the space in front of the heaven-devouring beast began to boil. This boiling was like a huge horn that spread to the sky. Wherever the boiling passed, everything disappeared, including the Xiantian heavy water and the shattered void. It was as if everything had been swallowed into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. I'll help you. Seeing the heaven-devouring beast take action, Di Ting roared, and the dim Buddhist light around its body shone brightly. The horn on its head emitted a 9-colored light, and the light coordinated with the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations. It also rushed to the place thousands of miles high in the sky with the same power as the fluctuations. Wherever the light touched, everything was shattered, turning into wisps of Buddhist clouds. The fragments and cracks in the void were also shattered by the sound of the wooden fish, and no more Xiantian heavy water fell. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiao Hua stood not far away, watching the two beasts do their best to break the array. He could not help but shake his head. These two beasts are already at the point of exhaustion. This joint attack is much weaker than the previous battle at the sky-connecting peak. Although the two beasts were exhausted, the power of their attacks was extremely powerful. When the heaven-devouring beast's fluctuations landed on the 1,000-mile array, thousands of dragon patterns suddenly appeared, covering half of the array. The entire array was extremely distorted, and thousands of chaotic fluctuations leaked out. When Di Ting's light landed on the other half of the array, thousands of Buddhist Dharma protectors were also born. These Buddhist Dharma protectors carried enormous strength, and each of them used the power of dragons and elephants, which also messed up the light and shadows of the array. Whoa. A strange sound rang out, and the space thousands of miles was pulled down thousands of feet by the two beasts. The moment the array was torn apart, several strands of golden light leaked out. As expected. Seeing the light, Xiao Hua finally calmed down. This must be the sunlight above the array. Fellow Taoist Longmai's guess was right. There's a normal sky above the array. Gotcha. At the same time the light leaked out, a huge dragon-shaped thunderbolt fell out of the sky. This thunderbolt was golden in color, and it was filled with a terrifying dragon's breath. As soon as it fell, it immediately enveloped thousands of miles. In the face of this dragon's breath, the heaven-devouring beast was dumbfounded. He almost cried out, Supreme Dragon God, you! In the face of the Supreme Dragon God's remaining power, the heaven-devouring beast naturally did not dare to resist, but Di Ting did not dare to do so. Di Ting's figure flashed, and he swept the heaven-devouring beast away and flew away, still transmitting a voice transmission, hurry up and leave. Although the two beasts saw the opportunity early, and their strength was also extraordinary, this space of thousands of miles had already been sealed. How could they escape unscathed? Swoosh! The thunderbolt swept down, and the two beasts' bodies trembled. The heaven-devouring beast's demonic aura was completely destroyed, and the Buddhist light around Di Ting's body was also withdrawn. Even the wails of the two beasts were left in the air. However, even so, the two beasts still managed to escape from the space sealed by the dragon's breath before the thunderbolt fell. Damn it! Seeing the two beasts disappear in an instant, Xiao Hua angrily cursed, and his figure hurriedly teleported. However, his strength was too weak compared to the two beasts, and under the terrifying dragon's breath, how could he teleport? Seeing the dragon-shaped thunderbolt fall, Xueqi trembled with fear, and he hurriedly activated the lightning escape technique. Crack! The thunderbolt fell, and it hit Xueqi. Xueqi originally could not break through the seal of the thunderbolt, but when the thunderbolt fell, Xueqi borrowed the power of the thunderbolt to fly out of the seal. However, after flying for a few miles, Xueqi's body fell down like a stone. It was unknown how long he fell. Poof! Xueqi's body crashed into the broken peak of Heaven Connecting Peak, and the mountain rocks that had been corroded by the innate heavy water smashed a huge deep hole. Xueqi's body was embedded in the deep hole. At this time, the magic array that was pulled by the two beasts had already returned to its original state, and an endless amount of innate heavy water fell from within. What was different from before was that within the 1,000 miles of the magic array, the huge eye from before faintly appeared again. It looked at Xueqi's body that was embedded in the mountain rocks with extreme coldness, and then slowly disappeared. However, what the huge eye did not know was that when the huge eye disappeared, the slightly opened illusion breaker eye between Xueqi's brows flashed with a trace of green light, and then it tightly closed again. Chapter 42-46. Dozens of days later, 2 strands of Yuan Shen swept across the sky from afar. Although these strands of Yuan Shen were powerful, they were sneaky like thieves sneaking into someone else's house. When the strands of Yuan Shen landed on the mountain peak where Xueqi was located, they saw the innate heavy water accumulated in the deep hole and immediately stopped. They circled around a few times before quietly withdrawing. After about the time it took to eat a meal, Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast lowered their bodies and slowly flew along the surface of the flood. Every time they flew a certain distance, they would raise their heads to look at the sky. They didn't dare to release their Yuan Shen, let alone use other divine abilities. The two beasts flew close to the broken peak, but they didn't rescue Xueqi from the deep hole first. Instead, they raised their heads in fear, as if they were afraid of waking up the dragon god in the sky. Huff! Just as they raised their heads, a stream of heavy water suddenly emerged from the human-shaped deep hole, and Xueqi's figure flew out from it. Whoa! The two beasts were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and hurriedly flew away. When they discovered the truth, they couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Little thing, what are you doing? Seniors. Xueqi's tone was a little straight, and there was no emotion in his tone. His opened eyes were faintly glowing with green light. This junior has just woken up. If there is any disturbance, please forgive me. Hee hee. The heaven-swallowing beast smacked its lips. You really are an unkillable cockroach. Even the dragon god's wrath couldn't destroy you. Your human fleshly body is really not bad. It's a pity that our Yuan Shen is too powerful. Ting also felt a little regretful. Moreover, it's not compatible with the human body. Otherwise, we would also covet your body. Seniors. What do you mean? Xueqi was quite puzzled and asked curiously. Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast looked at each other, somewhat surprised by Xueqi's dullness. However, Ting immediately said, "We are just saying that we have no ill intentions. Moreover, we have been thinking about the dragon god's wrath. Our opinions are somewhat different, so we want to hear your opinion." I see. Xueqi pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at the sky. He cautiously said, "It's not convenient to talk about this matter here. How about this? This junior has yet to recover from his serious injuries. Seniors, please wait for another 10 days. Once this junior has recovered from his injuries, we will discuss this matter again. How about that?" Will your injuries recover in less than 10 days? Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast asked in alarm. Xueqi nodded. Junior is a human. I have specially refined medicinal pills and also have a healing cultivation technique. Although I won't be able to fully recover in a dozen or so days, I can still move freely. Speaking up to here, Xueqi thought of something and hurriedly asked, Seniors, do you need medicinal pills? This junior doesn't know if the pills of the human race can be used by the two seniors. Why don't you show it to me? The Hakan asked curiously. Xueqi took out a spatial ring and took out some medicinal pills refined by the incense cult and handed them to the Hakan. The Hakan took them and looked at them for a moment before shaking his head. These medicinal pills are too weak. Moreover, they are targeted at the human race. I'm afraid they won't be of much use to us. You. The heaven-devouring beast raised its head, and a suction force that even the Harken found difficult to resist appeared. It forcibly sucked the pills into its residence, and it muttered, "Who cares? It's better than nothing. Yes, yes." Xueqi said as he took out some more pills from his spatial ring and handed them to the heaven-devouring beast. "This junior doesn't have many medicinal pills. Please enjoy these." The heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth and sucked in the pills again. However, a moment later, a strange expression appeared on its face. The Harken looked at the heaven-devouring beast meaningfully and asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Bullshit." The heaven-devouring beast spat out a mouthful of pills and cursed, "After eating so much, it's still not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." "Like I said." The Harken laughed. "These are medicinal pills of the human race. It's not something that can be consumed by us." Xueqi smiled and said, "This junior wants to recuperate here first." "Recuperate here? You don't want to live anymore?" The heaven-devouring beast looked up with some fear. "Right under the nose of venerable dragon god?" "My human race has a saying, the safest place is also the most dangerous place." Xueqi replied. "Bullshit." The Harken also cursed. "That saying is, the most dangerous place is also the safest place." Yes, yes, this junior hasn't read many books and can't compare to the profound knowledge of the two seniors. Xueqi said as he sat down cross-legged and swallowed one of the medicinal pills that he gave to the heaven-devouring beast. He began to circulate his cultivation method and began to heal his wounds. The wisps of 5 elements origin energy fell into Xueqi's body and then overflowed from his forehead, turning into a faint 5-colored cloud. Damn it, the human race is the human race. The heaven-devouring beast enviously looked at Xueqi as he healed his wounds. This brain of his really isn't for nothing. Even his healing method is extraordinary. Let's go. The Harken understood Xueqi's meaning and said with a smile, "His cultivation method being extraordinary is secondary. The key is his brain. This little guy has already ordered us to leave. Let's wait until he recovers." The heaven-devouring beast looked at Xueqi as he healed his wounds. He basically didn't take the Harken and the Harken seriously. Although it was a bit angry, it also knew that it needed his help and couldn't do anything to Xueqi. Therefore, it coldly snorted and turned around to follow the Harken and flew away. After the two beasts left, Xueqi took out his spatial ring. But when he took out a pill from his spatial ring, Xueqi's hand moved and the pill refined by Xueqi appeared in his hand. After Xueqi swallowed the pill, he said to himself, "It seems, my humanity has grown a lot." At this time, the one occupying Xueqi's body was naturally the soul cultivator Xueqi. The wrath of the dragon god from the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast wasn't a small spell. All the soul cultivators in Xueqi's body were knocked unconscious. Only the soul cultivator Xueqi, who had been hiding in the spatial ring, managed to escape. At this time, he was controlling Xueqi's body and successfully deceived the Harken and the heaven-devouring beast. After another 10 days, Xueqi opened his eyes. After the starlight slowly passed, his eyes were filled with benevolence. An indescribable divine light flashed from his pupils, and then they returned to normal. Not bad. Xueqi, who had regained his consciousness, looked around. He already knew that the soul cultivator Xueqi had used a Taoist cultivation method and a Confucian cultivation method to heal his wounds. In these 10 days, most of his injuries had healed. He couldn't help but praise, "Fellow Taoist is indeed worthy of being a shaman who controlled the 9th sky of spirit origin. I admire you." Hee hee. The soul cultivator Xueqi smiled proudly and said, "I don't dare. As the saying goes, if you learn one method, you can learn 10,000 methods. When you cultivate to the end, there are signs of 10,000 methods returning to the same origin." Moreover, fellow Taoist used the lightning escape technique to avoid the wrath of the dragon god, which has the effect of borrowing force to fight force. The injuries you suffered may seem serious, but in fact, they are nothing. Oh, also, fellow Taoist, when you were unconscious, I noticed a huge eye above the formation in the sky. Oh, an eye. Xueqi's heart skipped a beat. His eyes turned sharply as he asked curiously, "Could it be that the spying Lu Yi detected earlier was not Di Ting? Was there really a dragon god spying on us?" It wasn't just the dragon god spying on us, of course. Di Ting was spying on us too. Xiao Hua replied, Di Ting is very familiar with our actions. If he didn't spy on us, I would be the first to not believe it. However, didn't Lu Yi say it clearly at that time? The spying he sensed was a kind of extermination. It was a kind of crisis. This spying was definitely done by the dragon god. Looking at this world-ending crisis, if the Fortune Gate's disciples weren't on Shenhua continent, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to survive. And Xiao Hua closed his eyes again. After pondering for a moment he said, It seems like we've been monitored since the moment we entered the desolate continent. Moreover, the heavenly heavy water might not necessarily take Lu Yi's and the others' lives. If Lu Yi's feeling is right, the dragon god must have other powerful means. This formation. We must break it. Of course we must break it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Grandmaster Bodhi's water bottle is already filled with heavenly heavy water. Even an ocean on Shenhua continent is now filled with heavenly heavy water. However, this is only a temporary solution. If we don't break the formation, the desolate continent will face the end of the world. Moreover, if we don't take advantage of the fact that the dragon god can't escape from the formation and kill him as soon as possible, how will we survive when he can move? Let's go. Xiao Hua no longer dared to hesitate. He leaped up and said, We need to find Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast. If we want to break the formation, we need to rely on their abilities. There was no need for Xiao Hua to spend too much effort searching for them. Xiao Hua had only flown for half a day when Di Ting's origin sense swept over. Soon after, Di Ting rushed over with the heaven-devouring beast. Behind Di Ting, the heaven-devouring beast stood respectfully. Looking at the heaven-devouring beast's sleepy face, Xiao Hua understood that this lazy beast wanted to rely on Di Ting to escape this calamity. Little guy, have your injuries healed? Di Ting looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe and asked curiously. Xiao Hua was still a little guy in his mouth. He had never asked for Xiao Hua's name, as if he looked down on Xiao Hua. Perhaps it was just like what Di Ting said. Demonic beasts didn't need a name. Many thanks for Senior's concern. Xiao Hua bowed and said, Junior's injuries have not healed, but since Senior has summoned me, Junior does not dare to keep Senior waiting. Little guy. The heaven-devouring beast hurriedly said, You're right about the formation in the sky. This old man has already seen it. However, the wrath of the dragon god in the formation is indeed the real deal. There is no demonic aura at all. How could my dragon god be desecrated by the demon lord? What do you think, Senior? Xiao Hua didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Di Ting. To be honest, Di Ting didn't hide it and replied, This old man also didn't hear any demonic aura from the formation. However, this old man keeps feeling that something is wrong. Chapter 42-47. Hearing this, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up. Without waiting for Di Ting to finish, he continued, Senior, do you think that the dragon god in the formation is too unreasonable? He shouldn't have killed the heaven-swallowing beast? Do you think that with the dragon god's identity, he wouldn't attack the two seniors? Do you think that venerable dragon god won't kill them? That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua's that's right immediately hit Di Ting's heart. Di Ting nodded repeatedly, that's right, that's right. The heaven-devouring beast has been following Supreme Dragon God for who knows how many years. He's loyal and devoted. Even after Supreme Dragon God disappeared, he's still guarding Supreme Dragon God and fighting with me for the sake of his faith in the Eldritch continent. Sigh, that's right. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's face was also extremely lonely. He sighed, when I saw the Dragon God's wrath descend, I really didn't want to live anymore. How could the Dragon God treat me like this? That's why. Xiao Hua struck while the iron was hot. The Dragon God in the formation is definitely not the Dragon God, but a puppet whose dragon bones are occupied by the Demon Lord. However, the Demon Lord's concealment technique is too powerful. He could actually deceive the two seniors. Perhaps. This is the only explanation that can make me feel at ease. The heaven-swallowing beast was obviously moved by Xiao Hua's words. He looked at the distant sky and said faintly, Senior, if the Dragon God's dragon bones or dragon body were desecrated by the Demon Lord, what would you do? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed like crescent moons as he asked softly. Nonsense. Of course, I'll kill the demon lord. I definitely won't allow anything to desecrate the dragon god. The heaven-swallowing beast said fiercely. He even looked at Xiao Hua with a fierce gaze. Xiao Hua didn't care about the heaven-swallowing beast's threat. He turned to Di Ting and asked, Senior, what do you think we should do? Di Ting was a little hesitant and replied, Of course we should break the formation. Kill the demon lord and rescue the dragon god's dragon bones from the formation. It's just that. This formation is too powerful. We have no way of breaking it. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the distant sky. The center of the formation is naturally the formation eye. The defense there is naturally the strongest. What about the edge of the array? This junior doesn't believe that the great formation that covers the entire primeval wasteland continent is perfectly round and flawless. If the demon lord really used Lord Dragon God's divine ability to lay out a formation that covers the entire eldritch continent, I'm afraid there really isn't any flaw in it. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiao Hua with disdain and said, This daddy once saw venerable dragon god set up a dragon array that covered the entire starfield. Boom. The heaven-swallowing beast's words made Xiao Hua dizzy all of a sudden. Only now did Xiao Hua realize how shallow he was. The so-called supreme dragon god is the god of the dragon race. Even when his spirit beast was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he couldn't resist it. How could his divine ability be measured by him? For a dragon god who could set up a dragon formation that could control an entire space zone, even if he couldn't move and didn't have much power left, the great formation he set up could definitely cover the entire primeval continent. It was definitely not something that he and two dying beasts could break, right? The heaven-devouring beast's words continued to enter Xiao Hua's mind. However, Xiao Hua did not hear a single word. Now, he seemed to have fallen into another deadlock. Could it be that the distortion in the starry sky is the key to breaking the Great Formation? Xiao Hua was absent-minded. His eyes rolled around as he thought to himself, only at that time will this Xiao have a chance to escape? Of course, this daddy is very familiar with the dragon formation set up by venerable dragon god. The heaven-devouring beast's words entered Xiao Hua's mind intermittently. Venerable dragon god often tells this daddy that breaking a formation requires a finishing touch, to find the key to the formation, to understand the thoughts of the person who set up the formation. Alas. Xiao Hua sighed. He sneered and cursed in his heart. These words are for beasts. Our human race cultivators already knew this when we first started learning about formations. If this daddy knew the weakness of this dragon formation, would this daddy still need to waste time with you? Xiao Hua did not listen to the heaven-devouring beast's show-off. He raised his head to look at the blue and gray sky and thought, this dragon formation covers the entire primeval continent. Even if we reach the edge of the great formation, it's impossible to get out. It's really difficult to break the formation from the inside. But what about outside the great formation? Could it be possible? But how can this daddy get out of the great formation? Since this daddy got out of the great formation, this great formation, is it not already broken? Damn it, this is a dead knot. Back then, this dragon god spent a lot of effort to set up the formation. He actually used hundreds of millions of stone giants. Damn it, hundreds of millions of stone giants to build such a Tongtian peak. That's why he could reach the peak of Tongtian Peak and start setting up the formation. This damn dragon god. At that time, he couldn't even fly. How could he dare to look for the heaven-devouring beast? If the heaven-devouring beast was not obedient and directly swallowed the dragon god, he wouldn't even have a place to cry out. It's probably because of the suspicion at that time that made the dragon god attack the heaven-devouring beast today. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly flashed with a faintly discernible thought. However, this thought flashed by like a fish. Ayo! Xiao Hua's heart moved. He hurriedly turned his head and looked around again. He almost lost his voice. Junior seems to have some feeling. What feeling? The heaven-devouring beast's words were interrupted by Xiao Hua. It was somewhat unhappy and asked coldly, could it be the feeling of breaking the formation? Humph, with the strength of your human race, you actually want to break the dragon formation? Don't you think it's a little wishful thinking? Xiao Hua's words were indeed somewhat arrogant. Not only did Di Ting look at him in disbelief, Even the sleepy heaven-devouring beast also became alert and looked at Xueqi. That's right. Xueqi nodded with certainty. Junior thought of an idea related to breaking the formation. What idea? Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast also became alert as they stared at Xueqi and asked. Xueqi shrugged and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, this idea flashed by. Junior hasn't grasped this idea yet." Damn it! The heaven-devouring beast was somewhat flustered and exasperated. That kind of nostalgic memory was cut off and he got such an answer. How could he not be furious? Di Ting smiled and said, don't worry, slowly think, we have plenty of time." Speaking until here, Di Ting didn't forget to remind. The ones who don't have time are the creatures of the ancient continent. Now that the flood has covered the continent for a long time, it probably won't be long before the entire ground can't bear the weight of the innate heavy water. That's right. Xueqi's heart trembled. He didn't think of this, so he frowned and stared at the sky, thinking hard. What exactly is it? What did I think of just now? Great formation? Should it be broken from the outside? But how can I get out of here? Dragon God spent billions of stone giants to build Tongtian Peak? This Tongtian Peak is the eye of the Great Formation? Can only break the formation from Tongtian Peak? But how can I get out from the eye of the formation on Tongtian Peak? Tongtian Peak, Tongtian Peak. Damn it. I'm afraid this is the only mountain in the ancient continent that can reach the sky, right? Xueqi's thoughts were somewhat random. His gaze fell on the distant sky. He couldn't see clearly where Tongtian Peak pierced into the sky. It seems that the hidden immortal continent also doesn't have such a mountain. Io, that's right. Xiaoyu continent's Meng country's Taiqing sect doesn't have 3 mountain peaks: heaven, earth, and human? These 3 mountain peaks are also known as Tongtian Peak. Yes. Thinking of heaven, earth, and human, Xueqi immediately thought of Hanzhu, the Kunlun sect's disciple who almost killed him in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Before Xueqi went to the Buddhist sect's ruins, he saw Hanzhu outside the ink-cloud black forest. At that time, Hanzhu was participating in a Kunlun sect's grand meeting, and he just happened to win one of the competitions. And this competition was to climb the heaven, earth, and human, the 3 mountain peaks that could reach the sky. Whoever could climb the highest would win. And because Hanzhu had Buddhist sect's cultivation method, he actually climbed to the peak of the mountain. But when he reached the peak, Hanzhu discovered that he wasn't in the sky, but emerged from the underground of the ink-cloud black forest. At that time, Hanzhu proudly told Xueqi about this. Xueqi was also quite puzzled at that time. He even thought that Hanzhu was joking. As for later, Hanzhu suddenly attacked and almost killed Xueqi. Xueqi threw this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he saw Tongtian Peak's vastness and Tongtian Peak, Xueqi very naturally thought of this matter. He thought of heaven, earth, and human. Aren't heaven, earth, and human very similar to Tongtian Peak? Needless to say. Xueqi's heart suddenly became lively, he thought to himself. Although I don't know if Xiaoyu continent is like this great desolate continent, there is a huge formation enveloping it. But if Tongtian Peak is like heaven, earth, and human, then this Tongtian Peak is not the real Tongtian Peak. Instead, there is a formation that gives rise to an illusion of Tongtian Peak. The end of Tongtian Peak is the beginning of Tongtian Peak. In other words, the peak of Tongtian Peak is actually at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. That supreme dragon god who can't fly also doesn't need to climb to the top of Tongtian Peak. As long as Tongtian Peak is built, he will be at the top of Tongtian Peak. The more Xueqi thought about it, the more reasonable it was, his face unconsciously glowing. Taoist. The nearby heaven-devouring beast looked amused and laughed. Did you think of something delicious? What delicious? Xueqi glared at the heaven-devouring beast and said, I thought of a trick to break the formation. Impossible? The heaven-devouring beast cried out in disbelief. You actually thought of a trick? Speak quickly. Di Ting hit the nail on the head. How should we break the formation? It's at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Xueqi said with confidence. That's the top of Tongtian Peak. How is that possible? Are you dreaming? Di Ting sneered. That Tongtian Peak was already pushed down by me. Why didn't the top of the peak appear? Chapter 42-48. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Xueqi said with a smile, the Tongtian peak has been toppled by Senior, but the mountain at the bottom is still there. Who would have thought that the broken mountain is the foundation of breaking the array? One is in the sky, the other is underground. The human race has too many unimaginable ideas. The heaven-swallowing beast disagreed and looked at Xueqi coldly. I don't think this is a good idea. Seniors, why don't you go and take a look? Xueqi said with a smile. If Senior wants the dignity of the dragon god to be trampled under the feet of the demon race, you should go and take a look. But when the heaven-swallowing beast heard that the dragon bones of the dragon god might be under their feet, he couldn't help but shrink back. We are about to die anyway. Di Ting said faintly. No matter what, you have to make things clear, right? Is the dignity of your Lord Dragon God not worth your life? See. There was no need for Di Ting to say a second sentence. Xueqi sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He had heard a kind of determination from Di Ting's mouth and also heard a kind of threat to himself. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, Di Ting, you are right. Even if the person in this array is really the dragon god, I still have to go and see him. See him for the last time. Let's go. Di Ting took the lead and flew in the direction of the Tongtian peak. Behind him, the heaven-swallowing beast, Xueqi, and the heaven-swallowing beast followed. When they reached the Tongtian peak, Di Ting's ears trembled slightly. His figure flew slowly for nearly 1,000 miles and finally landed on the broken peak of the Tongtian peak. He said faintly to Xueqi, Little guy, the array core you mentioned doesn't seem to be here. How is that possible? Xueqi was a little confused. He almost shouted out without thinking. Di Ting smiled coldly and said, Can you not believe what I say? If you don't believe me, you can take a look yourself. I have searched the 6 realms and still have this little bit of divine ability. Of course, Xueqi didn't dare to say that he didn't believe it. However, he was still unwilling to give up and rushed into the ground of the Tongtian peak to take a look. The base of the heaven-connecting peak was a foundation that was several thousand li in size. This foundation was covered in a dark purple color, and there were also faint fluctuations coming from the foundation. However, under Xueqi's divine sense, he couldn't see any signs of other great arrays. Even when Xueqi fled to the very bottom of the mountain, he still didn't see the promised array formation. Most importantly, the water element yuan qi of heaven and earth was still lacking, and there were no signs of overflowing connate heavy water. The surface of Tongtian Peak and even the bottom of the ground were covered in a strange purplish color. Although it was already broken, it was unknown what material it was made of. Xueqi was unable to escape. Xueqi once again flew out from the ground and entered the Tongtian Peak using earth escape from the place where he was cut off by Pangu's axe. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of Tongtian Peak. The entire heaven-connecting peak was like a huge cylindrical space. There were strange restrictive spells on the outside, and the inside was simply refined materials. How strange. Xueqi looked to his left and saw that there really weren't any signs of a spell formation. Then, he opened his Dharma eyes and carefully looked again. Finally, he flew out with heavy doubts in his heart. How is it? The heaven-devouring beast greeted him and asked with concern, Did Taoist discover anything strange? No. Xueqi frowned and replied, There are no signs of a spell formation here, so there shouldn't be any array core. Taoist's idea is indeed interesting, but it might be a bit unimaginable. If Lord Dragon God were to set up a spell formation, he wouldn't be so childish. The heaven-devouring beast advised. Perhaps this old man's thinking is too simple. Xueqi was somewhat depressed. His eyes turned slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. The heaven-devouring beast laughed and said, Can the human race actually predict Lord Dragon God's thoughts? Little thing, you still have a long way to go in the future. Is the road long? Hee. Xueqi suddenly laughed. He raised his head and asked the truth listener, Senior, even if the array core isn't here, this junior still believes that the array core is definitely on the land of this great desolate continent. Have you carefully checked the surroundings? Of course. Of course this daddy has checked. The truth listener was somewhat displeased. You dare to not believe this daddy? No. Xueqi hurriedly smiled and said, It's not that this junior doesn't believe senior, but this junior feels that the array core shouldn't be far from here. If possible, I ask senior to look further. Actually, there's no need for that. The truth listener said, "This daddy has already listened to everything within 1,000,000 miles. And there isn't any abnormality at all." Xiaohua's face instantly turned ugly. He thought for a moment and said earnestly, "This junior would like to ask senior to carefully check again." "All right." The truth listener was also straightforward. Without saying anything else, it flew up and really flew around again. When it turned back it said, "Little thing, this daddy has looked again, and there really isn't. How is that possible?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. The array core must be on the Great Desolate Continent. How can it not be there? The Great Desolate Continent is so big. Even if there is an array core of 1,000 miles, where can we find it? The heaven-swallowing beast ridiculed. "This daddy thinks that this idea of yours is just wishful thinking." Alas! Xiaohua sighed, looked at the sky, looked at the earth, and muttered to himself, "Yes, from the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and human to the Ink Zhao Black Forest, from the Tongtian Peak to the Array Core. Naturally, it would be extremely far, possibly the entire Great Desolate Continent." At this point, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands and laughed. "Ha ha, this Xiao knows, this Xiao knows." "Oh, what do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast's eyes also lit up, and asked curiously. "This old man knows where the array core is." Xiaohua's eyes lit up, revealing the power of life in the rain of innate heavy water. The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned, and hurriedly said, "You really know where it is? Say it quickly. Say it quickly." Chaotian Tower. Xiaohua pointed in the direction of Chaotian Tower and said confidently, "Chaotian Tower? Chaotian Tower?" Di Ting and the heaven-swallowing beast cried out involuntarily, looked at each other and said, "How is that possible? We have also been to Chaotian Tower's Buddhist pagoda. How come we have never sensed the aura of the dragon god inside? How come we have not found any traces of the dragon array?" Xiaohua smiled and looked at the heaven-swallowing beast, and asked, "Heaven-swallowing beast, you have been to Chaotian Tower, right?" The heaven-swallowing beast's face was somewhat unnatural, and it replied awkwardly, "I have been there, but I did not dare to enter that Buddhist pagoda. You cannot go in. If you go in, you will become the pagoda guardian spirit beast inside." Xiaohua was in a good mood, and said with a smile, "However, even if you did not enter the Buddhist pagoda, you must have seen the symmetrical and inverted Buddhist pagoda inside, right?" "I have seen it." The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and replied, "At that time, I felt it was very strange. I did not know what use these 2 Buddhist pagoda have, or what kind of weapon they are." "You only know about weapons," Xiaohua said with a smile. "That inverted Buddhist pagoda is probably the center of the entire array, the restriction that connects the peak and the bottom of Tongtian Peak. Or it could be said that it is the link between the sky and the earth of the Great Desolate Continent." "Not bad, not bad." The truth listener nodded with some joy. "Hearing you say that, this lousy thought about those 2 Buddhist pagoda opposing each other, and the feeling of going from one Buddhist pagoda world to another Buddhist pagoda world, it really is like that. The head of the human race. What is it made of?" The heaven-swallowing beast's voice was close to a whisper. "This lousy has entered Chaotian Tower countless times, but I have never thought of it like that, actually." Xiaohua replied mysteriously, "The reason is very simple. Hurry up and say it." The heaven-swallowing beast could not wait any longer, and asked, "How do you know?" Xiaohua said neither quickly nor slowly. Actually, previously, when the truth listener and the heaven-swallowing beast worked together to tear apart the heavenly dome array, there was a flash of golden brilliance. At that time, this Xiao thought that it was the sunlight of the sun. But now that I think about it, the sun was about to set back then. The color should have been orange-red, not golden. Furthermore, this Xiao is very familiar with that golden color. Isn't it the yellow sand of Chaotian Tower? And at that moment, the sand of Chaotian Tower should have been submerged by the connate heavy water. The place where such sand can be found should be another inverted world in Chaotian Tower. Therefore, the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, which pierces the sky, is at the bottom of the inverted Buddhist pagoda in Chaotian Tower. Hiss! Not only did the heaven-swallowing beast gasp, but even the real heaven-swallowing beast and truth listener were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was self-evident. They had seen everything that Xiaohua had said, but they had never thought in this direction. Although it was because Xiaohua had previously experienced the 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and man, if they could not string all these details together, how could they arrive at such a strange conclusion? Humans, humans. The heaven-swallowing beast only had this sentence left. Although they had not gone to Chaotian Tower to investigate, the heaven-swallowing beast almost believed Xiao Hua's words. Actually, a bitter expression appeared on the heaven-swallowing beast's face. Taoist, you said so much, but it was all conjecture after the fact. The primordial beasts who received the news of Heaven Ascension Peak had all gone to Chaotian Tower. It's not particularly difficult to link the two together. Hee, of course, Xiao Hua said with a smile. The heavenly demon thought that what he did was strange. The primordial beasts had already gone to Chaotian Tower. In the future, when they search for the array core, they will definitely exclude Chaotian Tower. However, his attempt to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. To the point of revealing 300 taels of silver is really not worth mentioning in this Zhao's eyes. In fact, Xiao Hua had another reason that he did not mention. This was because he believed that this array was set up by the dragon god. Since the dragon god could not move casually, then if he wanted to leave a message, it would definitely be near the array core. Since all the primordial beasts had obtained the news of Heaven Ascension Peak from Chaotian Tower, then Chaotian Tower must be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Peak. Chapter 42-49. Let's go. Di Ting was a little anxious. It whispered and left with a heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast seemed to be a little hesitant. It hesitated for half a cup of tea's time before it took Xiao Hua and flew towards the imperial palace. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and waited for the light to disappear. However, the heaven-devouring beast's voice sounded in his mind again. Little thing, let me ask you. Do you really think that this formation was set up by the demon lord using the remains of the dragon god? Are you really not lying to me? Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He knew that the heaven-devouring beast was already suspicious. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and answered truthfully. Actually, this junior thinks that the possibility of the demon lord using the dragon bones of the dragon god is only 30%. Oh? Then what about 70%? The heaven-devouring beast's tone didn't fluctuate at all. It seemed that it had already expected Xiao Hua's words. Xiao Hua knew that he was right. However, he still said carefully, the other 70% is. This formation was set up by the dragon god himself. Xiao Hua then told the heaven-devouring beast his guess. Finally he said, actually, this junior also knows that this formation can't be broken. This junior just wants to find a place to escape. Moreover, this junior also wants to see the dragon god and ask him why he wants to destroy the world. Moreover, why he wants to use senior as bait. After all, this junior doesn't believe that the dragon god is that kind of cold-hearted dragon god. Why does the dragon god want to destroy the world? He doesn't need any reason. The dragon god must have his own reasons. You're asking for nothing. The heaven-devouring beast sighed. This senior actually already knew that this formation must be set up by the dragon god. This senior just wants to see the dragon god and personally ask him why he didn't come to find me even though he knew that I was in the chaotic continent all these years. Why did you abandon me as bait without saying a word? Of course, if the dragon god wants me to be bait, he only needs to say it. How can I not listen to him? Sigh, that's right. This junior also feels that it's unfair for senior. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the dragon god while saving his own life. Xiao Hua also agreed. Moreover, if you can really see the dragon god, and if his highness still remembers our old friendship, I believe that senior won't throw your life away? Humph, you think that you're the smart one. The heaven-devouring beast snorted. This is also that bastard's idea. All right. Xiao Hua was also helpless. After all, although these two strange beasts weren't humans, they had lived for so long. What kind of deception hadn't they seen? He didn't have the dragon god's heart. Furthermore, from the looks of it, if Truth Listener were alive, Xiao Hua would have a chance of survival. If he were dead, he would definitely drag Xiao Hua down with him before he died. He wouldn't tolerate Buddha Subhuti occupying Nanwu Methreya Buddha's Buddha fruit. Moments later, the light in front of Xiao Hua slowly vanished. What appeared in front of him was a boundless flood. The heavenly imperial court was a plain to begin with. Now, the flood had submerged everything underwater. If not for Truth Listener's extreme familiarity with the area, it would have been difficult to find it. Is it here? Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out. He looked again and again, but he still couldn't confirm it. Heaven-devouring beast, do it. The Buddha ignored Xiao Hua and said to the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast nodded. It flew into the sky and opened its mouth slightly. A huge whirlpool immediately appeared above the innate heavy water. The whirlpool continued to expand. In just a few moments, it was 1,000 miles wide. At the bottom of the whirlpool, golden sand was exposed. What was strange was that the sand was not corroded by the innate heavy water, nor was it washed away. It was exactly the same as before. The heaven-devouring beast didn't hesitate at all. It opened its mouth again as if it had entered it countless times before. Woof! With a soft howl, spatial ripples like fishing nets appeared among the golden sand. These ripples didn't affect a single grain of sand. Then, a void passage appeared in front of Xiao Hua. The heaven-devouring beast looked at the passage cautiously. It turned to look at the Buddha. The Buddha looked puzzled. It didn't seem to find anything inside. I'll go in first. Xiao Hua knew that the two beasts were still puzzled. He said and entered the passage first. The passage wasn't short. It was different from the one Xiao Hua had entered previously. After entering the wave-like passage, there was a light at the end of the passage. When Xiao Hua flew out of the light, he saw the great derivation exquisite pagoda that pierced straight into the sky. Looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of great derivation and the huge pagoda above his head which was connected to this huge pagoda by its spire in another inverted space, Xiao Hua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the tragedy of the end of the world. Translator's thoughts Lu_Kaishian editor. Valvrave looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of great derivation, Xiao Hua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the catastrophe of the world. Seeing that the strange mirror had disappeared, Xiao Hua was about to take a closer look at the inverted space, which he suspected was the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, when there was a sound behind him. The heaven-devouring beast and the Buddha had arrived. Behind the heaven-devouring beast, the void passage slowly closed. Did you see anything? A complicated expression appeared on Truth Listener's face. His gaze landed on the pagoda as he asked Xiao Hua. This junior didn't see anything unusual. Xiao Hua replied thought-provokingly. However, this pagoda seems to have been here for many years. I wonder if senior has seen anything? Of course I've come here more often than the heaven-devouring beast. The Buddha pagoda's face revealed endless loneliness, even more so than the heaven-devouring beast's. Moreover, in order to find some clues, I simply moved to the nearby area. But after so many years, I haven't found anything. Senior, what do you want to find? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. The Buddha pagoda had unconsciously been fooled and blurted out. Nonsense, of course it's the trace of my Buddha Lord. However, as soon as the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, it immediately understood. It immediately shut up and glared fiercely at Xiao Hua. In fact, there was no need for the Buddha pagoda to say anything. Looking at the hostility between the Buddha pagoda and the heaven-devouring beast, and seeing that neither of them had news of their master, Xiao Hua had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. Xiao Hua even knew more than the Buddha pagoda. After all, Zhang Luer had already escaped from the cycle of reincarnation. This meant that the Buddha Lord had already fallen, and the Buddha pagoda was still looking for traces of his Buddha Lord. However, what Xiao Hua didn't understand was why Nanwu Methreya Buddha and the Dragon God came here. Why did the two powerful beings start a war, causing Nanwu Methreya Buddha to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and the Dragon God to lose his divine ability and couldn't even move? What purpose did they have to use killing to achieve? Senior, do you think this pagoda was built by the Buddha Lord? Xiao Hua asked. Of course. The Buddha pagoda replied without hesitation. In this primitive continent, other than my Buddha Lord, who else can build such a merciful pagoda? After the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, the heaven-devouring beast's expression changed greatly, as if it had thought of something. The Buddha pagoda was shocked and hurriedly flew a distance away, once again on alert. Just as Xiao Hua had guessed, the Dragon God was in this great formation. If the Dragon God could move, with the divine ability of the Dragon God, it wouldn't have to waste much effort to destroy the world. The reason why the Dragon God couldn't move was because it was suppressed by the pagoda. The Buddha pagoda. The heaven-devouring beast said faintly, "You don't have to be nervous. You and I are about to die. It's meaningless to worry about the other party attacking now." "Yes, that's right." The Buddha Pagoda nodded slightly and replied, "No matter who you and I meet, it's our fortune. Perhaps we can all be saved. Let's go over and take a look." The heaven-devouring beast looked up at the top of the exquisite pagoda and said. At this moment, the exquisite pagoda was so similar to the heaven-connecting peak from before. Both of them pierced through heaven and earth, revealing a boundless aura. Xueqi wouldn't believe that this pagoda had nothing to do with the heaven-connecting peak even if he was beaten to death. "Wait a moment," the Buddha Pagoda said. Di Ting knew what the heaven-devouring beast was talking about. As he said that, his figure moved closer to the exquisite pagoda with familiarity. As if he had done it countless times before, the Buddha light around his body flickered. Sure enough, the Buddha light turned into lotuses and fell around the pagoda along with the multicolored light, turning into a lotus seed pod path that led to the top of the pagoda. The Buddha Pagoda didn't need the heaven-devouring beast to say anything. He landed on the path first and ran happily on all fours to the top of the pagoda. It looked like he was looking for his master's spirit pet. When the heaven-devouring beast saw this, a rare smile appeared on its face and also landed on the path. Woof woof. It barked and followed behind the Buddha Pagoda. "Enlightened master, please." The heaven-devouring beast hesitated for a moment and asked Xueqi to go first. "You go first." Xueqi waved his hand. "This old man will go last to prevent any accidents from happening." "Many thanks, enlightened master." The heaven-devouring beast smiled gratefully and stepped on the path, heading towards the top of the pagoda. Xueqi wasn't in a hurry to step on the path. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that there were no restrictions around the pagoda and quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, to Xueqi's surprise, although the heaven and earth yuan qi around the pagoda was very rich, the water-type heaven and earth yuan qi was still lacking. It was exactly the same as before. There was no water-type heaven and earth yuan qi wreaking havoc as he had imagined. Xueqi's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He thought to himself, "Damn it, did I make a mistake again?" When Xueqi braced himself and reached the top of the pagoda, the heaven-devouring beast and the heaven-devouring beast were already waiting there. They didn't rashly enter the inverted space. Seeing Xueqi come up, the Buddha Pagoda smiled faintly and asked, "If your guess is correct, this is the top of the heaven-connecting peak." "And it should be," Xueqi said hesitantly. "I'll know when I go take a look." At this point, even Xueqi, who had long felt that he had a card up his sleeve, was nervous. Chapter 4250. What is this place? Is it the same space as ours? Sky Devouring asked curiously. "Why don't I go in and take a look first?" "Of course." Di Ting smiled and replied casually. "You can go first." "Okay." Sky Devouring said and plunged into the inverted space. Xueqi, Di Ting, and Sky Devouring Beast all stood there motionlessly, quietly waiting for something. Sure enough, in just a moment Sky Devouring Beast flew out of the space barrier again in a sorry state, shouting, "Damn it, it's really weird." Haha. Di Ting couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Sky Devouring Beast lovingly and said, "Haste makes waste. You can slowly comprehend it." Hot tofu? Sky Devouring Beast's figure that was flying towards the space barrier suddenly stopped. It turned around with saliva in its mouth and said with a smile, "Great-grandfather, what kind of delicacy is this hot tofu? Damn it, you glutton." Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and urged, "That's the food of the human race. If you want to eat it, this old man will bring you to eat it when there's a chance in the future. Hurry up and go in first." "Yes, yes." Sky Devouring Beast swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and slowly rushed into the space barrier again. This time, Xueqi and the others could clearly see that Sky Devouring Beast slightly adjusted its position above everyone's head and stood there steadily. Sky Devouring Beast stood firmly and said a few words to Xueqi and the others through voice transmission. Unfortunately, Xueqi and the others couldn't hear anything at all. Xueqi cautiously asked Di Ting, "Senior, we should go in too, right?" Di Ting didn't speak but looked at Sky Devouring Beast. Sky Devouring Beast's face revealed a worried expression. After a moment, seeing Sky Devouring Beast flying towards the bottom of the pagoda, Sky-devouring beast took a deep breath and said, "I'll go in first." After saying that, Sky-devouring beast urged its body to crash into the space barrier. "Senior, please." Xiaohua suppressed his curiosity and respectfully asked Di Ting to go first. "You go in first." Di Ting seemed to have something on his mind. He looked at the pagoda below him absent-mindedly and instructed Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly said, "Senior, the interior of the pagoda is the same as when we entered before, right? Is there anything unusual?" This time, the Harken learned its lesson and didn't answer immediately. Instead, it glanced at Xiaohua and slowly replied, "It's no different from before. This is not the time for selection, so there won't be any pagoda guardian spirit beasts." "That's good," Xiaohua said meaningfully. His figure also rushed into the inverted space. After Xiaohua stabilized himself, he immediately scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, not only was there no abnormality within the pagoda, there was also no abnormality within a radius of 10,000 miles. The golden sand on the ground and the distant mountains and valleys were no different from the last time Xiaohua had come to investigate. In fact, the heaven-earth yuan qi in this space was the same as in the other space. It was also water-based, and the heaven-earth yuan qi was still lacking. It wasn't as abundant as Xiaohua had imagined. "Motherfucker!" Xiaohua almost cursed, because at this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast was coldly looking at him. Although it didn't say anything, the ridicule in its eyes was obvious. Devouring heaven. Seeing that the Harken had yet to arrive, Xiaohua instructed the devouring heaven Dao, "Go take a look inside the pagoda." "Okay." The devouring heaven Dao didn't say anything and entered from the 9th floor of the pagoda. At this time, the Harken had just passed through the space barrier. Similar to the heaven-swallowing beast, the Harken immediately frowned as soon as it entered the inverted space. Its 2 ears twitched slightly, but only for a moment. It looked coldly at Xiaohua and asked, "Little thing, do you have anything to say?" Xiaohua shrugged and looked into the distance. He shook his head and said, "This junior has nothing to say. Since there's nothing abnormal here, we might as well stay here. After all, there's no connate heavy water here. If it's possible, in a few days, this junior will send those ancient beasts that I've collected into my magical artifact here. It can be considered as giving them a new home." "No," the Harken said almost resolutely. "How can those disgusting ancient beasts stay here? If you dare to let them out, this daddy will immediately kill them all." The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up, and he asked with interest, "Why not?" "There's no why. If this daddy says no, then no," the Harken replied unreasonably. Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior, could it be that you've discovered something?" "Nothing, it's the same as before." The Harken shook its head impatiently. "If there's nothing else, shall we leave now?" Xiaohua looked at the heaven-swallowing beast and narrowed his eyes. He spoke again, "Senior, could it be that you think this isn't actually a great formation set up by the dragon god, but a Buddhist formation set up by the Namo Maitreya Buddha? Or perhaps you've already noticed something else out of the ordinary? So much so that you don't even plan to explore other places and want to chase us away." Scram! The Harken roared and shouted, "Damn little thing, what do you know? Put away the filth in your heart. My Buddha Lord is the real Namo Maitreya Buddha. How can he destroy the world? My dragon god is also the god of the dragon race. It's even more impossible for him to destroy the world." The heaven-swallowing beast also roared and shouted, "Right now, the imperial court is filled with pagodas and the aura of Namo Maitreya Buddha. It's completely different from when this daddy was here. Do you dare say that the destruction outside is not the work of your Buddha Lord?" "Oh." Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He asked the heaven-swallowing beast with some surprise, "Senior, you mean that the imperial court wasn't like this before?" "That's right." The heaven-swallowing beast replied, "In the past, there were pagodas in the imperial court, but they were pagodas. There was no Buddha Lord's aura at all. Now, isn't this Buddha Lord's aura too dense? If this destruction has nothing to do with Namo Maitreya Buddha, how can this be explained?" Hiss. Xiaohua frowned. His heart jumped. He understood better than the 2 beasts that Namo Maitreya Buddha had already reincarnated. It was impossible for him to still be here. Then why was there still a dense aura of mercy? Then only the Buddha Lord's remains were left. But why didn't he reveal his aura before, but now he revealed it again? Xiaohua couldn't help but think about it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua understood a little. Pangu Axe. Only when Pangu Axe wasn't in the inverted space of the imperial court could it not suppress the aura of the Buddha Lord's remains and let this aura escape. Who took out this Pangu Axe? Then it could only be the dragon god that he had never met before. Xiaohua thought of this and couldn't help but look at Di Ting worriedly. Di Ting had always been hostile to him, believing that his Buddha Bodhi Dharma body had snatched Namo Maitreya Buddha's Buddha light. However, Di Ting had always believed that his Buddha Lord was still alive. The Buddha Bodhi Dharma body could only snatch a limited amount of Buddha light, and it was even more impossible for him to snatch away Namo Maitreya Buddha's Buddha fruit. Furthermore, he didn't have the Buddha Lord's Buddha edict, so it wasn't convenient for him to kill Xiaohua. However, if Di Ting knew that Namo Maitreya Buddha had reincarnated into Zhongluer, and it was impossible for Zhongluer to take back the Buddha light obtained by Buddha Bodhi, how could Di Ting not make a move on him? Taoist. While speaking, the heaven-swallowing beast walked out from the bottom of the pagoda. It raised its head and transmitted. There's nothing in the pagoda. I didn't find anything unusual. It's really strange. Xiaohua felt an incomparable headache. He really wanted to throw away his responsibility. What did the billions of living beings in the great wilderness continent have to do with him? However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Looking at the huge pagoda, Xiaohua understood that the answer to the riddle was in this pagoda. He had worked so hard to reach this step, there was no reason for him to give up. Alas! Xiaohua's eyes turned and he sighed. Even if it wasn't the dragon god who was desecrated by the demon lord, then it's very likely that the Buddha Lord was desecrated by the demon lord. If this extermination of the world succeeds, the Buddha Lord, no matter how many transformations his golden body has, I'm afraid it will all collapse. The Buddhist light of billions of years will all turn into demonic light. Senior, you've followed the Buddha Lord for so many years. Don't you want to help the Buddha Lord escape from the sea of suffering? Don't you want to see the Buddha Lord? Little ant. The truth listener smiled coldly and looked at Xiaohua with even more contempt. The Buddhist light around its body flourished, and that Buddhist light triggered the Buddhist light of the pagoda. In an instant, the truth listener became even more arrogant. This daddy has followed the Buddha Lord for who knows how many years. I also don't know how many different forms of the world I've seen. How can this daddy not know what you humans are thinking? Do you think this daddy will be stupid enough to believe you? Scram. You want to scram out of the imperial palace right now? Don't even think about touching this pagoda with a single finger. Hee hee. Xiaohua shrugged and smiled faintly. This Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao doesn't have any injuries on his body. I don't need to see any highness, and I don't need to seek redress for injustice. Moreover, this Xiao previously thought that it was the demon lord who tarnished the dragon god's bones, but now it seems. Buzz. The truth listener's body immediately emitted an inexplicable aura. That aura was like a giant hand, enveloping nearly 10,000 miles around the pagoda. Xiaohua felt his vision darken. Whatever Buddhist light, whatever light shadow, everything turned into a monstrous fury that pounced on him. Although this fury could strangle Xiaohua, he didn't panic at all. He stood there as if he had a card up his sleeve. He didn't believe that the heaven-devouring beast, who knew that the dragon god might be suppressed by the Maitreya Buddha, would ignore it. Sure enough, without waiting for the truth listener's aura to fall, the heaven-devouring beast slightly raised its head. The heaven-devouring beast's aura immediately swallowed Xiaohua's aura, leaving not even a trace behind. Heaven-devouring beast. The truth listener's expression changed. It said coldly again, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." The heaven-devouring beast said coldly, "Since we've reached this step, whether it's the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, or the Buddha Lord inside this pagoda, I think we should meet them." Chapter 42-52. Then, the heaven-swallowing beast turned to Xiaohua and said, "Little guy, don't be afraid. I'm here. Whatever you want to do next, just do it according to your own thoughts." "Senior, please wait a moment." Xiaohua successfully caused the confrontation between the two beasts. After bowing to the heaven-swallowing beast, He flashed into the pagoda and carefully released his Buddhist sense to explore. Unfortunately, it was as the heaven-swallowing beast said. There was nothing in the pagoda. Xueqi flew out of the pagoda and entered another space. He also started from the beginning of the pagoda until he reached the bottom of the pagoda. Di Ting looked at Xueqi coldly and did not speak. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Di Ting coldly, guarding against Di Ting's sudden attack. The heaven-swallowing beast was like a bullied little wife. It kept a distance from the two beasts and carefully accompanied them. Xueqi walked out of the pagoda and used his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Then, he patted his forehead and opened his delirium eyes. A moment later, Xueqi flew back to the inverted space and also released his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Di Ting sensed Xueqi's Buddhist sense and the Buddhist light on its body moved slightly. The heaven-swallowing beast sneered. Di Ting glanced at the heaven-swallowing beast and concealed the killing intent in its heart. It sneered and said, "I want to see what you can find." Xueqi did not speak. He stood on the ground and opened his delirium eyes again. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned. Because the pagoda in the previous space did not have a specific outline, he could only see the occasional Buddhist light. However, the pagoda in the inverted space was indeed a real pagoda. Exquisite Tower of Great Derivation? Damn it, how can there be two of them? Xueqi was shocked and hastily flew up again to look up. After a few more glances, Xueqi's shock gradually disappeared. This was because the appearance of this pagoda was exactly the same as the exquisite Tower of Great Derivation. However, there were some differences in the delirium breaker eye. In the eyes of Xueqi and the others, they were unable to distinguish these differences in a hurry. This pagoda also had 9 levels. At the top of the pagoda, there was the sun and moon, overflowing with the light of the sky. At the base of the pagoda, there were mountains and rivers, revealing the great virtue of the earth. And at the eaves of the 9 levels of the pagoda, there were clouds and jade, showing infinite brilliance. No. Xueqi finished looking at the pagoda and frowned. This doesn't seem to be a pagoda. It's not my Dao Sex Dharma artifact either. Instead, it was the imperial artifact of a Confucian cultivator. How could there be a imperial equipment here? Could it be that other than the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, and the Buddha Lord there was someone else here? Or perhaps, this Zhao's guess is correct? Little thing. The Harkin sneered. What did you see with your third eye? Xueqi closed his delirium eyes and pointed at the pagoda. There is another pagoda inside this pagoda. Everything we saw was an illusion. How is this possible? The Harkin was shocked. It twitched its ears in disbelief, but the expression on its face did not change much. The heaven-devouring beast naturally released its primordial perception as well, and even opened its mouth to release waves towards the Buddhist pagoda. However, the two beasts, without exception, showed a puzzled expression. Obviously, they didn't find anything unusual. Seniors. Xueqi opened his mouth. There's no need to look anymore. The pagoda in that layer is fused with the pagoda in the outer layer. Only, if we break the pagoda in the outer layer, we might be able to see the pagoda in the inner layer. Who dares? The Harkin originally wanted to drive Xueqi and the heaven-devouring beast out of the skyward tower. How could it allow them to break the pagoda now? The Harkin roared, and the Buddhist light around its body soared into the sky. Its voice shook Xueqi's mind until it was buzzing with pain, like the legendary Buddhist lion roar. Of course I dare. The heaven-devouring beast was even more unaffected by the Harkin's words. Its body trembled, and the pitch-black demonic cloud appeared again, and its body expanded several times. The Harkin was not surprised by the heaven-devouring beast's attitude. He only looked at Xueqi coldly. Xueqi's body turned cold. The Harkin's fierce gaze was like a flying sword that wanted to pierce through him. Xueqi sneered. At this point, did he still have the chance to retreat? Even if the nameless pagoda was the dragon god or the Buddha Lord, for his own survival, for the billions of lives in the Chaos Continent, Xueqi would definitely give up his life. I dare too. Xueqi straightened his body and took a step forward. His voice was not loud, but the unquestionable tone was more real than gold and stone. Damn it! The Harkin cursed angrily. Its entire body suddenly expanded, and its aura completely changed. It was no different from when it was in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Buddhist lotuses appeared in the surrounding space, and each of them contained terrifying negative karma. In the center of these Buddhist lotuses, wisps of blood-red light resembled stamens, tainted with incomparable desolation amidst the benevolence. The heaven-devouring beast roared at the sky and swung its huge head in midair. Bas! Tens of thousands of black gas immediately flew out from the demonic cloud phantom that soared into the sky. When the black gas landed in the air, it immediately transformed into small heaven-devouring beasts. Each heaven-devouring beast emitted a strange fluctuation from its mouth as it pounced towards the Buddhist lotuses within the Buddhist light. The moment these fluctuations landed in the air, they immediately produced spiral-like spatial ripples that enveloped the Buddhist lotuses. The Buddhist lotuses spun as though they were about to be annihilated by the spatial ripples. However, wherever the Buddhist light around the Harkan flickered, endless heavenly flowers fell from the void. Not only did the heavenly flowers disperse the void ripples created by the heaven-devouring beast, but they also made the Buddhist lotus's rotation as stable as a boulder. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched to begin with. Furthermore, the two beasts' injuries were the same. It was very difficult to determine the victor between them under normal circumstances. As for Xueqi, Truth Listener did not take him seriously at all. Unfortunately, Truth Listener was wrong. At that moment, there was a wild roar. Not far from the two beasts' battle, countless hurricanes were produced. Countless indescribable fluctuations were produced in the void. The Chaos Continent's alien realm also began to distort in the hurricanes. An aura that was enough to affect the battle and make Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast feel threatened gradually revealed itself. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were shocked. They hurriedly looked over and saw that the bone-honing Xueqi had already rushed out of the space above Xueqi's head. The triangular bloodbone was falling on the heaven-devouring beast's head. This. Truth Listener turned pale with fright and cried out, "You! Where did you get the heaven-devouring beast's bone? Quick, quick!" The heaven-devouring beast was overjoyed. "Hurry up and give me a hand. Let's kill this damn Truth Listener first." Kill. The bloodbone landed on the celestial skeleton's head, and an ugly celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms quickly took shape. A thunderous voice came out of the celestial skeleton's mouth, and it was very straightforward. Whoa! As soon as the heaven-devouring beast was born, different rays of light shot out from its 3 mouths and rushed towards Truth Listener like a waterfall. The primordial aura was even more obvious than that of Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast. Although the power of this ray of light was insufficient, wherever it went, fine lines would appear in the space. A slight sound of thunder was produced from these fine lines. Swish! Wherever the ray of light landed, the countless heavenly flowers that Truth Listener summoned were destroyed. The Buddha lotus that was as stable as a rock moved and fell towards the heaven-devouring beast's mouth. Moreover, the edges of the Buddha lotus were also destroyed by the ray of light. Phew! Seeing that the ray of light was weak, Truth Listener let out a long sigh and sneered, "So it's just a piece of paper. With such strength, you still dare to show off?" Hee hee. The heaven-devouring beast suddenly let out a strange laugh. When this laughter fell into Truth Listener's ears, it actually made him feel uneasy. Rumble! 2 of the heaven-devouring beast's arms waved slightly in midair, and the somewhat dim ray of light suddenly brightened. Countless thunderbolts and thunder threads bloomed from the ray of light like flowers, instantly destroying more than 40% of the Buddha lotus. Damn it! Truth Listener was alarmed. He was already seriously injured and did not dare to rely on his body to fight head-on with the heaven-devouring beast. Therefore, the 2 beasts tacitly used spells to fight. However, spells were not his forte. In particular, although the heaven-devouring beast controlled by bone-honing Xueqi looked inferior to Truth Listener, if he used his body's ability, the heaven-devouring beast was still much more powerful than Truth Listener. Therefore, the heaven-devouring beast's innate lightning power could match up to 40% of the power of Truth Listener's spells after being injured. Under the situation where Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched, not to mention 40% of the power, even 10% of the power was enough to push the victory to Xueqi and the heaven-devouring beast. How could this situation not shock Truth Listener? With 40% of the Buddha lotus destroyed, the remaining could no longer resist the devouring of the small heaven-devouring beasts. Just as Truth Listener was shocked, they were all sucked into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. After obtaining the Buddha's light, the heaven-devouring beast's body swelled up again, turning into endless demonic aura once again and pouncing on Truth Listener, sealing the space within millions of miles around Truth Listener. Even the connection between the pagoda and Truth Listener was cut off. After Truth Listener lost its connection with the pagoda, the Buddha's light immediately shrank rapidly, revealing Truth Listener's scarred body. "Little thing. I'll definitely kill you," Truth Listener yelled, his body suffused with a bloody light. Within the bloody light, fist-sized golden swan runes tumbled out like bubbles. As the golden swan runes tumbled, the sound of a wooden fish, the chanting of sutras, and the chanting of thousands of Buddhas came out from the golden swan runes. Layers of bloody Buddha's light surged out from the golden swan runes, not only piercing through the sealed demonic aura, but also turning into a bloody phantom that pounced on the heaven-devouring beast. The phantom had already been born, and the golden swan runes had completely turned into a golden liquid. Every drop of the liquid was like a minor chiliocosm, surging with the powerful power of karma. Haha. The heaven-devouring beast laughed. "Truth Listener, you've even used the bloody Buddha's shadow. I'm afraid you're already at the point of exhaustion, aren't you?" As it spoke, the heaven-devouring beast's figure pounced forward. The demonic clouds around its body merged with the demonic clouds that had previously sealed Truth Listener. A loud explosive sound was produced from the demonic clouds and the Buddha's shadow, and the entire space shook violently from this sound. Chapter 42-53. Whoa! Just as space trembled, Truth Listener suddenly moved. Its figure stirred up a gust of wind in space as it pounced at the celestial with its single horn. Hon Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood Di Ting's plan to create a diversion. He smiled coldly, and his 3 heads spat out thunderbolts while his 6 arms reached into the void. The space around Di Ting rippled, and 6 skeletal arms were revealed. Before the skeletal arms appeared, Truth Listener suddenly opened its mouth. A fluctuation visible to the naked eye stirred up spatial folds. It was as though a fishing net had been lifted in front of Truth Listener, instantly binding the celestial's 6 arms. Furthermore, the fluctuation's momentum didn't diminish. While extinguishing the lightning, it also sealed the celestial's white bones. Bone-honing Xiaohua was shocked. Darkness appeared in front of his eyes and ears as a dizziness arose in his mind. He couldn't stand steadily. Just as the celestial's white bones staggered and tried to break free from Truth Listener's soundwave, Truth Listener raised its head fiercely and looked at Xiaohua. Its gaze suddenly landed on Xiaohua like lightning. At that moment, Xiaohua's essence had been absorbed by the celestial's white bones. He was extremely weak as he stood in midair dispiritedly, barely maintaining his balance. Truth Listener looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart immediately shrank. He had already seen through Truth Listener's sinister intentions. Truth Listener clearly wanted to fight to the death and kill him before Truth Listener was killed by the heaven-devouring beast. Xiaohua's face was pale as he urged his body to escape. However, he wasn't Truth Listener's match to begin with. Now that his essence was damaged, he was no match for Truth Listener. Just as his body flew, Truth Listener's body had already escaped from the space sealed by the demonic aura like a blood-colored qilin. Although the demonic aura tore off his flesh and blood in midair, Truth Listener had already pounced in front of Xiaohua's head in a few breaths. The murderous aura had already controlled Xiaohua's surroundings. Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe, let alone use his dermic powers. What are you trying to do?" Xiaohua desperately tried to dodge. His pale face was filled with panic. The Harkin was no more than 300 meters away from Xiaohua. Behind him, the heaven-devouring beast was blocked by the blood-colored Buddha image, and the Deva skeleton was trapped by the sound waves. Although the 2 of them were about to break through the encirclement, and although the Harkin would be killed by the 2 of them in mere moments, at this moment, Xiaohua was the absolute ruler of this area. His goal was very simple. He wanted to deal a fatal blow to this human who had given him a sense of threat since he appeared on the Eldritch continent. Furthermore, he had absolute confidence that he could kill this human. Truth Listener lashed out with its hoof, shattering space and time. Light and shadow distorted as the despicable human's horrified face magnified infinitely in front of Truth Listener's eyes. However, at this moment, a roar that made Truth Listener feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart resounded. A wave of devil chi that made Truth Listener tremble in fear was born. Xiao Hua's fearful expression suddenly turned into ridicule, and his trembling body suddenly became as steady as a mountain. Amidst this steadiness, Xiao Hua's left hand, which had been hidden in his Taoist robe, suddenly swung out. Truth listener saw a flash of black light, and thousands of layers of devil qi sealed the surrounding space. Before he could even think of trembling, his huge body had already been split into two by the devil's saber. Not only that, as the devil's saber shrank back into Xiao Hua's Taoist robe, the thousands of layers of devil qi turned into thousands of devils, madly pouncing on Truth listener's corpse and desperately devouring the Buddha's light. When the heaven-devouring beast destroyed the blood-colored Buddha image and looked at Xiao Hua in shock, all the Buddha's light had already disappeared. Those devils were devouring the flesh and blood under the Buddha's light. Humph! Xiao Hua coldly snorted and raised his left hand again. At this time, his left hand was slightly trembling, but devil qi gushed out from the surface of his body and quickly formed a layer of devil armor on his left arm. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's left hand grabbed, and the devil shadow pounced on Truth listener's corpse. The thousands of devils that were preparing to devour the flesh and blood were frightened and scattered in all directions. The devil shadow fell into Truth listener's corpse and passed through it. When the devil shadow flew out with a bloody light, Truth listener's corpse turned into flying ash and scattered in the air. Come here. Xiao Hua's mouth was filled with killing intent. The blood-colored devil shadow obediently fell into Xiao Hua's left hand. The entire devil shadow spun rapidly in Xiao Hua's left hand, and finally condensed into a red-black rhombus. Come out! Xiao Hua ordered again, and the devil shadow obediently flew out of the red-black rhombus. The rhombus instantly turned into a sparkling and translucent blood-colored rhombus, emitting a misty luster. The luster rushed out of the rhombus and turned into Truth listener's appearance. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blood-colored rhombus. His mind swept it into the space, and then his left hand moved. Whether it was the devil shadow, devil head, or devil qi, they all shrank back into his body. You are the devil. The heaven-swallowing beast's tone was filled with surprise, but its expression did not change much. Xiao Hua respectfully said, "This junior has a devil clone. I presume senior already knew." If this junior did not know the devil clan's cultivation method, how could I know that the dragon bones of Supreme Dragon God were defiled by Supreme Dragon God? At this time, bone-tempering Xiao Hua also urged the Celestial to fly back. In order to not cause the heaven-swallowing beast to misunderstand, Xiao Hua kept bone-tempering Xiao Hua and the Celestial. The heaven-swallowing beast looked thoughtfully at Xiao Hua keeping the Celestial, and said indifferently, "At this time, you don't have to hide anything from me. You want to kill the Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda, right? Moreover, there is no dragon god here." "Senior is wrong," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This junior can clearly tell senior that there is no Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda. If there is, it is only the remains of Maitreya Buddha. In other words, there must be a dragon god in this pagoda, and it is Supreme Dragon God who is using the remains of Maitreya Buddha to confuse Di Ting." "How is that possible? How do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be in disbelief. "I and Di Ting have spent who knows how much effort and time to find out the truth. How do you know so well?" "It's very simple," Xiao Hua explained. "Namo Maitreya Buddha has already reincarnated, and his reincarnation is this junior's nephew." "Ah?" The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned on the spot, and said hesitantly, How can it be so coincidental?" "Yes, it is so coincidental. I don't know if senior knows that there is an ancient saying in our human race, called there is no story without coincidences. Many things seem to have been arranged, and it is unimaginable." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "When Junior saw the Buddha statue of Namo Maitreya Buddha, I already knew about this coincidence. So, when Junior didn't know about the relationship between Di Ting and Namo Maitreya Buddha, Junior didn't think much of it. But when Junior knew about this relationship, Junior already understood that Di Ting will definitely not let Junior off, and he will definitely force Junior into a dead end." Human race, a human race. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiao Hua, truly speechless. "The human race has always claimed to be the leader of all living things, and I have always scoffed at it. But looking at it today, this sentence is not without reason." "Actually," Xiao Hua said again, "if Di Ting didn't have killing intent towards Junior, Junior would definitely not make a move. I believe Senior can also see this." "Hee hee." The heaven-swallowing beast sneered. How can he not have killing intent? He is the same as me, and won't live for long. How can he let go of a human who snatched the Buddha light from his Buddha Lord? He has carried his Buddha Lord for millions of years. I believe this is also the reason why Senior is not worried about Junior. Xiaohua said with a smile. Alas, if I didn't fight with Di Ting, it would have been fine. This fight has already worsened my injuries, and I am like a dried-up oil lamp. You don't even need to make a move, and I will die. At this point, why should I be afraid of you? The heaven-swallowing beast sighed lightly, and didn't hide anything, answering honestly. At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast's eyes suddenly turned and asked, That's right, that Pangu axe. You really didn't take it? Xiaohua looked at the pagoda, then looked at the heaven-swallowing beast, and said with a smile, Senior doesn't need to be depressed, Venerable Dragon God is in this pagoda. As long as Senior finds Venerable Dragon God, won't these injuries be trivial? I hope so. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer his question, the heaven-swallowing beast somewhat understood. But then Xiaohua replied seriously, That's right, Senior, that Pangu axe, Junior really didn't take it. Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's heart that had just understood instantly became confused again. He didn't understand what Xiaohua meant by himself. Senior, please wait a moment. Xiaohua ignored the heaven-swallowing beast's confusion and flew up. Although it was very slow, it was still much better than before when he used the Deva Whitebone. And the heaven-swallowing beast casually responded, and watched Xiaohua fly towards the pagoda. Heaven-swallowing beast, come here. Xiaohua flew towards the pagoda, looked up at the heaven-swallowing beast in the distance, and said, Enlightened Master. The heaven-swallowing beast stuttered. It seemed that this child was frightened. Try using the nine-toothed rake. See if you can topple this pagoda. Xiaohua instructed. Hearing that Xiaohua wanted it to work, the heaven-swallowing beast finally breathed a sigh of relief, and activated its avatar, waving the nine-toothed rake and hitting the pagoda. Buzz! The pagoda burst with a burst of Buddhist light, not only blocking the nine-toothed rake, but also sending the avatar flying. The heaven-swallowing beast was a little scared, but it didn't dare to be negligent. It took a deep breath, and the aura around its body surged. The nine-toothed rake flashed with hundreds of afterimages, and attacked the pagoda. Unfortunately, the result didn't change, except that the heaven-swallowing beast was pushed back dozens of miles. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand, stopping the heaven-swallowing beast from attacking again. The heaven-swallowing beast at the side suggested, This pagoda is very powerful. In my opinion, I'm afraid we'll have to use Pangu axe. You'd better go out and find Pangu axe first. Of course, Xiaohua wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of Pangu axe. He smiled bitterly and said, With Junior strength, I don't know how long it will take to reach Tongtian Peak. If I look for Pangu axe and come back, this innate heavy water will probably flood the primitive continent several times. Chapter 42-54. Then there's no other way. Heaven-swallowing beast wags its tail, looking like it wants to help but can't. If I didn't have any injuries, I could give it a try. But now, I don't dare to casually make a move. Junior will think of another way. Xiaohua says and moves his body to look around the pagoda. Soon after, Xiaohua flies over the space barrier and comes to the other side, looking left and right at the pagoda. Finally, Xiaohua flies to the top of the pagoda and looks at the mirror-like space barrier and ponders. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast wait for a moment, look at each other and fly up to the sky at the same time. Seeing the two beasts fly over, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly light up and he reveals a confident smile. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast fly over the space barrier and see Xiaohua coming over with a smile. Heaven-swallowing beast's face shows surprise and it says anxiously, Taoist, you've already thought of a way? Hee, of course. Xiaohua nods and says while looking at the pagoda under his feet. This pagoda and the pagoda in the inverted space are definitely not simple. The reason why the scenes in these two spaces are inverted is because of these two pagodas. Previously, when this Xiao arrived at the Imperial Palace, the space barrier was a mirror, reflecting all the scenes in this space to the other space. After this Xiao shattered the mirror, the space barrier appeared. This Xiao had always thought that the mirror was a restriction, but now, This space barrier is the real thing. But the reality is not so. The current space barrier is actually the surface, the mirror is the real thing. How can heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast understand this? Both beasts had a baffled look in their eyes. Haha. Xiao Hua says with a smile, actually, to be more clear, this pagoda under this Zhao's feet is the same as the pagoda in the inverted space. This pagoda is the real pagoda. The pagoda in the inverted space above our heads is only the reflection and surface of this pagoda. Its purpose is to cover the real pagoda in the other inverted space. And in that pagoda, there are the remains of Lord Dragon God and Namo Maithreya. See. Heaven-swallowing beast takes a breath of cold air and rubs its eyes in disbelief. It looks at the pagoda under its feet and says, Taoist, what you said is too profound. I can't understand. I think I understand. The heaven-devouring beast frowned and said, Little thing, do you mean that there are two different pagodas in each of these two spaces? The one above us is the real pagoda used by Supreme Dragon God to set up the formation, and the pagoda below us is just a cover for that pagoda? Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. If we blindly attack the pagoda in the inverted space, it would be like attacking the pagoda's shadow. We would never be able to break the pagoda. Only by attacking the pagoda in this space would we be able to break the pagoda in the inverted space. I don't understand. Sky Swallowing sniffled and replied, I only understand that we need to attack this pagoda. Seeing that the two beasts didn't understand at all, Xiao Hua simply didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and patted his head, calling out, Fellow Taoists, Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua of the dragon bloodline, Xiao Hua of the phoenix body, Xiao Hua of the bone tempering, Xiao Hua of the green robe, Bodhi of the Buddha, and Xiao Hua of the devil spirit all flew out and said in unison, I greet you. I believe that fellow Taoists already understand. Xiao Hua pointed at the exquisite tower of great derivation and said, Only by pushing down this pagoda can we see the truth of the matter. Only then can we save the billions of lives in the great wilderness continent from the flood. Watch Eyes Method. Bone-honing Xiao Hua was the first to roar. He opened his mouth and streams of heaven and earth yuan qi entered his mouth. His great wilderness dharma body rushed into the sky. The bronze brilliance of his body reflected an emerald green color. A spirit that wanted to compete with the heavens pounced towards the exquisite tower of great derivation. Seeing Xiao Hua move, Xiao Hua of the dragon bloodline also opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body was revealed, and the dragon horn on his forehead glowed with a mysterious dragon pattern. Xiao Hua of the phoenix body didn't want to be left behind, so he spread his wings and let out a deafening phoenix cry. The power of the stars and moon fell into his phoenix body, and layers of phoenix phantoms appeared on Xiao Hua's feathers. Xiao Hua of the Confucian body opened his mouth. Buzz buzz. The 9 cauldrons glowed with multicolored light and gathered into a huge cauldron shape in midair. The destiny of the human race fell from the sky, and its momentum was no less than that of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Xiao Hua of the demon spirit was even more arrogant, and his demonic aura covered the lower half of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Tens of thousands of blood demons rushed out crazily and tore at the Buddha's light at the base of the pagoda. The Buddha's light tore the space apart, and whether it was the heavenly flowers, Buddha phantoms, or Buddha's voice, they all fell into the demonic aura and disappeared. Xiao Hua of the green robe stood on top of Xiao Hua of the demon spirit. As he waved his hands, thunderbolts condensed into the shape of a sickle, and wherever the sickle's blade passed, the void couldn't take shape. Namo Maithreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha, and stepped on a Buddhist lotus. The million Buddha painting reflected layers of Buddha phantoms on his body. Buddha Bodhi's hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and the power of mountains mixed with the power of stars was about to smash the pagoda. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the seal of overturning the sea rushed into the sky. Wherever the rays of light passed, lines of jade appeared around the seal of overturning the sea. Xiao Hua urged his magic power and shouted, Fellow Taoists, let's attack together. As the seal of overturning the sea fell, all of Xiao Hua's avatars moved in tacit understanding. Other than the devil spirit Xiao Hua and the green-robed Xiao Hua who were at the bottom of the pagoda on the other side, the other avatars were at the top with Xiao Hua on one side. All kinds of divine abilities were unleashed together, and countless rays of light soared into the sky. Even the rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire space. Not to mention the sky-devouring beast was dumbstruck, Even the sky-devouring beast's face was somewhat moved. Its previous calmness had already begun to weaken, and its main body under the demonic cloud slightly shrank back a bit, raising its vigilance. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Namo Maitreya Buddha. But within the pagoda, the chanting that sounded like thunder also sounded along with Xueqi's attack. That Buddha's rays of light were like the rising sun, covering the brilliance of all kinds of divine abilities and magic treasures. Even within that Buddha's rays of light, a small world that was like a sea of sand once again appeared. These small worlds were born and extinguished along with the Buddha's rays of light and gave birth to an endless amount of telekinesis. This telekinesis was continuous like spring water, unceasingly slashed by sabers, and its power was inexhaustible. It protected the entire pagoda. No matter how Xueqi and the others attacked the pagoda until its light and shadow were distorted, and even the nearby space was fake, the entire pagoda didn't collapse like Xueqi and the others thought it would. In a short moment, the raging force all disappeared. Xueqi and the other avatars somewhat awkwardly appeared in midair. The Buddha's rays of light from the pagoda were still there, and all kinds of strange phenomena from before had already disappeared along with the Buddha's rays of light, just like the pine trees on the cliff in the fierce wind. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth. Didn't you say it clearly before? This pagoda is the center of these two spaces, and is also the key to the great array. Do you think that with your strength you can break it? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sigh. Xueqi sighed. How could he not know that his strength was insufficient? Even if several of his avatars were all at the great ascension stage, in this chaos divine realm, they really couldn't even be compared to the spiritual beasts they were riding. But at this time in the entire space, in the entire chaos continent, how many assistants could he rely on? Only the Pangu axe. The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be egging him on. Even if I am at my peak strength, I still have to rely on the Pangu axe to split this pagoda open. It's just like toppling Tongtian Peak. The bone-honing Xueqi looked at this similarly sky-reaching pagoda, and inwardly pondered whether or not he should take out the celestial bones. At this time, Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth. Namo Maitreya Buddha, this poor monk has an idea of. Speak. Xueqi asked indifferently. Our strength is insufficient. Facing this pagoda, we can only use our wits and not our strength. Buddha Bodhi didn't care about Xueqi's attitude and replied. This poor monk saw that this pagoda was built in the shape of the exquisite derivation pagoda, but in fact, it's not the exquisite derivation pagoda. If we use the exquisite derivation pagoda to break it, it'll be easy. Good. Confucian cultivator Xueqi clapped his hands and said, Grandmaster's words are very true. Although we don't know who built this pagoda, but it seems, the possibility of Zhang Luer's actions in his previous life is quite high. He must have some thoughts. Only in this life can he rely on the exquisite derivation pagoda to break the array. Unfortunately, the exquisite derivation pagoda is now in Grandmaster's hands. Under a freak combination of factors, the Tao of Heaven wants to borrow our hands to solve the disaster of the flood. Xueqi didn't comment and only replied indifferently. After obtaining Xueqi's help, Buddha Bodhi returned to his Niwen palace. When he came out again, he was holding the exquisite derivation pagoda that was overflowing with Buddhist light. Exquisite derivation pagoda. Although the heaven-devouring beast was mentally prepared, when it saw the real exquisite derivation pagoda, it still couldn't help but cry out. At the side, a faint trace of madness flashed through the heaven-devouring beast's eyes. Xueqi and his clones all held their breaths and stared at Buddha Bodhi with rapt attention. Buddha Bodhi flew out of his Niwen palace and landed at the base of the pagoda. He chanted the exquisite leaf scripture, and the exquisite derivation pagoda immediately fell into the Buddhist light of the pagoda. When the Buddhist light of the pagoda came into contact with the exquisite derivation pagoda, it instantly reflected thousands of Buddhist kingdoms. Within these kingdoms, there were countless Buddhist shadows of Nanwu Maitreya Buddhas smiling while holding flowers. When the exquisite pagoda fell into the pagoda, the Buddhist light of the entire pagoda suddenly converged towards the interior of the pagoda. After that, a rumbling sound could be heard from within the pagoda. A circle of Buddhist light flew out from the base of the pagoda and rushed towards the top of the pagoda. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the originally indestructible pagoda collapsed layer by layer. The 9-layered pagoda collapsed in just a few breaths of time. The ring of Buddhist light didn't stop after reaching the top of the pagoda. It rushed through the space barrier and landed on the top of another pagoda. Then, it followed the top of the pagoda and fell toward the base of the pagoda. Chapter 42:55. Unlike the collapse of the pagoda in the inverted space merely overflowed with light and shadow. After the extraordinary Buddhist light faded, a huge pagoda with a dense and noble aura appeared. How is this possible? Is it really like this? The heaven-devouring beast couldn't believe its eyes. This was a mystery that even Di Ting couldn't see through, but a little cultivator of the human race actually saw through it. Moreover, he was able to easily uncover this mystery. Xueqi didn't pay attention to the heaven-devouring beast's shock. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the exquisite pagoda that had replaced the pagoda. A feeling of the vicissitudes of time involuntarily emerged from the bottom of his heart. At that time, he was still a qi condensation cultivator. Because of a stroke of luck, he obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda during a fierce battle between two foundation establishment cultivators. From then on, he embarked on the path of Buddhist cultivation. Now, the exquisite derivation pagoda had arrived at this moment. Tens of thousands of years later, in this unfamiliar place, he was about to settle the karma from countless years ago. Fate. Is it really so wonderful? Xueqi muttered. However, in a moment, his heart felt as if it was being pierced by needles. Because if he hadn't obtained the exquisite pagoda in the Imperial Thunder Sect, it would have been obtained by Zhang Luer in the future. It would have been the step he took to enter the Buddhist sect and blocked Zhang Luer's path forward. There were 3,000 great Daos, and every cultivator was fighting for a chance of survival. Xueqi was no exception. However, Xueqi didn't want to snatch the chance of survival from his junior, and he didn't want to erase his senior sister's hope from this world. Thinking of this, Xueqi's joy of breaking the seal disappeared. Xueqi indifferently ordered, "Take it. Namo Maitreya Buddha." Buddha Bodhi nodded and chanted Buddhist scriptures. The exquisite pagoda once again fell into his hands. At this time, there was no longer a pagoda in the entire space. A heavy pressure fell from the sky, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. "Fellow immortal, you're a bit reckless." Confucian cultivator Xueqi was somewhat displeased. "It's better to let Grandmaster try first. If there's any mishap, all our previous efforts would have been in vain." Xueqi said disapprovingly, "Won't. This space is one with the inverted space above our heads. Before either space collapses, the other will definitely not collapse. That space is supported by the giant tower, so there won't be any problems for the time being." As he spoke, Buddha Bodhi sent the jewel derivation pagoda into his Niwen palace and came out again. However, he only stood behind the crowd and looked up worriedly without saying anything. Little thing. The heaven-devouring beast firmly believed in Xueqi now, and it said, "What should we do next?" "Enter the tower." Xueqi raised his head and looked at the huge tower overflowing with awe-inspiring qi. He said confidently, "All the secrets are in this huge tower." "All right." The sky-devouring beast nodded and charged into the sky with the sky-devouring beast. At this time, the spatial barrier was even thinner and there was no resistance at all. When Xueqi and his clone fell into the inverted space, an aura that made Xueqi's body tremble came from the giant tower. "Fellow Taoist." The scholarly cultivator Xueqi suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, "This is the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Mother and Child Pagoda. There is also a Child Pagoda inside. Oh, don't ask me how I know. This is the information from the Literati Star. It should be the holy news of all the saints." Xueqi was overjoyed and asked, "Do you know how to collect it?" What we Confucian cultivators emphasize is passing on the torch. The scholarly cultivator Xueqi smiled and said, "The holy news of the Literati Star is the inheritance of our human race since the birth of our race. There are countless profoundness in it, so it naturally has the secret of how to collect the Heaven and Earth Pagoda." "So you're saying?" Xueqi was shocked. Just as he was about to ask, the scholarly cultivator Xueqi waved his hand and said, "This kind of inheritance is similar to the demon race, but it is different from the demon race. I can only use it when I need it or when my cultivation reaches a certain level. Moreover, my usual cultivation is different from the Literati Star. After all, We Confucian cultivators emphasize sailing against the current. If we don't advance, we will fall behind. The saints definitely won't let their descendants reap without sowing. All right. Xiao Hua understood that his extravagant hope of obtaining the Confucian cultivation technique from the saints' literature song was shattered. Fellow immortals, please wait a moment. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said confidently. He soared into the sky and landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda. He opened his mouth and the 9 continents cauldrons flew out. Then, he raised his hand and patted the top of his head. 5 colored true qi gushed out and landed on the 9 continents cauldrons. The 9 continents cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and clusters of mountain, river, and country patterns flew out from the cauldrons and landed on the heaven and earth pagoda. Strangely, when these mountain, river and country patterns landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda, they immediately fell down along the body of the pagoda. Every time they passed by a layer of clouds, some of them would be left behind. When all 9 layers of the pagoda eaves merged with the mountain, river and country patterns, the body of the heaven and earth pagoda let out a chanting sound. Fellow immortal. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said to the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua with a smile, the sun and moon in the sky and the clouds covering the sky are the sky. The yellow soil laying the foundation and the mountains and rivers as the roots are the earth. The royal aura is the authority and the mountains and rivers as the seal are the monarch. The 5 elements are the form and the country as the tool is the human being. At this moment, the heaven, the earth, and the human are all present. It's time for fellow immortal to suppress them with the mountain and river seal. Good. The dragon bloodline Xiao Hua laughed and opened his mouth. The mountain and river seal rushed into the sky with the royal aura, and the 9 province cauldrons resonated with the nation weapon. When the mountain and river seal landed on the cauldrons, the entire heaven and earth tower let out the sound of flowing water. Along with the sound of flowing water, the sun and moon at the top of the tower moved like the rising and setting sun. As the sun and moon changed, the top of the tower was gently opened and the 9th layer of the tower turned into a giant plum blossom. After the plum blossom bloomed, it revealed the empty tower. At the same time, a dense benevolent aura uncontrollably leaked out from the bottom of the plum blossom and a faint Buddhist light shined out. Why is it like this? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. It was as if the emptiness inside was different from what he expected. The heaven-swallowing beast was originally vigilant, but when it saw that the tower was empty, it rejoiced but also felt a bit disappointed. It sniffed and coldly said, Panga's axe was placed here before. There is the aura of Panga's axe inside. I see. Xiao Hua pondered. He looked at the 8th layer of the tower and said, if I'm not wrong, this 8th layer of the tower should be a Buddhist artifact. Before Panga's axe was hung on the heaven-connecting peak, it was placed here to suppress Buddhist artifacts. That's right. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said, but I can't think of any other Buddhist artifact that Di Ting's Buddhist lord has that could compete with Panga's axe other than the exquisite derivation pagoda. At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast hesitated, but after a while, it transmitted its voice. I thought Lord Dragon God was in the 9th layer of the tower, but I didn't expect him to not be there. Moreover, we caused such a huge commotion when we destroyed the heaven and earth tower. Why didn't he do anything? Senior. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua explained. Didn't I say earlier? The heaven and earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda, and there's a sub-pagoda within it. The sub-pagoda and the main pagoda are 2 different spaces. Lord Dragon God should be in the sub-pagoda, and he should be at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda right now. All right. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said no more. Then, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua once again activated the mountain river seal and 9 province cauldrons on the heaven and earth tower. The 8th layer of the tower slowly bloomed like a lotus flower. As the lotus flower bloomed, a Buddhist light that connected heaven and earth was produced. Wherever the Buddhist light went, countless rivers of faith were born from the void and poured into the Buddhist light in an endless stream. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably solemn aura began to gather. Countless flying flowers, Buddha shadows, and heavenly dragons were also revealed. At the center of this multitude of strange phenomena was the Buddha shadow of Nanwu Methreya sitting cross-legged. One of its hands pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the ground. It was the only one in the world. Looking at the appearance of this Buddha shadow, wasn't it the same as the one enshrined in the stone giant's magma shrine? Wasn't it Zhang Luer's appearance? And in this Buddha shadow, a 9-colored relic flashed with indescribable Buddhist light and emerged from the void. This is Nanwu Methraya's relic. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth in shock and couldn't help but cry out. Lord Buddha has indeed reincarnated. And he even left all his reincarnation merit points here. Lu Xiaohua also couldn't help but tremble. He was already familiar with the Buddhist secret arts, so how could he not know the function of this ancient relic? Previously, he had thought of many possibilities. He thought that this could be the remains of Nanwu Methraya, or it could be Nanwu Methraya's relic. But he absolutely didn't expect that Nanwu Methraya would leave all his merit here to condense into relic. No wonder Luer couldn't be accurately born in the Dawn Rain continent. No wonder he couldn't find the exquisite tower of great derivation first. No wonder I put him in the space to be destroyed for hundreds of years. No wonder he fell into the tribulation of sutra seeking in paradise. At this point, Xiaohua finally understood. Because before he reincarnated, he was simply staking everything on one throw. He didn't bring any merit or karma with him when he reincarnated. Could it be that he encountered some great difficulty here? So much so that he took such a risk because he couldn't grasp it? Thinking of Zhang Luer's suffering, Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but ache. In the lotus-shaped pagoda, Nanwu Methraya's Buddhist light overflowed. Layers of Buddhist halls and halls appeared one after another, magnificent and magnificent. And these halls and halls slowly sank into the 7th level of the heaven and earth pagoda under the Buddhist light, as if they were also suppressing something. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast withdrew its shock and said, "There's no need to say more." The relic of the 8th level is to suppress something in the 7th level. If Diding was here, this relic would naturally be his. It's very useful for his cultivation. Since he's not here, then it's his. Following this hymn, the heaven-swallowing beast looked up at Buddha Bodhi, who was hiding not far away. Chapter 42-56. The sky-devouring beast looked up at Bodhi and said meaningfully, "I can see that he and Ting's Lord Buddha are of the same lineage. Besides, in this life, he has snatched the opportunity from Ting's Lord Buddha. All he needs to do is devour the fortune, and Ting's Lord Buddha will be gone in this life. Know that Ting's Lord Buddha will be gone forever. He will never have the chance to attain the fruit of Namo Methraya." Xiaohua nodded. This junior understands. Saying that, Xiaohua released his mind and wrapped the fortune, wanting to put it into the space. However, in his mind, the fortune was heavier than a mountain. Xiaohua's mind couldn't move it at all. Oh! Xiaohua frowned slightly. He glanced at Buddha Bodhi in the distance, who had lowered his head and ignored him. Xiaohua patted his head again. A Buddhist light rushed out and landed on Xili. Unfortunately, Xili was still as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. Little fellow. The heaven-devouring beast was getting impatient. It sent a telepathic message. Kylie is the accumulation of merit from the countless reincarnations of Namo Methraya Buddha. How could it be collected by an outsider? Xiaohua was unwilling to give up. He raised his hand and took out the Jewel Divination Pagoda and Mahavairakana Buddha's edict. He wanted to take the fortune into the Jewel Divination Pagoda. But it just so happened that even after Xiaohua exhausted all his abilities, he was still unable to move the Jewel Divination Pagoda in the slightest. Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator. Xiaohua's eyes were a bit red. He looked up and asked, "Can it be that we can only enter the 7th floor after taking away the fortune? Since you already control the heaven and earth pagoda, why can't you directly?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua immediately answered, "This junior actually doesn't control the heaven and earth pagoda. Instead, I used the mountain river seal and the 9 province cauldrons to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda. Without Namo Methraya's fortune suppressing the 7th floor, we can naturally enter. However, with the fortune suppressing it, how can we pass the 8th floor? Moreover, if we can't pass through the 8th level of the pagoda, we won't be able to enter the other levels of the pagoda, let alone break the formation. It seems only you can do it?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Bodhi with ridicule. "Namo Methraya." Buddha Bodhi did not refute. He stepped on a Buddhist lotus and arrived in front of Xueqi. Although Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist light was not as bright as Xueqi's Buddhist light, when it came into contact with Xueqi's Buddhist light, it blended into the Buddha shadow like water and milk. The moment the Buddha's light entered, Xueqi trembled violently. The Buddha's shadow on Xueqi opened its eyes and tears of blood flowed out of its eyes. The tears of blood flowed down the Buddha's cheeks and slowly dripped onto the 8th level of the pagoda. Namo Maitreya Buddha. As the tears of blood dripped down, Xueqi began to recite the exquisite leaf sutra, one word at a time. Namo Maitreya Buddha. As soon as Xueqi's Buddha shadow's voice rang out, Bodhi also sat down cross-legged and pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. His eyes were slightly closed and he began to recite the exquisite leaf sutra. His recitation matched Xueqi's. As the exquisite leaf sutra was recited, Bodhi's Buddhist light seeped into Xueqi's Buddha shadow like hundreds of millions of tentacles. The Buddhist kingdom phenomenon also slowly disappeared. All the clones who had their attention on Bodhi heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cold, bloodthirsty, and emotionless voice rang out not far from Bodhi. Let go of Xueqi. As soon as the voice rang out, an earth-shattering killing intent filled the space. Within this space shrouded by killing intent, wisps of blood-red devil flame mixed with pitch-black devil chi emerged from the void. When the devil flame and devil chi landed in the air, they transformed into ferocious devils. All the clones were shocked and hastily looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that the source of the voice was Xuehua. However, at this moment, the badge on Xuehua's chest was seeping with blood. A broken heart-shaped mark was overflowing with devil chi. This devil chi was like a surging fountain that constantly gushed out of Xuehua's chest. This devil chi not only entered the surrounding space, but also covered Xuehua's body and gradually transformed into a devil armor. At this moment, the devil armor was different from before. An extremely large amount of Xianming devil lightning flickered between the devil flame and the blood-red color. This devil lightning condensed into a knot and covered the entire devil armor. Moreover, behind the devil armor, several tens of feet long devil thorns suddenly stretched out. The space near the devil thorns had already begun to distort and become extremely unreal. In particular, at devil god Xuehua's back, a huge irregular mirror had already formed an outline. It was incomparably dark inside, and even light couldn't escape. Moreover, within the darkness, an indescribable aura leaked out from the edges of the outline. This aura was full of blood and evil. The moment the aura leaked out, light and shadow flickered in the air. Within the light and shadow, there was a strange devil kingdom vision. However, this light and shadow flashed and disappeared. Even with Xuehua's many clones, none of them could see it clearly. Devil. Devil sovereign? Confucian cultivator Xuehua was the most sensitive to the aura of the devil race. When he saw Xuehua's devil chi rush out, his expression immediately changed and he couldn't help but shout, "Devil spirit brat, what's going on? Big brother has turned into a devil." Devil spirit Xuehua had a long face. The blood-red figure appeared on the surface of Xuehua's devil armor and was struggling with all his might. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape from the devil chi. This little brother can't break free. Damn it! Confucian cultivator Xuehua cursed angrily. Why didn't you step into the devil's sovereign realm earlier or later? Why did you step into the devil's sovereign realm at this time? Big brothers. Devil spirit Xuehua had an innocent face. He tried to stick his head out and shouted, "This has nothing to do with this little brother. Although this little brother has devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, if I want to advance into the devil's sovereign realm, now is not the time. This little brother still needs some blood spirits." Damn thing, quickly get to the point. Confucian cultivator shouted, "Why are you still thinking about blood spirits now?" Yes. Devil spirit Xuehua was very afraid of Confucian cultivator Xuehua. He hurriedly explained, forcefully advancing into the devil's sovereign realm wasn't something this little brother deliberately did. It was Big Brother who pushed me. Just now, when Big Brother forcefully occupied this little brother's devil body, this little brother realized that Big Brother actually already had a heart devil when we entered this great desolate continent. Nonsense! Confucian cultivator Xuehua berated. When we were in the ruins, we already killed the heavenly devil. How could he have followed us to the great desolate continent? Devil God Xiaohua's aura rose little by little. His doppelgangers were really at a loss. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were currently busy suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda. They couldn't spare too much energy to stop devil god Xiaohua's advancement. Buddha Bodhi was sitting cross-legged, chanting the exquisite leaf scripture along with Caili's Buddha image. He acted as if he didn't hear devil god Xiaohua's situation. How could the other doppelgangers like Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Green-Robed Xiaohua be a match for devil god Xiaohua? Hearing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's berating, devil spirit Xiaohua explained again. Big brothers, there's something you don't know. It was only when Big Brother occupied this little brother's devil body that this little brother was able to clearly see the ins and outs of the matter. Motherfucker. Hurry up and say it. If you delay any longer, my true body will really be beyond saving. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua was truly anxious. Demonic qi covered several thousand miles of space. A sealing force that was several times stronger than the blood drop paradise gradually emerged. It was like a demonic cocoon wrapping everything within the inverted space. A feeling that made dragon bloodline Xiaohua tremble with fear rushed into his heart. He couldn't help but curse as he found it difficult to control the mountain and river seal. Yes. Devil spirit Xiaohua was also somewhat at a loss at this moment. He hurriedly replied, Big Brother has always been concerned about Zhang Luer. Long before Zhang Luer went to Nirvana to seek the sutra, he would rather give up his life to forcibly stop her. He felt that since he brought Zhang Luer to the hidden immortal continent, he must protect Zhang Luer well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to senior sister. As soon as we entered the wilderness continent, we began to fight for Zhang Luer's past life's merits. Big brothers, do you still remember the Buddha shrine and Buddha statue in the lava of the stone giant? It was also at that time that Big Brother had already planted the heart devil. And as time passed, Big Brother's heart devil grew stronger. Now, at this moment, Senior Heaven-Swallowing Beast had clearly said that the fortune was Zhang Luer's last hope for cultivation in this life. Without the fortune, Zhang Luer's cultivation path would be blocked. Zhang Luer could only cultivate from the beginning again. Thinking about how he had personally blocked his nephew's path of survival, Big Brother. In the end, he had turned into a devil. He himself wanted to stop Master Bodhi from collecting the fortune. Fellow Taoist, you're smart all your life, but this time you're stupid. Green-robed Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter, Zhang Luer is only one person, even if he was Namo Maitreya Buddha in his past life. But now, there are billions of living beings in the wilderness continent. How can one person compare to billions of living beings? If billions of living beings die, the entire wilderness continent will be destroyed. But if Zhang Luer's path of survival is blocked, he can find another way to survive. Speaking of which, scholarly cultivator Xiaohua sighed, and a look of realization and difficulty appeared on his face. He said, but you have to know that Zhang Luer is our nephew, but billions of living beings are not. We can't use the lives of billions of living beings to force fellow Taoists to personally destroy Zhang Luer. Moreover, if you don't love one person, how can you love the world? If fellow Taoist doesn't even cherish Zhang Luer, how can he cherish the world? Alas, with such a difficult choice, it's no wonder that fellow Taoist would turn into a devil. Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua also sighed, if it was me, I also wouldn't know how to deal with it. Forget it. This matter is the foundation of fellow Taoists' rebirth. I can't participate, everything depends on fellow Taoists' choice. No matter what fellow Taoist decides, I will agree. While speaking, Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua spread his wings, flew back several miles, and landed in a corner of space. Green-robed Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Seeing that every time Buddha Bodhi finished chanting a layer of the Heart Sutra, Devil God Xiaohua's devil qi would rise by a layer, he also sighed and said, originally, we were born from the same root, why are we in such a hurry to destroy each other? I also can't choose. After speaking, green-robed Xiaohua's figure flashed and landed on the other side of space. Chapter 4257. Fuck. Bone-honing Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He looked at the furious Xiaohua and then at Buddha Subhuti who insisted on chanting the scriptures. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only curse at fiend spirit Xueqi. I knew you were the root of disaster. I shouldn't have let you live back then. Brother, I'm innocent. Fiend spirit Xueqi really wanted to cry but had no tears. This was clearly Xueqi's main body that had been demonized. Furthermore, he had forcefully taken over his fiend body. He was the victim. Unfortunately, bone-honing Xueqi ignored him. He stepped on a cloud and landed in another spot in space. He squatted down gloomily and drew circles in the air with his thick fingers in boredom. Seeing that all the avatars had chosen to leave, Confucian cultivator Xueqi and dragon bloodline Xueqi were helpless. They looked at each other and flew up slightly. Although the two avatars didn't say anything, their actions clearly told everyone that they were also watching from the sidelines. Xueqi's avatars had made their decision. The Heaven-Devouring Beast and Heaven-Devouring Beast beside him also looked at each other. Heaven-Devouring Beast was the first to fly back a few kilometers. He was just a minor character in such a situation. It was already good that Xueqi didn't kill him when he killed Truth Listener. How could he dare to say another word? When the Heaven-Devouring Beast saw that Heaven-Devouring Beast had also left, he looked coldly at Fiend Celestial Xueqi. He didn't retreat or charge forward. Only his eyes revealed a thought-provoking expression. It was exactly the same as the look he had when he spoke of the importance of Kai Li. After all, the Exquisite Leaf Sutra was a Buddhist scripture. There was always an end to the chanting. When the 7th level of the Buddhist scripture was finished, Kai Li's Buddha figure paused slightly and raised her head. Her face was already covered in blood and tears. However, Buddha Subhuti didn't stop. He continued chanting the incomplete Buddhist scripture on the 8th level. As the scriptures filled the space, the devil chi actually showed signs of retreating. Furthermore, the Buddha light that had fused with Xili's Buddha shadow fell on Xili like a hot knife through butter. Bas! Xili emitted a dazzling light. The entire Buddha shadow collapsed rapidly amidst the dazzling light, turning into a blood-colored Buddha light that fell into Xili. Demon God Xueqi shook his arms and roared towards the sky. Demon God Xueqi spat out a mouthful of demon blood that could make even Confucian cultivator Xueqi tremble. When the blood landed in the middle of the surrounding demon chi, it immediately turned into 81 huge blood demon heads. When these blood demon heads appeared, they also roared towards the sky. However, they didn't spit out any demon blood. Instead, they produced an unparalleled suction force. Hundreds of millions of tiny blood demon heads were swallowed by these 81 blood demon heads. In just a few breaths, these 81 blood demon heads actually turned transparent and turned into 81 strange demon patterns. Humph! Demon God Xueqi coldly snorted. Those 81 demon patterns ignored the space and firmly sealed the 8th layer of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda in an instant. Demon God Xueqi waved his left hand and the Devil Saber Murder appeared in his left hand. Immediately after, Demon God Xueqi slowly lifted his foot and walked towards Buddha Bodhi. With every step Demon God Xueqi took, the entire blood-dripping space would tremble. The surrounding devil chi would spurt out a mouthful of blood-colored light and cleanse the space. When Demon God Xueqi arrived in front of Buddha Bodhi, it was exactly 81 steps. The entire space also trembled 81 times. The entire space was filled with despair and deathly stillness. Demon God Xueqi looked at Buddha Bodhi who was sitting cross-legged, then looked at the Buddha light that had already covered Xili's surface. His hoarse voice was like that of a god, containing a kind of ruthlessness. Are you going to stubbornly cling to your own course? That's right. Although Buddha Bodhi still hadn't finished reciting the exquisite leaf scripture, he still stopped and raised his head. His eyes were filled with compassion and determination. This little monk already made a decision when the flood fell. This little monk is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent, regardless of the outcome. You are forcing this venerable. The emotion in Demon God Xueqi's voice became increasingly faint. Buddha Bodhi raised his eyes to look at Demon God Xueqi and said neither too fast nor too slow. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? If this little monk can die for the sake of billions of living beings, this little monk is not afraid. Speaking up to here, Buddha Bodhi's eyes revealed a trace of warmth and said, Sandalwood, this little monk understands your heart. This little monk has never wanted to make things difficult for you. Didn't this little monk already say it when I first stepped into the great desolate continent? This little monk will absolutely not snatch Lu Er's Buddha fruit. This little monk has also once made a great vow that if the netherworld's demons are not eradicated, this little monk will absolutely not become a Buddha. Now, this little monk has once again made a great vow. Everything this little monk has obtained today, no matter how it was obtained, will definitely be returned to Zhonglu in the future. Even if this little monk can attain Buddha fruit today, this little monk will absolutely not attain it. Since you don't want to make things difficult for this venerable, then step aside. Demon god Xueqi said coldly, as long as you don't touch this fortune, this venerable will absolutely not touch a single hair on your head. If you don't take this fortune away, the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent will have no way to survive. Buddha Bodhi continued to persuade demon god Xueqi. This little monk is only temporarily using this fortune. When this little monk returns to the hidden immortal continent, this little monk will immediately pass away in meditation and return all of this Namo Maitreya's merit to Zhonglu. When you fuse with this fortune, you will instantly attain Buddha fruit. At that time, this venerable is afraid that this venerable will not be able to control you. Demon god Xueqi replied, this venerable cannot guarantee that you will be able to return this Buddha fruit to Zhonglu. This venerable cannot believe you. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha and no longer tried to explain himself. Instead, he slowly chanted the exquisite leaf sutra. Under the Buddha's light, the Namo Maitreya Buddha gradually took form. Woo! Almost without any hesitation, a ghost-like howl was born in the air. Before this howl, a pitch-black saber light flashed through the air. The entire space seemed to be split into two halves. The devil saber murder in Xueqi's left hand finally landed on Buddha Bodhi's body beyond the expectations of all the clones. Namo Maitreya. Namo Maitreya. Endless Buddha chanted the name of Buddha Bodhi's golden body. Dang dang dang. Countless sounds of wooden fish came from the rank 8 Buddha lotus. Swish, swish, swish. Innumerable flashes of blood flew out from the mirror behind Buddha Bodhi's head. Buddha Bodhi's golden body was split into two by the devil's saber murder. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden liquid in the flesh and blood also filled the surrounding 100 zhong of space. In this bloody scene, 10,000 Buddhas wailed, 10,000 flowers withered, and the Buddha light was dyed red. The 81 translucent devil runes let out extremely arrogant and wild laughter. Wang wang. The entire heaven and earth pagoda let out a rumbling sound. Confucian cultivator Xueqi and dragon vein Xueqi, who were suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda, looked at this scene in disbelief. Dumbstruck expressions appeared on their faces. Seeing Buddha Bodhi's flesh and blood fuse with the golden liquid and that human figure slowly disappear, dragon vein Xueqi rubbed his eyes and asked Confucian cultivator Xueqi in a loud voice, Immortal. Fellow immortal, I didn't see wrong, right? This should be an illusion, right? Little monk Bodhi was killed by Xueqi just like that? This shouldn't be possible, right? Confucian cultivator Xueqi didn't reply. Instead, he looked for a moment and said with a bitter smile, if this little one's guess is correct, this is real. Our main bodies have already turned into devils. He really killed Buddha Subhuti. But why didn't the little monk fight back? Dragon vein Xueqi was very anxious. Other than fellow immortal, only the little monk is the nemesis of devil god Xueqi, right? Because Confucian cultivator Xueqi's face emitted a kind of holy radiance. His words were filled with reverence. Because the little monk Bodhi wanted to die for the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent. He wanted to use his own death to tell our main bodies that he didn't have any selfish motives. He could give up everything he had. As long as our main bodies took away the treasures and broke the innate heavy water world-destroying great array, he used his own death to repay everything he owed Zhonglu. Damn it! Dragon vein Xueqi's eyes shed 2 drops of tears. Little monk, I am inferior to you. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Confucian cultivator Xueqi looked at dragon vein Xueqi. There was no joy in his tone. You're crying. I'd rather not cry. Dragon vein Xueqi stuck out his tongue and licked the tears at the corner of his eyes. I'd rather be that kind of dragon vein who doesn't understand emotions and only knows how to cultivate. That's just a kind of extravagant hope. Confucian cultivator Xueqi looked at dragon vein Xueqi and said with a double meaning, We still have a long way to go. We still have to experience a lot. Along the way, what we gain is always more than what we lose. But Dragon Vein Xiaohua still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation appeared in the space of the blood drop paradise. This fluctuation appeared in an extremely strange manner. It was like a heartbeat and also like a breeze. However, at the origin of the fluctuation, the devil chi that sealed the surroundings of the heaven and earth pagoda was suddenly rushed out by this fluctuation, creating a void passage. Damn it! Just as the fluctuation appeared, demon god Xiaohua roared. The devil's saber in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and landed at the location of the fluctuation. Shwa! The space within several hundred zhang was like a pool of clear water being split in half by the flying sword. Between the two halves of the space that was split in half, there were still tens of thousands of spatial fine lines from before. These fine lines were now filled with devil chi and devil flames. The devils hidden in the blood drop paradise roared and pounced towards the fluctuation that was also split in half. However, beneath the group of demons, there was a faint ripple that flashed like an undercurrent. Within this ripple, an obscure void passage flashed and disappeared. In just a split second, the void passage landed on the 8th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda. The space of the entire pagoda began to twist and distort rapidly. Xiaohua felt his vision blurred for a moment. Then, the golden body of Buddha Subhuti, together with the rainbow of Namo Maitreya Buddha, disappeared in a bizarre manner in this void tunnel. The clones were greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked towards the origin of the fluctuation. They saw the heaven-swallowing beast standing there proudly with its mouth slightly open, a faint Buddhist light overflowing. Chapter 4258. 9th Grade Buddha Lotus? Happiness-melting heavenly demon was shocked. Why is it in your hands? The heaven-devouring beast did not answer. Instead, it opened its mouth and the Buddha lotus fell into its mouth. Damn it! Take it out for me! Happiness-melting heavenly demon cursed and waved its left hand. It was also the killing devil saber. There was no demonic aura or demonic light. It was just a simple flash of light, and the killing devil saber hacked into the heaven-devouring beast's head. Roar! The heaven-devouring beast's last roar was not a bark. A blood-red sound wave rushed out and blocked the killing devil saber for a few breaths. However, it was only for a few breaths before the purple Buddha lotus disappeared. Happiness-melting heavenly demon roared again. Damn it! Then, the killing devil saber did not stop. The killing devil saber passed through the heaven-devouring beast's body. After the killing devil saber passed through, the blood-red light and Buddha light flew out along with the killing devil saber. The heaven-devouring beast's body turned into ashes and scattered in the air. The blood-red light spun rapidly at the tip of the killing devil saber. It condensed into a crystal-clear blood-red rhombus that emitted a misty luster. It was exactly the same as when Diting was killed. However, the luster that rushed out of the rhombus crystal was in the form of a heaven-devouring beast. As for that cluster of Buddhist light, it was emitted by Buddha Bodhi when he fused with the ancient Xyli. At this time, it had already fused with the purple 9th grade Buddhist lotus. With the fusion of the Buddhist lotus, Buddha Bodhi had already touched the Xyli's Buddhist light and thoroughly penetrated the Xyli. As the Xyli melted, an 8-foot-tall Nanwu Maitreya Buddha once again stood up from the golden liquid without fear. However, this Nanwu Maitreya Buddha no longer had Buddha Bodhi's original appearance, but instead looked like Zhang Luer. Heaven-devouring beast. Happiness heavenly demon swallowed the blood-red crystal formed by the heaven-devouring beast's soul and shouted fiercely, "How dare you spoil my plan? I will torture you to the point of death and let you know how powerful I am." After Happiness heavenly demon finished speaking, it stretched out a thick finger and pointed at Bodhi's bald head. It laughed and said, "You're an interesting little monk. It seems like you already knew that there was something fishy about the Maitreya Buddha Lord. But why didn't you tell your true body? Could it be that he wanted to be the last one standing and bear everything himself? However, how can your tender little shoulders bear all of this? Not only was he killed by the main body, but all his previous efforts were also absorbed by the Maitreya Buddha Lord's Kylie. You said you were a little monk now? Or Lord Maitreya? Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi only chanted the name of Buddha and did not answer. Actually, It doesn't matter if you're a little monk or the Maitreya Buddha Lord. None of them can affect my grand plan. Because I've already obtained the exquisite leaf scripture back in the imperial palace. Happiness-melting heavenly demon chuckled. With this item, I'll be able to refine 70% of the Maitreya Buddha Lord's fortune. Now, with the body of a deva and the billions of blood spirits in the primitive continent, I will be able to step into the realm of fiend deity and escape from this damned turbulence of time. At this point, the heavenly demon of Hua Le Heaven suddenly stopped talking. He looked up in surprise and said in surprise, "What? Why is the incomplete primitive continent so lively today? Which great deity has decided to do this on a whim? Damn it. I'd better hurry up and get to work." Extreme joy begets sorrow. With that, the heavenly demon of Hua Le Heaven's finger that was pointing at Buddha Bodhi's forehead suddenly turned into tens of thousands of tentacles and landed on Buddha Bodhi's golden body. Demonic spots suddenly appeared where the tentacles landed. The spots were like drops of ink falling into clear water, spreading wildly on Buddha Bodhi's golden body. No matter how much Buddhist light flashed, it couldn't stop it. Facing the heavenly demon of Hua Le Heaven's supreme ability, Buddha Bodhi smiled faintly and put his palms together. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Disciple prays to Buddha here and earnestly asks Buddha to raise his hand. If it's the Buddha kingdom, then it's the Buddha kingdom. If it's the heavenly demon, then it's the heavenly demon. Buddha Bodhi's words were like pearls that turned into gold when they landed on the ground. Every time a word fell into the air, it turned into a golden rune that shone with golden light. At the same time, Buddhist lotus seeds emerged from the void and supported the golden runes that came out of Buddha Bodhi's mouth. When the golden runes landed on the Buddhist lotus, they immediately shone with boundless Buddhist light. Then, amidst this Buddhist light, the Buddhist lotus bloomed. In the end, 44 Buddhist lotuses surrounded Buddha Bodhi. Behind each Buddhist lotus, countless rivers of faith were faintly born. Murmuring sounds flowed out from these rivers of faith like flowing music. Moreover, right behind Buddha Bodhi's head, a Buddhist kingdom with a myriad of phenomena had taken shape. In the void, countless Buddhist kingdom phenomena appeared one after another. It seemed that with this verse alone, Buddha Bodhi was about to attain enlightenment. However, something seemed to be missing. The Buddhist kingdom phenomena seemed to be an illusion, a shell. There was no substance at all. The Buddhist kingdom was also like a pancake that could not be completed for a long time. After hearing Buddha Bodhi's heartfelt prayer and seeing the phenomena of the Southern Gate Maitreya Buddha attaining enlightenment, happiness-melting heavenly demon did not panic at all. On the contrary, he let out a deafening laugh that was both arrogant and sarcastic. He pointed at Buddha Bodhi's head and said loudly, "This is really funny. Damn it, it's as if time has turned back." Back then, Maitreya Buddha Lord also said the same thing and wanted to take the final step in the same way. However, he still could not escape the fate of being killed by me. This place is surrounded by time turbulence. Thousands of spaces are superimposed without any pattern. Even the heavenly demons of happiness-melting heavenly demon cannot find the location of this space. Little monk, use your bald head and think carefully. If the heavenly demons of happiness-melting heavenly demon came, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to come up with so many schemes. I would have already withdrawn and returned to happiness-melting heavenly. Little monk, stop dreaming. Without me, a heavenly demon, how can you Buddhist disciples attain enlightenment? You'd better obediently run into my mouth. Let me use your body to devour Maitreya Buddha's merit. That's good too. Just as Hua Le Heaven's heavenly demon was laughing out loud, an extremely dim green brilliance suddenly appeared within his huge demonic body. Then, this brilliance disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Happiness-melting heavenly demon was shocked. Freedom heavenly demon. Why did you come from freedom heavenly? How did you escape from this space? Did you find a way to break through the time turbulence? What is this place? Why are you here? Just as happiness-melting heavenly demon was muttering to himself, 13 loud booms rang out. The 13 divine statues from the soul cultivator's ruins in the spring forbidden sea flew out of the devil chi with green light shooting into the sky and landed around happiness-melting heavenly demon's body. Then, a series of cryptic green seal scripts burst out of the devil chi, and the 13 divine statues turned into 13 huge green stars that slowly rotated with happiness melting heavenly demon as the center. Soul threads of different waves flew out of each green star, and depending on the angle of rotation, these soul threads fell into the devil chi from all directions. The devil chi didn't weaken under the influence of the soul threads, but it looked a little clearer, as if the 13 stars were purifying the devil chi. At that moment, the soul cultivator Xueqi, who had been missing all this while, transmitted his voice to all of Xueqi's clones. Little Mo Ling, I have already lured the happiness-melting heavenly devil into the Shenhua continent. Come and help me. Little monk, Confucian immortal, don't hesitate. Come with I to suppress this heavenly demon. This is all arranged by our true bodies. Taoist Long Mai and the others, seal this entire space. Don't let any of the heavenly demon's clones escape. Soul cultivator Xueqi's voice was like a flash of light, waking all of his clones up. How is this possible? Green-robed Xueqi stood up from a corner of the space and asked in confusion. Didn't we say that we were going to ambush the heaven-devouring beast? Nonsense. The scholarly cultivator, Xueqi, became anxious and scolded. Among all of us, you are the most familiar with the Shenhua continent. Before our main bodies recover their minds, why don't you hurry up and help our fellow Taoist soul cultivator? Only when our true bodies awaken from their demonic state will we have a chance to survive. Yes, yes. Green-robed Xueqi suddenly came to his senses and rushed into Shenhua continent without delay. Almost at the same time, Xueqi, the devil spirit with the bone spear, flashed through the devil chi and rushed into Shenhua continent. Reverend. Confucian immortal Xueqi looked at Bodhi Buddha and said sadly, you saw it. Our true bodies did this on purpose. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Bodhi Buddha did not wait for Confucian immortal Xueqi to finish speaking. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead. A towering Buddhist light descended and suppressed the devil chi of the heavenly demon. Then he waved his hand, and the exquisite Dayan Pagoda, Mahavairakana Buddhist edict, 10,000 Buddhas painting, and other Buddhist treasures appeared one after another and landed on the restless devil chi and demons. Together with the soul cultivator's shaman artifact, they destroyed the devil chi. Good. Confucian immortal Xueqi shouted at Long Mai Xueqi. Fellow Taoist, please take care of it. Okay. Long Mai Xueqi replied. Then, the 9 cauldrons flew out from under the mountain river seal and spewed 5-colored true chi at the heavenly demon's body. Although the heavenly demon had lost control of its body, there were still many other demons suppressed by the heavenly demon. These demons were frantically trying to break free, so they naturally had to fight against Confucian immortal Xueqi and Bodhi Buddha. However, Xueqi's soul cultivator doppelganger, Confucian doppelganger, and Buddhist doppelganger all attacked at the same time. Not only did the soul cultivator doppelganger's shaman tool purify the devils, but the Confucian doppelganger Xueqi had already reached the scholarly level. His righteous energy surged out of his 5-colored true energy, and the power of life flashed with 5-colored brilliance. Not only did it exterminate the devils without devil bodies, it also rapidly compressed the devil bodies that were no longer under the control of the heavenly devils. Chapter 42-59. Similarly, Bodhi, who had fused with Nanwu Maitreya Buddha's ancient glory, had reached a whole new level in terms of psyche power and faith power. The boundless Buddhist light swept across the devil's body like sharp flying swords. Many devils howled in agony as they were killed. Even more devil chi was melted, turning into pitch-black liquid that fell into the air. The battle outside the devil's body was extremely exciting, but the battle inside the devil's body was extremely thrilling. When the heavenly devil saw the freedom heavenly devil appear, the ecstasy he felt was indescribable. He had been trapped in this incomplete eldritch continent for many years. He had deliberately planned to destroy the world so that he could escape from this place surrounded by time turbulence. When he saw the freedom heavenly devil appear, he chased after him without hesitation. He wanted to find the way back to the freedom heavenly devil through the nameless space that the freedom heavenly devil had escaped from. Unfortunately, when he squeezed into that space, he was not greeted by the freedom heavenly devil. Instead, it was the soul cultivator Xueqi, who was surrounded by green light and filled with the aura of the freedom heavenly devil. When Xueqi had entered the eldritch continent, the heavenly devil had already seen him. However, Xueqi had too many doppelgangers. During the battle at Chao Tianke, the heavenly devil could not tell which doppelgangers had not appeared. However, when he saw Xueqi, the heavenly devil's heart trembled. He screamed and immediately wanted to fly out of the Shanhua continent. Just like what Xueqi had said to Xian, once he entered the Shao sect, he would be as deep as the ocean. Since the heavenly devil had entered the Shanhua continent, how could he escape so easily? The soul cultivator Xueqi used his soul technique to purify Xueqi's mind and called for the scholarly cultivator Xueqi to suppress the devil qi of the heavenly devil. At the same time, he waved his hands, and countless soul strands turned into ropes to bind the heavenly devil. Damn it! Although Hua Letian didn't understand what exactly had happened, he was very clear that he had definitely fallen into Xueqi's trap. However, seeing that there was only soul cultivator Xueqi here, he was also clear that Xueqi's main body was still in a state of bedevilment. He only needed to escape from this space, and victory would still be within his grasp. Heavenly demon Hua Le cursed in his heart. His body trembled, and he instantly split into billions of doppelgangers. Some of them flew toward the Shanhua continent, some flew toward the starry sky, and some flew into space. Motherfucker! Xueqi cursed inwardly when he saw how cunning the heavenly demon was. Countless green lights flashed between his eyebrows as he unleashed all sorts of soul techniques to control the area within 10,000 miles. At the same time, he took out his brush and waved it, causing even more green fireflies to spread out and fall on the heavenly demon's avatar. Bang bang bang. Light explosions rang out as the heavenly demon's avatars were shattered one by one under the power of life. However, as the saying goes, the devil is 10. Seeing that his clone was destroyed, the heaven's devil laughed wildly. A hurricane suddenly arose, and the entire space became chaotic. Woo-woo. Just as the soul cultivator Xueqi was panicking, a demonic roar that was even more arrogant than the heavenly demon's roar rang out. Holding the bone dragon spear, demonic spirit Xueqi rushed into the Shanhua continent first. The moment demonic spirit Xueqi landed in space, he roared into the sky without saying a word. As he opened his mouth, he spat out a whirlwind that covered the 10,000 miles of space controlled by the soul cultivator Xueqi. Countless heavenly demon doppelgangers were like moths drawn to a flame, obediently falling into his mouth one by one. Damned demon scum! The heavenly demon Hua Lu was flustered and exasperated. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen a human who had not set foot in the immortal realm cultivate a demonic doppelganger. Moreover, the strength of the demonic doppelganger seemed to be a bit stronger than the original body. Unfortunately, he only dared to curse in his heart and did not dare to reveal himself. At this time, the heavenly demon Hua Lu had already sensed the strangeness of the Shanhua continent. He also understood that although he was more powerful than demonic spirit Xueqi in this space, he was definitely no match for demonic spirit Xueqi. What should I do? Faced with such a hopeless situation, the heavenly demon Hua Lu truly did not know what to do. However, when he looked at the soul cultivator Xueqi, the heavenly demon Hua Lu suddenly had an idea. Many of his doppelgangers charged towards demonic spirit Xueqi, towards the outside of the space, and towards the unrestrained heavenly demon's aura. Hee, you're already here, and you still want to leave? Demonic spirit Xueqi laughed heartily. Back then I also wanted to. Not good. As he spoke, demonic spirit Xueqi's body trembled, and his demonic body transformed into a demonic formation that enveloped the surrounding area. Not only did it cover 10,000 miles, but it also went beyond 10,000 miles, until it reached tens of thousands of miles. However, it was also at this moment that Xueqi's devilish body started to tremble rapidly. Various devilish heads that looked completely different from Xueqi started to appear in various parts of the devilish formation. Moreover, the devilish formation started to collapse one after another. Damn it! How could soul cultivator Xueqi not know that the heavenly demon Hua Lu was taking advantage of the situation to corrupt demonic spirit Xueqi? Although demonic spirit Xueqi had already become a demon sovereign, he still couldn't resist the heavenly demon Hua Lu. Go! Soul cultivator Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the subbrush in his hand and stabbed it into the demonic formation like a sharp sword. However, at the same time that soul cultivator Xueqi was killing the heavenly devil, his devil formation was also rapidly shrinking. At this time, the soul cultivator Xueqi's body flashed with a green light, and the unrestrained heavenly devil's aura suddenly weakened. Xueqi was even more shocked. He already understood the unrestrained heavenly devil's plan. The unrestrained heavenly devil's essence in the space had not been completely refined. If it was used by the unrestrained heavenly devil, wouldn't the unrestrained heavenly devil be able to do whatever it wanted on Shenhua continent? Although he had trapped the heavenly demon Hua Lu in the space and saved the billions of lives on the Eldritch continent, what about Shenhua continent? There were billions of lives on Shenhua continent right now. Rumble. At this critical moment, a shocking thunderstorm swept across the sky above Shenhua continent. On the broken immortal slaying platform, thunder water gushed out like a flood, covering the demonic formation formed by demonic spirit Xueqi within 100,000 feet of soul cultivator Xueqi. Above the thunderstorm, the green-robed Xueqi's figure appeared. Damn it! How dare you show off in front of me? I'll let you know how powerful I am. The green-robed Xueqi protected demonic spirit Xueqi with the thunderstorm as he cursed. Then, he struck out several spells to seal several important places in the space. He then raised his hand and pointed again. Beth! The sun star in the sky also emitted sun true fire, which poured into the thunderstorm. The heavenly demon Hua Li's wails were incessant in the thunderstorm. Phew! Seeing the green-robed Xueqi come to help, soul cultivator Xueqi let out a long breath. He thought that he and demonic spirit Xueqi could deal with the heavenly demon Hua Lu easily, but he didn't expect the heavenly demon Hua Lu to be even more difficult to deal with than the freedom heavenly demon. Go to hell! Soul cultivator Xueqi was naturally furious now that he had nothing to worry about. He activated his soul spell to kill the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers. At this time, demonic spirit Xueqi also broke free from the heavenly demon Hua Lu and used the power of the thunderstorm to counterattack the heavenly demon Hua Lu. After witnessing the heavenly demon Hua Li's abilities, the green-robed Xueqi didn't dare to be distracted. He released his divine sense to cover the entire space and closely monitored the situation. After an hour, more than 70% of the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers were killed, and the remaining ones were struggling at death's door. Suddenly, the green-robed Xueqi raised his eyebrows and hurriedly waved his hands. Layers of seals appeared in mid-air, and within the seals, the originally formless heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers froze. Damn it! Even the green-robed Xueqi felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but complain. Why is this heavenly demon Hua Li so difficult to deal with? Not good. Seeing that a few of the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers were about to escape from the space, the green-robed Xueqi turned pale with fright. This was Xueqi's biggest secret, and also the secret that all his doppelgangers relied on to grow. If the heavenly demon Hua Lu escaped, this secret would be exposed to the public. At this time, a cold voice like that of a god appeared. The entire space was suddenly completely sealed. Jade Archive Xueqi's figure appeared beside the green-robed Xueqi. Good boy! The green-robed Xueqi saw Jade Archive Xueqi and immediately beamed with joy. He said, "Fellow Taoist, you are finally here. I will leave this place to you. Fellow Taoists, I will have to trouble you." Jade Archive Xueqi cupped his hands and bowed. However, his aura was different from before. It was as if he had cut off something, but also as if he had sublimated something. His every movement faintly had the aura of controlling the entire space. This aura was comparable to the heaven and earth, and also had the tendency to surpass inner sage and outer monarch. The green-robed Xueqi looked envious, but at this time, he did not dare to say anything. He casually cupped his hands and returned the greeting before retreating to the side. Jade Archive Xueqi looked around. He looked at the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers in the lightning, and then looked outside the lightning, at the place where the green-robed Xueqi had not paid attention to before. Seeing that Jade Archive Xueqi was looking at another place, the green-robed Xueqi's heart thumped loudly. An extremely bad feeling arose in his heart because that place was where the Shenhua continent was located. All the Fortune Gates disciples and the flashy mundane world were also there. What is Buddha? What is devil? Jade Archive Xueqi said indifferently. What is light? What is darkness? Where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is darkness there is light. There is no absolute light, and there is no absolute darkness. Therefore if there is Buddha, there is devil, and if there is devil there is Buddha. There is no Buddha that has been completely erased, and there is no devil that has been completely exterminated. Since there is Buddha on the Shenhua continent, then, it is inevitable that there will be devil. Blindly avoiding the distinction between Buddha and devil will only cause the entire Shenhua continent to collapse. Since all the heavenly demons have come to cause trouble, then, all of you can stay here. Chapter 4260. As he spoke, countless strange fluctuations appeared in the air. Wherever the fluctuations passed, heaven and earth changed. But as for where the changes were, even Xueqi couldn't tell. Xueqi's seal on the Jade Archive began to loosen as these fluctuations appeared. Even the green-robed Xueqi could see faint clones of the Hualu heavenly devil mysteriously dissipating in various parts of the space. Fellow Taoist. Xueqi cried out, What are you doing? Don't you know the principle of eliminating evil? You're letting the tiger return to the mountain, leaving behind future troubles? He. Xueqi said with a confident tone. Could it be that fellow Taoist still doesn't understand? Although Shenhua continent is our biggest secret, with the development of Shenhua continent and our Fortune Gates disciples, it is inevitable that they will leave Shenhua continent. Restricting Shenhua continent is the same as restricting our disciples. It is a selfish thought. Instead of hiding it like this, why don't we just let Shenhua continent go? But, Xueqi said anxiously, if that's the case, our secret, won't it not be a secret anymore? And then I ask you, if you have a priceless pearl, where would you hide it? Xueqi asked. Xueqi was surprised, and asked in confusion, does this have anything to do with Ai's worries? Yes. Xueqi nodded. Answer Ai's question. Put it in the spatial ring, in the Kunlun mirror, or in Shenhua continent. Xueqi pondered for a moment before answering. Xueqi nodded and smiled. Fellow Taoist is right. But, does fellow Taoist know the story of passing off fish eyes as pearls? Of course I know. Xueqi nodded. Usually, I read a lot of books. Then, fellow Taoist, do you think it's better to hide the pearl in a place and worry about it all day long, or to throw it into a pile of fish eyes so that others won't know even if they see it? Xueqi asked rhetorically. Green-robed Xueqi blinked his eyes and replied, I feel that it's better to keep it for myself. I can't be at ease throwing it among the fish eyes. Jade Archive Xueqi said, there are countless spatial interfaces in this world, and each spatial interface has an edge. Breaking through this edge will lead to another spatial interface. Although I don't know what is beyond the edge of Shenhua continent, I still don't know. However, since all of you can freely enter and exit the Shenhua continent based on your senses, the Shenhua continent must be like the other spatial planes and can be entered by others. Therefore, instead of imprisoning the entire Shenhua continent, why don't we throw the entire Shenhua continent into the various spatial realms? Whoever comes, they don't even know that this is a continent that we control. Whoever comes, won't they be at our mercy? I seem to understand. Green-robed Xueqi nodded. What you mean is that there is no need to deliberately seal off the Shenhua continent. Anyway, the Shenhua continent is the same as the hidden immortal continent. Even if cultivators come in, they will not know that this space belongs to us. That's the reason. Jade Archive Xueqi replied. Fellow Taoist, you are really imaginative. Green-robed Xueqi sighed. And you are really daring to let it go. If it were I definitely wouldn't dare. Sigh, do you think I can bear to? Jade Archive Xueqi smiled bitterly. The Shenhua continent is already filled with Buddhist sects, and there are frequent occurrences of Buddhist sections. However, if there are Buddhas, what about demons? Without demons, how can Buddhas become Buddhas? Therefore, the entire Shenhua continent has formed a kind of abnormal psychokinesis, and it is this psychokinesis that attracts the heavenly demons. Damn it! Green-robed Xueqi suddenly understood. No wonder. I knew it. We are only at the peak of the human world. How could we attract the heavenly demons from the heavenly demons and Hualu heaven? So the root is here. But, even so, you can't let the heavenly demons live, right? Aren't you afraid that the heavenly demons will overturn the heavens? Divulging information about us? If it were any other space, I naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. However, in this space on this Shanhua continent, we can say whatever we want, right? Even the heavenly demons from the unrestrained heaven and Hualu heaven have to listen to us, right? Jade Archive Xiao Hua replied with a mysterious smile. I understand. Green-robed Xiao Hua nodded again, but in the end, he still reminded, however, I still have to remind fellow Taoists that heavenly demons are heavenly demons after all. They are far from what we can deal with our current strength. Fellow Taoist, don't let your guard down. In this world, there is something called a whetstone. With this object the blade can be sharpened. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said meaningfully. Since we want to be strong, to be the sharpest blade in the world, if we don't have a whetstone like the heavenly demons, how can we be sharpened? All right. Green-robed Xiao Hua heard this and his heroic spirit soared. He shouted, I will follow fellow Taoist and see how powerful the whetstone forged by the heavenly demons is. No matter how powerful it is, it's still in our hands. Jade Archive Xiao Hua chuckled and waved his hand. All the lightning within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers suddenly retracted, condensing all the demonic chi into a demonic pearl. He then said, Demon spirit, hurry up and kill the happiness-melting heavenly devil. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua and Demon Spirit Xiao Hua both listened to Jade Archive Xiao Hua and Green-robed Xiao Hua's words. They trembled with fear but also had some expectations. Now that they heard Jade Archive Xiao Hua's orders, how could they not know that Jade Archive Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve? Demon Spirit Xiao Hua replied loudly and revealed himself, opening his mouth and swallowing the demonic bead into his abdomen. Sigh. After Demon Spirit Xiao Hua swallowed the demonic bead, Jade Archive Xiao Hua sighed again. As the saying goes, man proposes but God disposes. This is exactly the case. After such a long time of planning, in the end, it was just a good idea or an opportunity. Even if fellow Taoist I and fellow Taoist had been vigilant, I'm afraid we still couldn't escape the fate of death. Fellow Taoist, what the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell us. Green-robed Xiao Hua was somewhat impatient. How did you know there was a heavenly demon in the Imperial Court of Heaven? Let's go, we'll talk about it when we get out. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua laughed. I'm afraid Buddha Bodhi outside is going to be wronged to death. Since Jade Archive Xiao Hua could enter the space, the Soul Cultivator Grand Formation outside naturally had already succeeded. Moreover, Xiao Hua's demonic body had already been suppressed by the Soul Cultivator, Buddhist, and Confucian cultivators. When Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position, Demon Spirit Xiao Hua flew out. In just a moment, the demonic chi around Xiao Hua's body had already shrunk back into its body. The devil head and demonic chi brought by the heavenly demon were also swallowed by Demon Spirit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to look at Buddha Bodhi, who had transformed into Jiang Luer's appearance. He bowed and saluted. I've wronged Great Master. This is all I's fault. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi's face had the same unfathomable benevolence. He put his palms together and replied. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. This is the knot in our hearts. You get rid of the heart devil, I also get rid of the heart devil. Great kindness. Little monk. The green-robed Xiao Hua was baffled. He didn't dare to speak bluntly to Xiao Hua. He turned his head and asked Buddha Bodhi, what kind of Zen trick are you playing? How come I don't understand? Namo Maitreya Buddha, I can't say it, I can't say it. Unexpectedly, Buddha Bodhi smiled and shook his head, not answering. Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Great Master, you'd better explain it to them. Otherwise, I'll feel embarrassed. All right. Buddha Bodhi seemed to have already let go of everything. He nodded and explained. Then this poor monk will explain it to you. Fellow Taoist Jade Archive admitted his mistake. He misunderstood this poor monk and thought that this poor monk wanted to snatch Jiang Luer's karmic fruits. Although he had such thoughts because he fell into the heavenly demon's trap, the real reason was that he had such real thoughts. He really didn't want this poor monk to gain merit in the primitive continent and destroy Jiang Luer's future. However, this poor monk only wanted to save the billions of lives in the primitive continent and enlighten those pitiful low-level beasts. I didn't have the intention to snatch anyone's merit. However, no matter how this poor monk explained, Fellow Taoist Jade Archive refused to believe me. This is the knot in this poor monk's heart. This knot in this poor monk's heart caused the estrangement between this poor monk and fellow Taoist Jade Archive. This estrangement also became the opportunity for the joyous heavenly demon to attack fellow Taoist Jade Archive. Of course, when fellow Taoist Jade Archive waved his demonic saber to kill this poor monk also understood. Fellow Taoist Jade Archive was the kind of person who was greedy for small gains but had a righteous heart. When he killed this poor monk, he was actually killing himself. He would rather die than let his juniors and nephews be harmed. This poor monk was actually fellow Taoist Jade Archive himself, and the Zhonglure he cared about was someone else. In this world, how could there be a reason to go against oneself? Therefore, this poor monk's knot in this poor monk's heart was also untied at that moment. That's not all. Xueqi said with a smile, "I's saber not only untied the knot in our hearts, but it also allowed you to gain a blessing in disguise, right?" Indeed. Buddha Bodhi admitted. As long as the Buddhists of the Buddhist sect leave the mortal world, they have to cut off their roots in the mortal world. However, this poor monk does not have any roots in the mortal world. My flesh and blood are not complete, so how can I cut it off? And fellow Taoist Jade Archive saber cut off this poor monk's mortal world. Excellent, excellent. The green-robed Xueqi could not help but praise. Only with great kindness can there be great returns. However, Master, in your current state, what is the use of cutting it off? The bone-honing Xueqi looked at the completely different Buddha Bodhi and asked thoughtlessly. Buddha Bodhi laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. This poor monk does not care whether it's useful or not. All this belongs to Zhonglure. This poor monk has already made a great vow. As long as there's a chance, this poor monk will return everything to Zhonglure." As he said that, Buddha Bodhi looked at Xueqi meaningfully and said, "Don't you think so, fellow Taoist?" Of course. Xueqi did not evade anymore and said with a smile, "What you think is what I think, and what you do is what I want." Chapter 4261. Fellow Taoist, we already know about Buddha Bodhi, but what's going on with this heavenly demon of joy? This happened too suddenly, and there were no signs at all. I really don't know what's going on. Bone-honed Xueqi was the most outspoken. After understanding the knot between Xueqi and Buddha Bodhi, he immediately asked about the heavenly demon of joy. It's actually very simple. At this moment, Xueqi looked at everyone and explained, "It's just like what fellow Taoist soul cultivator told everyone earlier." Then, Xueqi explained the details of the matter to him. In fact, as early as when Xueqi saw the Buddha statue of Zhonglure's previous life in the shrine, Xueqi had doubts about his own Buddhist cultivation, and the target of this suspicion naturally fell on Buddha Bodhi. Even though Buddha Bodhi was explaining, his explanation was actually Xueqi's self-reflection, and it was not enough to dispel Xueqi's doubts. At this moment, Xueqi's heart had already been planted with a demon. The Buddha statue in the shrine had tears in its eyes, and the Buddha statue had been torn apart in its heart. This was not done by Maitreya Buddha, but by the heavenly demon of joy to lure Xueqi into becoming a demon. At that time, Xueqi did not have any doubts. Later, when the dragon pattern appeared, the dragon pattern stone giant of the same lineage regarded the stone giant who worshipped Namo Maitreya as an enemy, and this made Xueqi see two undercurrents in the Eldritch continent. Since there were undercurrents, there was naturally a mastermind behind the scenes. Xueqi naturally believed that the mastermind behind the scenes was Namo Maitreya and the god of the dragon race. Of course, Xueqi already knew that Namo Maitreya had reincarnated, so the mastermind behind the scenes must be the dragon race or the successor of Namo Maitreya. After Xueqi learned about the Imperial Palace from Devouring Heaven, he entered the Imperial Palace to defeat the 5 small eldritch beasts, rescued Dragon Gate Xueqi and Phoenix Body Xueqi, and even subdued the Black Jade Qilin. The target of Xueqi's suspicion fell on the successor of Namo Maitreya. After all, the Imperial Heaven Tower had existed for many years, and according to the Black Jade Qilin, every once in a while, the Imperial Heaven Tower would open up, and weapons and crystals would appear. This kind of miracle would not appear out of thin air. There must be an invisible hand behind it. However, Dragon Vein Xueqi was a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was injured in Chao Tian Tower, Yet no dragons appeared. This could only mean that there were no dragons or their descendants in Chao Tian Tower, or that there was a dragon that looked down on the five-clawed golden dragon. Apart from this possibility, it could only be the successor of the Maitreya Buddha. Moreover, this imperial heaven tower was originally the exquisite derivation pagoda that opened the heaven and earth. This further confirmed Xiao Hua's conjecture. However, as the Fortune Gate disciples' teaching power expanded, and Xiao Hua witnessed the power of the Dragon Clan's faith, a new idea surfaced in his mind. He did not think that the Dragon tribe and the Buddhist sect, who were fighting fiercely on the primitive continent, did not fight in the imperial palace. The Dragon Clan would not allow the Buddhist sect to build the imperial palace of heaven without taking any action. However, other than the imperial heaven tower, there was no other imperial heaven tower in the Fortune Gate's territory, which made Xiao Hua even more suspicious. When Xiao Hua learned from Lu Yi that someone was spying on him, he saw the Buddha statue that was split in two inside the lava giant's body. At that time, Xiao Hua suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong. Because the Buddhist sect emphasized on imperceptible influence, even if it was Buddhism, the more simple it was, the higher the level it was. How could the Buddhist sect use bloody tears as a warning? If it was faint tears, then that was the real Buddhist sect's realm. Of course, the stone giant's body was covered in lava, and using lava to make tears would always be red. This was reasonable. But the most unusual thing was that the Buddha statue had cracked. What was even stranger was that the stone giant had only wept bitterly at the beginning, and then later, it did not seem to care. At least, it was not as pious as Xiao Hua had imagined. The Buddha statue had always been a symbol of faith, and with the stone giant's faith power, it was impossible for the Buddha statue to crack, even if Buddha Bodhi was teaching the stone giant. Even when the Buddha Lord's Buddha fruit was replaced, the Buddha statue would not crack, and only its appearance would change. Although the Buddha statue cracked, Xiao Hua's heart also cracked, but it also made Xiao Hua suspicious. Xiao Hua suspected that the Buddha statue and the stone giant's faith were two completely different things. When Xiao Hua went to another group of stone giants to look at the dragon god statue in the shrine, he had a whimsical idea. He believed that the dragon tribe's descendant and the Buddhist sect's successor did not exist on the primitive continent, and that there was only a third force that borrowed the dragon tribe's and Buddhist sect's power. As for who the third force was, Xiao Hua suspected it was the heavenly devil. In truth, there was no special reason or divine ability, but Xiao Hua had suffered too much from the heavenly devil recently. Xiao Hua felt like a bao cup and a snake's shadow. Since he had a suspect, Xiao Hua naturally had to come up with a countermeasure. However, Xiao Hua already knew that he might have been possessed by the heavenly devil, and even his other clones might be tainted by the devil Qi. If he was not careful, he might be taken advantage of by the heavenly devil. Therefore, Xiao Hua could only choose the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who was connected to him in terms of soul, to be his helper. He only told the soul cultivator Xiao Hua about his thoughts in the mysterious dark cloud, and told him to hide in the Shenhua continent. He even told him not to tell his other clones, and not to come out of the Shenhua continent unless it was a critical moment. However, with the appearance of the heaven-devouring beast and Di Ting, Xiao Hua felt that his worries were groundless, because all his previous suspicions were perfectly explained by the two beasts. Even the heaven-connecting peak in Chaotian Tower could be attributed to the reckless dragon god. However, Xiao Hua was still cautious, and did not let the soul cultivator Xiao Hua appear in Chaotian Tower. And the result was exactly what his clones saw. Xiao Hua's suspicions were correct. Besides the dragon god and Nanwu Maitreya, there was indeed a third almighty on the Eldritch continent, and that was the heavenly devil. As for why the dragon god and Nanwu Maitreya came to the Eldritch continent, and whether the heavenly devil came with them, Xiao Hua did not know. Damn it! The bone-honing Xiao Hua was dumbfounded when he heard this. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's so complicated. I saw all of this with my own eyes, but why? Why didn't I feel anything special? So, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist bone-honing, and fellow Taoists, you still have a long way to go. If you want to be a real cultivator, you have to be a real person first." Damn it, I am not a person to begin with. Why should I be a person? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua used the mountain and river seal to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda in the sky and shouted loudly, but his voice was full of joy. There is no such pagoda in the world without a foundation. Even if the heaven-connecting peak can reach the sky, its foundation is still deeply embedded in the earth. Xueqi replied with a smile. If you want to become almighty and move unhindered in the three realms, you have to first lay a good foundation. Humanity, emotions, and experience are all indispensable. This heaven and earth pagoda has no foundation, and Great Master's exquisite derivation pagoda also has no foundation. Green-robed Xueqi took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. Xueqi smiled and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed, and he said to Xueqi, "Oh right, fellow Taoist Confucian, when Great Master was attaining enlightenment, the heavenly devil said that this incomplete eldritch continent is in the turbulent flow of time. The Buddhist light of the Buddha realm cannot shine, and the devil nation has no passage to this place. Even the heavenly devil is trapped here. Then, why did fellow Taoist choose Once that day? If I'm not mistaken, Confucian cultivators should have divine abilities that Buddhists don't have. Fellow Taoist, please take care of it. We might not be able to leave this place without fellow Taoists' divine abilities. As Confucian cultivators say, one can't reach 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. If one wants to reach 1,000 miles, one can reach a higher level." The Confucian cultivator Xueqi nodded. "I've heard some news from the sage of literature, and I've also gained some insights in this regard. After we resolve the calamity in the primitive continent and leave the imperial palace, I'll work with fellow immortal green robe and fellow immortal soul cultivator to improve the teleportation formation. Of course, since a female immortal from the immortal world left this place, we should have a chance." "Good." Xueqi nodded and looked at the 7th floor of the heaven and earth pagoda. A mysterious smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Now that the imperial court's matter has been settled, let's see what it is that requires the Maitreya Buddha Tsaili to suppress." While speaking, Xueqi looked up again. Far away from the heaven and earth pagoda, the heaven-swallowing beast was hiding behind a mountain range with a 9-toothed rake in its hand, looking very nervous. "Hee, this little guy is probably scared out of his wits." Xueqi smiled and waved his hand. A large hand appeared out of thin air and covered the heaven-swallowing beast. The heaven-swallowing beast was very anxious and waved its 9-toothed rake to resist. "Don't be afraid," Xueqi said. "This old man has already killed the heavenly demon. Now, there are only a few of us left in the Imperial Heaven Tower. Besides, if this old man wants to kill you, why would I need to go through so much trouble?" The heaven-swallowing beast was already in awe of Xueqi. Now that it saw the space being sealed, it naturally had the intention and the ability to break this cage. However, after hearing Xueqi's words, it gave up on resisting. It only held the 9-toothed rake in its hand and was taken into the heaven and earth pagoda with unusual vigilance. "Let's go." Xueqi looked at the heaven-swallowing beast's vigilance and said indifferently, "Although you are related to Di Ting and followed him into the Imperial Heaven Tower, you are also fated to be with this old man. Today, this old man will give you a share of the merit of saving the billions of lives in the primitive continent. This can be considered as living up to your Dharma name of Xueqi." The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned and muttered a few words. However, in the end, it didn't say anything. After all, the scene just now was really frightening. The heaven-swallowing beast couldn't let down its guard for a while. Soul cultivator Xueqi, bone-tempering Xueqi, phoenix body Xueqi, and devil spirit Xueqi returned. Moreover, Confucian cultivator Xueqi still activated the 9 cauldrons to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda and open the 7th floor of the pagoda. The pagoda turned into a pure white camellia flower. Chapter 4262. 7 mysterious lights rushed out of the camellia, and the whole space was immediately enveloped by the 7 lights. All the light and shadows dimmed. When Xueqi's eyes fell on the source of the lights, he saw a Buddhist treasure that looked like 7 bamboo joints and 7 tree branches floating in the camellia. However, no matter what the illusion of the Buddhist treasure was, there were still 7 layers of extremely obscure waves that penetrated into the heaven and earth pagoda. Within these 7 layers of waves was an absolute space that no one's gaze or Buddhist consciousness could enter. The Tree of 7 Wonders? Bodhi could not help but cry out in surprise. "Why is it here? Is this what Maitreya Buddha's Kylie is suppressing? Master, you're wrong. Xiao Hua's divine mind swept over and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "This thing is the same as Pangu's axe. It's not the real tree of 7 wonders. It's just a shell or a shadow. Like Pangu's axe, it's a Buddhist treasure of Maitreya Buddha Lord. Maitreya Buddha Lord's Kylie is placed in the 8th level of the pagoda not to suppress this thing, but to control it. The 6th level of the pagoda under this thing is what the heaven demon of nirvana needs to suppress." Xiao Hua raised his hand and grabbed. Sure enough, where his hand passed, the tree of 7 wonders turned into a shadow. Xiao Hua could not hold the Buddhist treasure at all. Master. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It seems that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. The Buddhist treasure will finally fall into your hands." I'm afraid that the multicolored light in the imperial palace that day was emitted by this thing. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Phoenix Body Xiao Hua looked at each other and said almost in unison, "Congratulations, Grandmaster, congratulations." What's there to be happy about? Bodhi shook his head slightly. Everything is just a reflection of the moon in the water. Only my Buddha is real. However, Bodhi still chanted Buddhist mantras and came before the tree of 7 wonders. He raised his hand and held the Buddhist treasure. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Buddhist chant filled the whole space, and Bodhi easily held the tree of 7 wonders in his hand. Haha, fate is too wonderful for words. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He knew very well that the Heaven and Earth Pagoda itself was a unique treasure. It was used by the heavenly demon to support the reversal of space. Inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, it was used to suppress the formation I of the innate heavy water flood formation. The Heaven and Earth Pagoda was divided into 9 levels. Panga's axe was on the 9th level, Ancient Sili was on the 8th level, and now the Tree of 7 Wonders was on the 7th level. He really could not figure out what better things were in the other levels of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. After putting away the Tree of 7 Wonders, Buddha Bodhi continued to stand by the side. However, the Tree of 7 Wonders did not leave the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. This was because there were strange waves rushing out from the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, as if the whole pagoda was about to burst. What is this? Xiao Hua frowned as he muttered in his heart, I actually have to rely on the wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures to suppress it. I won't release something that I can't control, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua said to Bodhi, Grandmaster, be careful. If there are any accidents, immediately activate the Buddhist treasure. Bodhi smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, Tanyu. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best. Bodhi's words naturally revealed his lack of confidence, indicating that he might not be able to control the Tree of 7 Wonders. However, Xiao Hua still gritted his teeth and said, Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator, open the 6th level of the pagoda. At worst, we'll destroy this inverted space and overturn the Great Formation. Fellow Taoist, your thinking is too simple. The green-robed Xiao Hua was a formation grandmaster. He curled his lips and said, If we could break the formation like this, would we still need to break it layer by layer? Xiao Hua stared at the Heaven and Earth Pagoda with a solemn expression. When Xiao Hua opened the 6th layer of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, the body of the pagoda transformed into the shape of an orchid. Xiao Hua and the others were dumbfounded because there was nothing inside the orchid at all. The previous fluctuations had all disappeared without a trace. Strange. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. After his divine sense swept over, he opened his Delirium Destruction Dharma eye. However, before he could open it, a bewitching blue color instantly pierced into his Dharma eye, and even a cold and astringent feeling like a gust of wind was born from his Dharma eye. The origin of wind. Xiao Hua was really ecstatic. He shouted almost without hesitation, Fellow Taoists, we've struck gold. Quickly prepare. As he spoke, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. Within the space, the origin of wood that had yet to be refined immediately spread out. Xiao Hua guided his fists into the orchid and slowly displayed the Big Dipper divine fist. Haha, great. Great. This is what I like the most. The bone-honing Xiao Hua was the happiest. His figure also landed on top of Xiao Hua's head. Wind whooshed out of his fists as he displayed the fist technique together with his body. The Big Dipper divine fist that others couldn't learn no matter what was displayed by the two of them at the same time was truly dazzling. Like the other origins, the origin of wind didn't have any special resistance under the attraction of the starry sky fluctuations. It quickly entered Xueqi's body and tempered his body with the flow of the Big Dipper divine fist before finally entering the space. However, it was somewhat different from the other origins. As soon as the origin of wind entered the space, the entire space immediately produced a whistling sound. Then, the entire space seemed to be stretched, producing a strange change. "Oh, not good." Xueqi turned pale with fright. At this time, there were billions of living beings in his space. How could it tolerate the slightest bit of change? Almost without hesitation, Xueqi's divine sense entered the space. However, when Jade Archive Xueqi stood firmly in the space, his brows were tightly knitted together again. The entire space was indeed different from before, and it was very different. Everything in front of him was somewhat blurry and distorted. Even the appearance of the Fortune Gates disciples on the Shanhua mainland seemed somewhat unreal. However, other than this distortion, there were no other obvious changes. Not only were all the living beings growing normally, even the Hua Lishan's heavenly devil avatar that wasn't killed was bewitching some Fortune Gates disciples who had fallen into the devil path. Everything was no different from before. What is going on? Jade Archive Xueqi was truly puzzled. Could it be that there are changes in the space that even I don't know about? At this time, the green-robed Xueqi also came in from outside the space and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist, why did you rush into the Shenhua mainland without any reason? What the hell happened?" Jade Archive Xueqi smiled slightly and looked at the green-robed Xueqi's blurry and distorted figure, asking, "What? Don't you feel that there are some changes in the Shenhua mainland?" "Is that so?" The green-robed Xueqi looked around in bewilderment and asked curiously, "No? I didn't find anything different." "Is everything exactly the same as before?" Jade Archive Xueqi asked. "Of course it's exactly the same. I really didn't find anything different." The green-robed Xueqi looked again and even moved his hands to attract lightning, carefully comprehending the power of lightning before answering. Jade Archive Xueqi looked meaningfully at the space and nodded, saying, "Perhaps. I was thinking too much. Let's go. Let's see what the wind origin is suppressing." "Haha, is there still a need to say?" The green-robed Xueqi flew out of the space with the Jade Archive Xueqi as he replied. "Previously, we had been guessing the origin of this innate heavy water. Now that even the origin of wind has appeared, the origin of wind must be suppressing the origin of water. This is the only way to explain how so much innate heavy water came to be." Xueqi's mind returned to its original position and his spirit shook. He clapped his hands and said, "Good, I also think so. If we have the water origin, our 5 elemental origins will be complete, and the light escape technique will enter a whole new level." Under everyone's gaze, the scholarly cultivator Xueqi opened the 5th layer of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Seeing the purple chrysanthemum in the pagoda, Xueqi scanned it with his divine sense and was overjoyed, because there was nothing in his divine sense. Moreover, there was a kind of heavy fluctuation in the entire chrysanthemum that went straight into the 4th layer of the pagoda. Wasn't this the water origin he was thinking of? However, when he opened his illusion breaker eyes, his eyes were filled with dazzling purple lightning patterns. Xueqi was absolutely dumbfounded. What? Why is it the lightning origin? Could it be that the water origin is in the 4th layer of the pagoda? Oh, I understand now. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly had a kind of enlightenment and said in surprise, "Fellow Taoists, do you still remember the white bones we picked up from the dozen or so big pillars under the lava where the stone giant was? Those white bones either had the power to kill with lightning or a fine penetrating power. They were all killed by the lightning origin and wind origin. They were probably killed by the wind and lightning because they wanted to collect these things." Xueqi was astonished when the lightning origin was revealed. Not only was there lightning vibrating on the pagoda, but the entire space was also shaken, and countless purple colors dyed the surroundings. "Great Master, quickly make a move." Seeing the purple color in the illusion breaker eyes fly up like the rising sun, Xueqi was startled and hurriedly called out, "Namo Maitreya Buddha." Buddha Bodhi chanted Buddha's name and raised the 7 Wonders tree to block it. However, just as he raised his hand, the Buddha's light on the golden body rapidly dimmed. Obviously, he couldn't activate the Seven Wonders tree. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Tempered Bones, let's attack together." Tempered Bones Xiaohua saw the lightning origin and almost somersaulted in midair. Hearing Xiaohua's order, he happily responded and rushed into the sky to activate the Big Dipper Divine Fist. Xiaohua landed below the bone-honing Xiaohua. While releasing the starry sky fluctuations, he also danced with the Big Dipper God Fist. When the thunder origin entered his body, Xiaohua's body immediately felt like it was being smashed by a heavy hammer. His entire body was smashed apart inch by inch and then fused back together inch by inch. This was even more painful than the first time he introduced the fire origin. Chapter 42-63. Xiaohua's days felt like years. He did not dare to faint casually, nor did he dare to let go of any trace of understanding. After all, the power of thunder was the most important of all the spells that he practiced. His understanding of the thunder-vanquishing bead was still shallow. In the face of this thunder origin, he could only treat the feeling of not being able to live or die as an experience. However, when the thunder origin fell into the space, Xiaohua's heart clenched again. His mind followed the thunder origin into the space, and an inexplicable premonition was born from the bottom of his heart. Rumble! The thunder origin fell into the starry sky, and the entire space was suffused with purple. At the same time, the green that had not completely disappeared before mixed with the purple. Immediately, there was a change that Jade Archive Xiaohua did not expect. The previously blurred and distorted space was now being stretched by the power of wind and thunder. When the light and shadow stretched to a certain extent, the light and shadow rapidly shrank and returned to its original state in a moment. The power of wind and thunder seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and it continued to stretch until the entire space was stretched into another Shenhua continent. However, the Shenhua continent in this space was much smaller than the previous Shenhua continent, and everything inside was somewhat similar to what Jade Archive Xiaohua felt before. Everything inside felt blurry and unreal. What's going on? Jade Archive Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He saw that the space had actually given birth to another space. Waves of strange fluctuations rushed from the space into his mind, and a feeling of being at a loss arose spontaneously. When the strange fluctuations entered his body, Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky, carefully perceiving the fluctuations. While Xiaohua was comprehending the fluctuations, the changes in the entire space continued to develop. Besides this small space, 6 different spaces appeared around the Shenhua continent. These spaces were somewhat similar to the small space from before, but their sizes were different, and the colors of the spaces within were different as well. So much so that if the Jade Archive Xiaohua opened his eyes, he would be able to see that the outer layers of these 7 spaces were all wrapped in a hazy luster, just like each and every one of the mysterious stars. Finally, a golden light flew up from Shenhua continent and landed on all the spaces. Only then did the shaking of the entire space stop. The entire space fell into a state of absolute stillness. The vibrations that came with the appearance of each space also stopped abruptly. The moment the spatial vibrations stopped, many star-like brilliances appeared in the adjacent spaces. These brilliances were somewhat dim and not particularly vivid. The changes in the space had ended, but the changes in the Shenhua continent had not. Many treasures and rare items had broken free from Xiaohua's shackles. After disappearing in an extremely strange manner, they reappeared in different spaces. There were even many Fortune Gate disciples who had disappeared several times on the spot before slowly returning to their original state. However, this kind of change was caused by the will of heaven and earth. Everything in the space was in a state of stillness. The Fortune Gate disciples were unaware of this, and even Xiaohua, who was meditating with his eyes closed, was unaware of this. As for the strange beasts and rare items that Xiaohua had collected into his space, they had all fallen into the void along with the golden light. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua's eyelids moved and he opened his eyes. The moment his eyelids moved, the stillness of the entire space was broken, and everything began to move again. Xiaohua was no longer on the original Shenhua continent. Instead, he was in a kind of void. He looked at the darkness around him, then at the space where Shanhua continent was, and then at the other spaces that had just appeared. He sighed and said, "Space, ah space. The so-called space naturally has emptiness first, then space. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are emptiness, and the power of wind and thunder is space. Only spaces with complete origin force can be considered real spaces." As he spoke, Jade Archive Xiaohua gently waved his hand, and countless tiny spaces appeared in the void. With another wave of his hand, these tiny spaces were completely annihilated, and a terrifying destructive force was born from the birth and destruction of these spaces. This is the true power of space. Only by controlling the power of heaven and earth can one have such destructive power. Xiaohua said with a wry smile. What is I's cultivation level now? What's the use of knowing these profound truths of heaven and earth? Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze swept across the various spaces again. He already understood everything inside. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao in the endless void. Previously, in the space where Shenhua continent was, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had taken shelter in the starry sky. Now, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had escaped from the starry sky of that space and landed in the endless void. His figure became increasingly ethereal and larger. Similarly, in the void, Xiaohua of the Karma hand had covered several spaces, and the Karma hand was incomparably large. Everything will change, and everything will develop. Xiaohua smiled faintly, and his figure landed in the space where Shanhua continent was. He thought to himself, previously, I thought that this was how the space was, but who would have thought that there would be such a change today? Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, when will it end? While flying, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao raised his eyebrows, and his figure stopped in mid-air. He looked at a star halo in the distance. The heavenly devil of freedom was actually reborn in that unformed space? Oh my, even the heavenly devil of joy was there? Sure enough, this devil can't be eliminated unless there is no more life in this world. However, the place where the heavenly devil of freedom and the heavenly devil of joy are. Is it the devil nation? Why hasn't that place formed yet? I don't care. With these 2 heavenly devils in I's space, the Fortune Gates disciples can also pass the devil tribulation. Their cultivation is the real cultivation. I don't believe that the disciples who pass the heavenly devil's test can't be compared to the disciples of the hidden immortal continent or even the dawn rain continent. As Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao was thinking, the green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared in the space where Shanhua continent was. The moment the green-robed Xiaohua appeared, he looked at the newly formed space in surprise, as if he had already sensed it. Oh, interesting. Seeing this, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao appeared beside the green-robed Xiaohua in a flash. He smiled and asked, "Why did fellow Taoist come in?" Fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiaohua ignored Xiaohua's question. Instead, he continued to look in the direction of the space and asked curiously, "What's going on? I didn't feel anything when I entered the space just now. Why did I find a place that made me feel a strange connection when I came in this time?" What strange connection did you discover with the place outside this space? Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao asked calmly. The green-robed Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he said word by word, "I can't explain this connection. However, I feel that other than this Shanhua continent, there should be another place that I can go. It's like a home. Fellow Taoist, what's going on?" Fellow Taoist, if I can say, I will naturally say it. I feel that it's not too late to say it when you discover it. Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao replied mysteriously. The green-robed Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, it's up to you to say it." At this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua raised his eyebrows again. With a wave of his hand, Xiaogua appeared beside the 2. Xiaogua looked at the 2 dumbfounded. She didn't understand why 2 masters suddenly appeared. What's going on? Xiaogua, the green-robed Xiaohua asked. When Xiaogua heard this, she immediately bowed and said while crying, "Master, please know that our house has been robbed. Suddenly, a lot of spiritual herbs have been stolen." When the green-robed Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly looked at the herb field and then looked at the place he was worried about. Sure enough, his expression changed greatly. He looked at Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao with bright eyes and said, Fellow Taoist, is there really a thief? Is it those heavenly demons? Hee, don't worry. Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao smiled and said to the green-robed Xiao Hua and Xiao Gua, there are some changes in Shenhua continent. This is normal. Everything is under I's control. Master. Xiao Gua looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua with doubt. And whatever Master says. The green-robed Xiao Hua felt very bored and waved his hand. Just do your own thing. Go Xiao Gua. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Gua's head a few times. You did very well. Master saw everything. Yes, Master. Xiao Gua still couldn't tell which one was the real master. She simply bowed to the two of them and left. Let's go. Fellow Taoists must be waiting anxiously. Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao waved his hand and called the green-robed Xiao Hua out. What's the hurry? We just came in. The green-robed Xiao Hua muttered and flew out of the space with Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, he stroked his chin and said, right, there are some changes in the space. When we came in, it was a bit difficult. Did you do something? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything. He had already sensed what the green-robed Xiao Hua said. The boundary of the space now was completely different from before. It was the endless void that was in contact with the outside world. It wasn't the original space that was directly in contact with the outside world. Even if a powerful expert discovered his own space, they could only enter the void first before discovering other spaces. Of course, the current Xiao Hua couldn't completely understand the connection between the spaces. Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position. The group of doppelgangers looked at Xiao Hua and waited for his analysis. They seemed to have seen something from the green-robed Xiao Hua's excited face. Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's a long story. If fellow Taoists are interested, you can go and see for yourselves after leaving the Imperial Palace. At this point, Xiao Hua glanced at the dragon vein Xiao Hua and said thoughtfully, if I guess correctly, fellow Taoist Long Mai should be able to enter Shenhua continent this time. Chapter 4264. Oh ho! Xiao Hua of the dragon vein shouted. He raised his head and let out a dragon roar above the heaven and earth pagoda. He seemed very happy. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, he immediately shouted, fellow Taoist, this poor Taoist can't wait any longer. Can this poor Taoist go in and take a look? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blooming chrysanthemum. He nodded and said, the fourth floor of the heaven and earth pagoda should contain the water source that we urgently need. With the help of wind and lightning sources, it should be able to produce more innate heavy water. If we can obtain the water source, then the Shenhua continent will have all 5 elements. Who knows what changes will happen to the space? Forget it, fellow Taoist Long Mai, you can try to enter. Good. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua praised. His figure swayed and rushed into the space, while Xiao Hua's mind entered first. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, this time, Xiao Hua entered the space very smoothly. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Xiao Hua didn't enter the Shenhua continent. Instead, he fell into another space above the Shenhua continent. What's going on? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was shocked. His figure flickered and he appeared above the continent. Fellow Taoist, is this the Shenhua continent? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was surprised to see such a barren space filled with rich origin energy. Where did our Fortune Gates disciples go? Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and then at the space around him. He already understood that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was formed from the dragon cleansing liquid, which was an item from the dragon domain. Therefore, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's body was of a higher grade than ordinary dragons. He might be able to exist in a space like the hidden immortal continent, but he could not enter an incomplete space like the Shenhua continent. Now that Xiao Hua's space had merged with the wind and lightning sources, there was a level to it. This space might be a higher grade space that could accommodate Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Similarly, the space that green-robed Xiao Hua had sensed on the Shenhua continent was also a higher grade space. Feel it again. Xiao Hua suggested. See if you can sense other spaces? Other spaces? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was stunned and said in surprise. Fellow Taoist, how many spaces are there here? Isn't there only one Shenhua continent? Naturally, there wasn't any in the past. But from today onwards, there will be. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Haha, congratulations fellow Taoist. Congratulations fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua immediately understood and cupped his hands with a smile. The Jade Archive Xiaohua returned the greeting. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Then, Xiaohua followed Xiaohua's instructions and carefully sensed his surroundings. Before long, he found the aura of the space where Shenhua continent was located. In the past, Xiaohua had been able to sense the Shenhua continent, but he had not been able to enter. Now that he had sensed it and activated his dragon qi, he was actually able to enter. However, it consumed a lot of dragon qi, and the space that came into contact with the Shenhua continent showed signs of collapsing. Because of this, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay for too long. After looking around a bit, he hurriedly left. How was it? The moment the green-robed Xiaohua saw Dragon Vein Xiaohua come out, he immediately asked. Avacania. Avacania. Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline was actually keeping them in suspense. Xiaohua smiled faintly and simply passed on some of his insights into the advancement of space to these clones. It can't be? When the clones sensed what Xiaohua said, they were all stunned. After a moment, they were all beaming with joy. Our luck is actually so good. Previously, we shared a space, but now, each of our clones has a space? Xiaohua nodded and said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be so. However, if you want to enter your own space, fellow Taoists, you all need to continue to work hard. Good. We understand. The clones replied in unison. Xiaohua and the other clones calmed down and said to the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, Scholarly fellow Taoist, you can release the water origin now. Okay. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua responded and activated the Heaven and Earth Pagoda again, releasing the 4th level of the pagoda. After a graceful peony flower bloomed, wisps of green gas flew out from the peony flower and floated towards the surrounding space. Tai Wei green light? The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this green light and immediately cried out. This is an innate jellyfish. When the clones heard this, they immediately looked towards the peony flower. Sure enough, a ball of water-blue-green light was emitting brilliance from within, and endless amounts of Tai Wei green light fell into the 3rd level of the pagoda. Although an innate jellyfish was also an extremely rare thing in the world, Xiaohua's eyes clearly showed extreme disappointment. Compared to the water origin, the innate jellyfish was still too far away. Granny, I understand now. The green-robed Xiaohua cried out like a prophet. That heavenly demon didn't have the water origin in his hands, so he borrowed the power of wind and thunder to produce something similar to the water origin. Then, he used the innate jellyfish to turn this thing similar to the water origin into Tai Wei green light and sent it into the Great Formation. At this point, the green-robed Xiaohua stopped because the Grand Light Azure Light was the Grand Light Azure Light and not the Connate Heavy Water. The Grand Light Azure Light could kill, but it couldn't create a flood like the Connate Heavy Water. The green-robed Xiaohua couldn't guess what was inside the 3rd level of the pagoda that could turn Tai Wei green light into innate true water. Xiaohua had used his mind to collect the innate jellyfish before, so it wasn't too difficult for him to do so now. However, this innate jellyfish clearly contained too much power of wind and thunder, and too much Tai Wei green light. It was abnormally heavy, so Xiaohua had to spend a lot of effort to collect it. The green-robed Xiaohua watched Xiaohua collect the innate jellyfish. His eyes turned a few times, and he asked, Fellow Taoist, our 5 elements wishful sky cudgel needs the innate mother of nature. Previously, we used the innate jellyfish and innate fire origin, so which one do we lack now? We still lack the innate mother of nature and the metal and wood elemental magnetism. Xiaohua answered without hesitation. These 2 things are still unknown. Previously, XN gave us the information about the location of the wood and water elemental magnetism, but we already obtained it in the ruins, so we don't need to go there anymore. And the water origin. The bone-honing Xiaohua reminded again, without the water origin, fellow Taoist can't cultivate the light escape technique. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, The things we need for cultivation are all rare treasures in the world. Even the immortals of the immortal world would covet them. Fortunately, Our luck is not bad, and we were able to wander to the upper realms like the ruins and the Great Desolation continent. Otherwise, who knows when we would be able to gather all these things. As for the things we lack, we don't need to worry, we can slowly look for them. Good. The bone-honing Xiao Hua obtained 3 origins at once, but he couldn't refine them in a short time. At this time, he naturally didn't have any objections and was the first to applaud. Fellow Taoist, continue to open it. Xiao Hua instructed the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. I'm already very curious, what exactly is inside the 3rd layer, to actually be able to turn the Tai Wei green light into the innate heavy water. Not only was Xiao Hua curious, even the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was also curious. However, when the 3rd layer of the pagoda turned into a blood-red azalea flower and bloomed, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the thing inside the azalea flower. Because inside the azalea flower, there was a complete set of golden dragon bones curled up, and an aura that made everyone prostrate themselves in worship overflowed from it. It forced everyone to retreat, and they couldn't even stand steadily in the air. And that almost endless amount of Tai Wei green light fell into the dragon mouth of this golden dragon bones and flowed out from the tail of the dragon bones. That gugugub sound of flowing into the 2nd layer of the pagoda was precisely the innate heavy water. Close it first. Even Xiao Hua was unable to resist the dragon aura from the dragon bones. He descended from the sky and hurriedly ordered the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. However, when the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua urged the heaven and earth pagoda to close the azalea flower, he discovered that he was unable to suppress the soaring dragon aura, and thus was unable to close the azalea flower. Damn it! This Hua heaven demon is definitely a genius. At this time, the green-robed Xiao Hua somewhat admired the Hua heaven demon. He was actually able to use the characteristics of these heaven and earth treasures to arrange a great formation, and forcibly create something out of nothing to make the innate heavy water appear. Now that we have slightly damaged it, it can't be restored to its original state. Since the heaven and earth pagoda had already been opened, the dragon aura from the dragon bones above the dragon god became more and more penetrating, gradually forming a dragon shape above the heaven and earth pagoda. And as this dragon shape became more and more plentiful, Xiao Hua and the others became more and more unable to stay for long, as if they would have to kneel before this dragon shape at any time. Ayo! At this time, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua exclaimed, This seems to be Ao Shang. What? Ao Shang? Xiao Hua stared blankly, trying his best to look at that blurry dragon shape, but it was useless. In his eyes, Ao Shang was no different from Ao Jia and Ao Yi. Only Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon body and Little White's dragon body could be distinguished. Who cares if it's Ao Shang or not? The golden light above the dragon bones was truly dazzling, and even through this dragon shape, it still pierced Xiao Hua's eyes, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He angrily said, If fellow Taoist has the means, why don't you hurry up and take this dragon bone? But if I take it, I won't be able to return it to Ao Shang. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. I can't be compared to Master Bodhi. I can only beat dogs with meat buns. Bullshit! Xiao Hua angrily said. How can Ao Shang, this little brat, be compared to Lu'er? Hurry up and take this dragon bone. We won't leave a single hair for Dragon Island. All right, then I will give it a try. I don't have much confidence. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then said to Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, who was also somewhat numb, Fellow Taoist, help me. All right. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua nodded, and according to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's message, he did his best to close the azalea flower a little. When the azalea flower moved, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also let out a long roar, releasing his dragon body, and landing on the azalea flower in the same position as the dragon god's dragon bone. Then, he inserted the dragon horn on his head into the gap of the azalea flower. Chapter 4265. Wang Wang. The entire dragon horn let out a rumbling sound, and the countless dragon patterns on it fell into the azalea flower along with the dragon horn. The entire azalea flower also shook, and as the dragon patterns overflowed, the entire azalea flower also turned into a dragon shape. Pa pa pa. In just a moment, there was another burst of explosive sounds, and like bamboo being thrown into a fire pit, Many dragon patterns flew out from the cracks of the azalea flower. Fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua suddenly shouted. Lend I 9 drops of essence blood. 9 drops? Xiaohua opened his mouth in shock. Don't tell me you want I's life. Fellow Taoist, this is the dragon bone of the dragon god. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's extremely tempting voice came. If you pass this village, you won't have this shop anymore. Today, fellow Taoist is unwilling to part with 9 drops of essence blood. But in the future, even if you have 90 drops of essence blood, you won't be able to find the dragon bone of the dragon god. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and agreed. When the 9 drops of essence blood fell into the azalea flower, Xiaohua's face turned pale, and he almost couldn't stand in the air. Boom! A huge rumbling sound came from the azalea flower, and the dragon shape in the air turned blood red. Now is the time! Dragon Vein Xiaohua roared, his body shrunk, and rushed into the azalea flower. However, in just a moment, the dragon breath that rushed into the sky slowly dissipated and fell into the azalea flower again. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew out from the azalea flower. His body was covered in golden light, and an uncontrollable dragon might rushed out of his body. Fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiaohua seemed to be unable to control his body, and he shouted, I can't continue to help fellow Taoist here. I want to enter the Shenhua continent to rest. Okay, you can go. Xiaohua said, and released his consciousness to put Dragon Vein Xiaohua into the space. Once Dragon Vein Xiaohua left, the entire space immediately returned to its original state, and the clones all let out a long breath. Fellow Taoist, can you control this nation treasure? Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the mountain river seal, and asked Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smiled. This nation treasure originally belonged to my Confucian imperial power, of course I can control it. Needless to say, the heaven and earth pagoda is now under my control. As he spoke, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of true qi to stabilize the mountain and river seal. He looked at the innate heavy water that had already disappeared from the 3rd layer of the pagoda and said, taking away the dragon bone is already taking drastic measures. This great array no longer has an endless supply of innate heavy water. The catastrophe of the great desolate continent should have already been resolved. As for the 2nd level of the heaven and earth pagoda, there's no need to guess. It can only be the innate heavy water. Is there even a need to guess? The green-robed Xiaohua snorted and said, anyone with eyes could see the innate heavy water flowing into the 2nd level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Now what we need to guess is, what is being suppressed at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda? This. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head. I can't guess. Let's take a look first. Xiaohua frowned and instructed. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua opened the 2nd layer of the pagoda. Indeed, after a huge osmanthus flower bloomed, the entire 2nd layer of azure water waves appeared. Looking at the endless azure water waves, Buddha Bodhi mercifully shook his head and said, Namo Mithreya Buddha, if this innate heavy water fell into the great desolate continent, wouldn't it destroy the entire great desolate continent? Keep it. Xiaohua looked around and saw that there were still many whirlpools appearing from time to time. He understood that the great desolate continent was still raining cats and dogs. He instructed Bodhi, the longer it stays, the more lives will be harmed. Bodhi smiled bitterly and said, this little monk's water bottle is already full of innate heavy water. I can't keep it anymore. This innate heavy water should be kept in the Shenhua continent by Tanyue. No. The green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, so much innate primordial water, the entire Shenhua continent can't contain it. Could it be that Master wants to flood the Shenhua continent? This. Bodhi was also in a difficult position. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Tanyue can seal it in a place, right? Haha, there's no need for you to think too much. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He thought of the space where Dragon Vein Xiaohua was at now. That place was merely barren. There was no sea or ocean. Wasn't this innate heavy water exactly what that space needed? As for the harm this innate heavy water would do to the dragon race, Dragon Vein Xiaohua would definitely not sit by and do nothing. He would definitely refine this innate heavy water into ordinary water. As he spoke, Xiaohua released his consciousness and began to collect the innate heavy water. The green-robed Xiaohua was still worried. He entered the space to check. When he didn't see any water droplets entering the Shenhua continent, he raised his head to look at the sky. He seemed to have thought of something. Taoist. Seeing Xiao Hua use his divine ability to collect the innate heavy water, Sky Devouring, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but fly closer. It knelt in mid-air and kowtowed. This little one represents the strange beasts of the great desolate continent to thank Taoist Zhen Hun. If this little one has offended you in any way, please forgive me. Hee, get up. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and helped Sky Devouring up. He smiled and said, "Previously, you and I didn't understand each other. The so-called offending has already become a thing of the past." Yes, Taoist Zhen Hun. Sky Devouring stood up with Xiao Hua's help and respectfully stood at the side. Its attitude was completely different from before. Xiao Hua was busy for less than an hour. The amount of innate heavy water in the osmanthus flower didn't seem to have decreased by much. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and raised his head to ask, "Scholarly cultivator, you can already control the heaven and earth pagoda. Can you directly send this innate heavy water to the Shenhua continent?" "This little one has yet to completely control the heaven and earth pagoda," Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua replied. "Moreover, this little one has already tried. There is simply too much innate heavy water. This little one is unable to activate the heaven and earth pagoda. All of you come." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "If I only rely on myself, I don't know when I'll be able to collect it." Hee. The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed. He waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said, "We also don't have enough. Why don't we let the Fortune Gate's disciples come out and help?" "Great." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. "I am used to fighting alone and have always neglected the strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples." Then, the green-robed Xiao Hua handed the Kunlun mirror to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua casually glanced at Sky Devouring, who was standing respectfully not far away. He took the Kunlun mirror and activated it, releasing the Fortune Gate's disciples one by one. The strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples couldn't be underestimated. They might not be able to escape the calamity of the desolate continent, but it wasn't a problem to get them to help collect the innate heavy water. Especially the Lu family's disciples. When they saw that they could do something for Xiao Hua, they all activated the divine ability of the Dragon Clan's descendants and collected the innate heavy water as if they were showing off. After Fu Jiwen and the others saw Xiao Hua, they directed their disciples to various parts of the heaven and earth pagoda to collect the innate heavy water. When they finished distributing, they simply returned to Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua was quite happy to see that his disciples had become useful. However, when he glanced at Fu Jiwen, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. He sent a voice transmission to Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua merely shrugged and shook his head. Although there were many Fortune Gate's disciples, there was too much innate heavy water in the heaven and earth pagoda. With so many disciples, it took more than a month to collect all the innate heavy water in the heaven and earth pagoda's second floor. Seeing that the innate heavy water was gradually drying up, a magic formation set up in the void appeared at the point where the second and first levels of the heaven and earth pagoda came into contact. This magic formation exuded a kind of dragon's might, and the faint dragon patterns were mixed with some Buddhist light. Xiao Hua's divine thoughts revealed a wave that he was familiar with. Wasn't this the firmament formation that Xiao Hua had seen on the heaven-connecting peak that day? Phew! Only now did Xiao Hua's heart completely calm down. He understood that this great formation was most likely the dragon formation that the dragon god knew about. He might not be able to break it with his strength. However, he had already taken away the innate heavy water. Even if this great formation was not broken, the apocalyptic disaster of the untainted land would become a thing of the past. After the innate heavy water dried up, the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor was revealed. After Xiao Hua sent the Fortune Gate's disciples back to the Shenhua continent, he stroked his chin and looked at the heaven and earth pagoda's body. "Fellow immortal," Xiao Hua reminded, "the desolate continent's calamity has been eliminated. Now, the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor can be opened or not. What is fellow immortal's choice?" "What if I open it?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. "It's very simple." The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua laughed. "There is no such thing as perfection in this world. We have already done everything we could. We have also obtained the treasures we should have obtained. It is actually best for us to stop now. If I am not wrong, the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's final floor should be sealing the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's guardian. This thing could be a heavenly demon or some other demonic creature. If there is another heavenly demon on the desolate continent besides the heavenly demon, then this heavenly demon must be in the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's final floor. If we open this floor, it might be released. If we can't subdue it, then I don't need to say more about the outcome. Hee hee. Xueqi laughed and replied, in that case, why should we open it? Fellow immortal, you can put away this Heaven and Earth Pagoda, and we will leave the Imperial Heaven Court. What a pity! Xueqi's face was full of regret as he replied, I have already said that there is nothing perfect in this world. There is a guardian in this Heaven and Earth Pagoda, so I cannot take it away. Therefore, if we want to leave, we will have to abandon this Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Moreover, this Heaven and Earth Pagoda is the eye of the Heavenly Dome Formation. If we don't take it away, this Heavenly Dome Formation will always be there. Even. The green-robed Xueqi's face changed. We can't even leave, right? That's right. There is such a possibility. Xueqi nodded solemnly. After all, this great formation covers the entire desolate continent. Our teleportation array is also within this great formation. Chapter 4266. Xueqi rolled his eyes and suddenly turned to ask Sky-Swallowing Beast. Sky-Swallowing Beast, do you think I should open it or not? No. Sky-Swallowing Beast replied without hesitation. Xueqi asked with a smile, why? Sky-Swallowing Beast stared blankly and hurriedly explained. Disciple feels that there are so many powerful things in the pagoda. Those that can be used to guard the pagoda must be even more powerful than these things. Now that the disaster of the primitive continent has been resolved, why should we look for trouble? It's just like when this lowly one found a mud-curved beast to eat. I ate its body, but I had to discard the poisonous beast's head in the end. Otherwise, not only would I have to vomit out the body, even my own life would be in danger. You foodie, you only know how to eat. Xueqi laughed and scolded him. He turned to the green-robed Xueqi and Buddha Bodhi and said, Fellow Taoists, be on guard. If there is anything strange, feel free to attack. Fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator, prepare to open the last floor. Seeing that Xueqi didn't listen to his advice and wanted to open the last floor, Xueqi was also helpless and prepared to open the last floor. Wait a moment. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly spoke again. He looked left and right and flew up, forming a triangle with the green-robed Xueqi and Buddha Bodhi. Finally, he didn't forget to tell Sky-Swallowing Beast behind him. Sky-Swallowing Beast, be careful. If there really is another heavenly demon, I won't be able to protect you. Sky-Swallowing Beast vigorously nodded and asked in a low voice. Taoist, can I not open the last floor? Of course not. Xueqi replied and raised his hands, holding the seal of turning the sea in his hands. He was very alert. When the green-robed Xueqi held the Tongjiao shears in his hand, Buddha Bodhi struggled to lift the Tree of Seven Wonders. Confucian cultivator Xueqi glanced at Xueqi and activated the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, opening the last layer of the pagoda. The purple datura flower bloomed strangely, and a gust of ghostly aura mixed with the aura of the netherworld rushed out of the datura flower. Within the ghostly aura, countless ghosts roared and wanted to rush out. Ha ha ha! Xueqi laughs and proudly says to Buddha Bodhi, did you see that? This is I's wise decision. Back then, I had seen the souls of strange beasts from the primitive continent flashing in the innate heavy water before disappearing. You all said that you had never seen it before. Look, it's not that you didn't see it before. It's just that it was absorbed into the heavenly demon's heavenly dome formation. Now, these ghosts belong to the Master. As long as the Master purifies these ghosts, who would dare to not give the Buddha fruit to the Master? Buddha Bodhi smiled and floated down from the sky. His face flickered from time to time, either Zhongluer or Xueqi. He said mercifully, Namo Maitreya Buddha, Tanyue is right. As long as I obtain so much merit, not to mention the reincarnation of Namo Maitreya Buddha, even the reincarnation of Mahavairakana will not be able to snatch the Buddha fruit from me. Congratulations, Great Master. Congratulations, Great Master. Today, You have finally achieved your goal. The green-robed Xiao Hua also cupped his hands and congratulated him. Ha ha ha, congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Buddha Bodhi laughed heartily. This is the Buddha fruit of my Namo Maitreya Buddha. As long as I'm still alive, I will never let anyone snatch this Buddha fruit. Suddenly, a somewhat timid but abnormally resolute voice rang out from behind Xiao Hua. Immediately after, a heaven and earth pagoda that was several feet tall appeared behind Xiao Hua. As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda appeared, the second layer of the pagoda was immediately controlled by it. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly urged his Dharma power. However, the whole pagoda was imprisoned and his Dharma power could not be urged at all. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the green-robed Xiao Hua and Buddha Bodhi were sealed in mid-air and could not move at all. Sky swallowing? Are you crazy? Xiao Hua was on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. Seeing the pagoda that he had mentioned before appear and that it was actually in Sky Swallowing's hands, he immediately cried out in surprise and tried his best to urge the heaven and earth pagoda. Unfortunately, although the heaven and earth pagoda made a rumbling sound, the second layer of the pagoda did not change at all. Spiritual Master Xiao. Sky Swallowing saw that he had the situation under control and did not dare to be negligent. He cried out, "I didn't do it on purpose. This is you who forced me." As he spoke, Sky Swallowing opened his mouth. Whoa. A golden dragon flew out from his stomach and fell into the heaven and earth pagoda. Dragon crystal? You actually have the dragon crystal of the dragon god? Xiao Hua was shocked. At this point, how could he not know what Sky Swallowing was going to do? Bas. The moment the dragon crystal fell into the heaven and earth pagoda, the whole pagoda immediately made a rumbling sound. Then, the pagoda turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was exactly the same as Ao Shang, but this Ao Shang's face was ferocious. The dragon horn on his head flashed a cold light. That overwhelming dragon power filled the second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, firmly covering Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua, and Bodhi. Then, the dragon-shaped Ao Shang gave a strange smile. On his face, there was a smile that was similar to the smile of the heavenly demon. He crazily pounced on Xiao Hua's back. Boom! Xiao Hua's back shone with a myriad of light like the rising sun. He wanted to resist the attack of the dragon-shaped pagoda, but this light was instantly annihilated by the dragon horn. Even Xiao Hua's body was crushed like paper under the power of the dragon crystal and the heaven and earth pagoda, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in the air. With the fall of Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua and Bodhi's faces changed greatly. Their bodies shook a few times and turned into flowing light, rushing into the blooming purple datura flower in the heaven and earth pagoda. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed. He was about to escape, but after flying for a moment, he also turned into a ray of light and fell into the datura flower. Alas! Seeing that Xiao Hua had fallen and all his doppelgangers were killed by him, Sky Swallowing's face turned pale. He raised his head to look at the empty second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda. Then he looked at the heaven and earth pagoda that had turned into a dragon. He sighed and knelt down at the place where Xiao Hua had fallen. He kowtowed to the flesh and blood and said, "Spiritual Master, this little one knows that you have done a lot to save the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. You are the savior of all the creatures in the Eldritch continent. Moreover, you have been really good to this little one. This little one really likes the weapon you have given to this little one. If you had not uncovered the last layer of the pagoda, this little one would definitely not have made a move. However, since you've decided to unveil the pagoda and fight for merits with Namo Maitreya Buddha, destroying his path of survival, today, for the sake of Namo Maitreya Buddha, I have no choice but to launch a sneak attack on Enlightened Master. This little one will pay for Spiritual Master's life. I will use the weapon Spiritual Master gave to this little one to end my life. I hope that after this little one reincarnates, I can be Spiritual Master's mount to repay Spiritual Master's kindness." As he spoke, Sky Swallowing raised his hand and picked up the nine-toothed rake. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, as if he was extremely afraid of pain, and hit himself on the top of his head. However, what was extremely strange was that the nine-toothed rake seemed to be illusory. When it hit Sky Swallowing's head, it simply flashed past. What is going on? Sky Swallowing opened his eyes and looked at the nine-toothed rake in his hand in bewilderment. He then touched his head and asked curiously, "Am I already dead? Didn't I hear that death is very painful?" As he said that, he hugged her a few more times with the back of his hand. It seems that you are really dead. If that is the case, then I have not let Spiritual Master Xiao down." Sky Swallowing's pale face showed a trace of relaxation and a smile. Haha. Suddenly, a kind of laughter rang out in the previously silent heaven and earth pagoda. Sky Swallowing turned pale with fright. He raised his head and saw that not only was Xiao Hua's figure facing him in perfect condition, but there was also a trace of a smile on his face. Even the green-robed Xiao Hua, Buddha Bodhi, and Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua were standing in their original places without any injuries at all. You. Sky Swallowing was puzzled. He then realized and said with a smile, "So you have also arrived here a step earlier." Then he knelt in front of Xiao Hua and kowtowed, "Spiritual Master, don't blame this little one for being ruthless. It is only because this little one has been under Buddha Maitreya since young. He often taught this little one, and this little one is willing to do anything for Buddha Maitreya. The last floor of this heaven and earth pagoda is the last guarantee for Buddha Maitreya's enlightenment." If Spiritual Master took them away, Buddha Maitreya would really have no way to live, so this little one could only take action. Hearing this, Xiao Hua looked at Sky Swallowing with a smile that was not a smile and said, "In that case, this old man has slightly forgiven you. This little one does not care. I beg for Spiritual Master's forgiveness." Sky Swallowing did not dare to get up and said sincerely, "This little one only hopes to be Spiritual Master's mount after reincarnation to atone for the sins of my previous life." Xiao Hua looked at Sky Swallowing thoughtfully and asked, "Who gave you the dragon crystal that you used to attack this old man? Let this old man see." "This little one found that in Chao Tian Imperial Court." Sky Swallowing raised his head and answered honestly, "And that small pagoda? That thing has already been left in Chao Tian Imperial Court. How can this little one take it out?" "You can try. It is said that the dragon crystal of the dragon god can be reincarnated with the soul," Xiao Hua said. "Okay." Sky Swallowing opened his mouth. Wang wang. The dragon crystal was spat out from his mouth again. As soon as the dragon crystal entered the air, it immediately emitted a golden brilliance. This brilliance was once again in the shape of Ao Shang's dragon. This. Seeing the dragon crystal like this, Sky Swallowing's face suddenly revealed a kind of surprise. He was actually not stupid, nor was he stupid. It was just that because he attacked Xiao Hua earlier, his conscience was quite guilty. Moreover, when Xiao Hua suddenly appeared, he felt a kind of shame that he did not have the face-to-face, so he lost his mind. At this moment, seeing the dragon crystal as dazzling as before, he immediately came to his senses. However, just as he came to his senses, he heard a dragon roar. Roar. Then he saw an even more dazzling golden light flash by, and then a soaring dragon breath flashed in front of his eyes. The entire world returned to its calm state, and the dragon crystal in front of him had long disappeared. Chapter 4267. That's not right. Seeing this, heaven-devouring beast immediately jumped up from the ground and exclaimed, This isn't the netherworld." Heh. At this time, a voice sounded behind heaven-devouring beast. "Of course this isn't the netherworld, this is just an illusion to test you." Heaven-devouring beast turned around in shock. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua was standing there in the distance with an indifferent expression. On his shoulder was a colorful mirage butterfly. Illusion. Heaven-devouring beast's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth again as if wanting to spit out the son of heaven and earth pagoda, but thinking that the dragon crystal was no longer there, how could the pagoda harm Xiao Hua? In fact, even if he still had the dragon crystal now, how could he hurt Xiao Hua? How did you know?" Heaven-devouring beast's gaze fell on the first layer of the datura flower and looked at the ghost inside. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He was really unwilling to accept this, so he asked absent-mindedly. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at heaven-devouring beast. He was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't want to lie to Heaven-Devouring Beast at all. If he really wanted to trick Heaven-Devouring Beast, couldn't he just create an illusion? But he didn't expect that as soon as he appeared, Heaven-Devouring Beast would confess without being pressed. So Xueqi rolled his eyes and pushed the boat with the current, and made Heaven-Devouring Beast's dragon crystal go away. Of course, Xueqi didn't care whether this was Heaven-Devouring Beast's cunning trick or not. Because when Heaven-Devouring Beast used the nine-toothed rake to hit his head, Xueqi had already made a decision in his heart. Xueqi smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. Heaven-Devouring Beast doesn't have any magical powers. He only relies on bewitching others." Who hung the Pangu axe on Heaven-Connecting Peak? Who placed the Chao Tiang's weapon and crystal? Who placed the Buddha and dragon statues worshipped by the stone giants and other prehistoric beasts on the primitive continent? All signs point to the fact that Heaven-Devouring Beast is only the mastermind behind the scenes. He has a spokesperson in front of the stage. Who is this person? The Heaven-Devouring Beast and Di Ting were not suitable because they were much stronger. Moreover, they were extremely loyal to Lord Dragon God and Maitreya Buddha. Hua Lu Heavenly Demon could not make use of them. Of course, it wasn't that the Heavenly Fiend didn't have the ability to do so. However, from what the Heaven-Devouring Beast and Truth Listener said and did, they didn't know of the Heavenly Fiend's existence. In fact, they were key to the Heavenly Fiend's other plans. Previously, I also suspected that it was the primordial 5 little ones. After all, they are stronger than you. Furthermore, they are more arrogant and easily controlled. However, when I get the Imperial Heaven Tower and you're the only one here, do I still need to suspect anyone else? Moreover, fellow immortal Confucian cultivator said clearly that this Heaven and Earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda. Now that we've reached the bottom, we still haven't seen the child pagoda. How could I not know that the magic tool you used to attack me was the child pagoda? However, I never expected you to have the dragon crystal of the dragon god. Damn it, why didn't I find out earlier that you had a dragon crystal? Otherwise, why would there be so many changes? At this point, Xueqi asked curiously, "That's right, sky-devouring beast, how did you end up hanging the Pangu axe on the Tongtian Peak?" At that time, didn't you know what the Tongtian Peak was for? When the Tongtian Peak collapsed, the flood fell from the sky. What were you thinking? Sky-devouring beast hesitated for a moment before answering. The Pangu axe was placed on the Heaven and Earth Child Pagoda. However, at that time, I didn't know that it was placed on the Tongtian Peak, but inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Therefore, I never knew that there was a Tongtian Peak on the primordial continent. At that time, when I saw the Pangu axe on the Tongtian Peak, I was also dumbfounded. When the Tongtian Peak collapsed and the flood fell, I didn't think too much about it. I didn't know if the flood would be able to kill all the living things in the primordial continent. Only when Taoist master mentioned it did I understand. How did the treasure inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda get placed? Confucian cultivator Xueqi asked. This is not something that I can know. Sky-devouring beast said in a low voice. When I came here, I only knew that there were 2 identical pagodas. Afterwards, the sky-devouring heavenly demon told them everything it knew. Xueqi and the others roughly understood that besides the sky-devouring heavenly demon, there were many other exotic beasts in the Elysium continent. Of course, before the sky-devouring heavenly demon, the sky-devouring heavenly demon had done the same. However, this time, it was unknown whether it was Paradise Devil's luck or misfortune, but he finally realized all his plans. Unfortunately, he met Xueqi again. After Sky-Devouring Beast finished speaking, Xueqi stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda." Yes. Sky-Devouring Beast didn't dare to be negligent. It opened its mouth and spat out the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Confucian cultivator Xueqi raised his hand and immediately took the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda in his hand. Next, 9 province cauldrons spat out Aoran Qi into the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda, cleansing it. He looked up at Xueqi and said, "Good, fellow immortal, this Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil." Then, Xueqi said coldly, "What is Paradise Devil's plan?" How could he give himself away in such a small matter? If there is no accident. Then, Xueqi pointed at Sky-Devouring Beast and said, This foodie also doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil. Confucian cultivator Xueqi didn't feel reassured. He also used Aoran Qi on Sky-Devouring Beast. Soul cultivator Xueqi behind Sky-Devouring Beast smiled and said, "The best way to control a person is to subtly influence their faith and make them believe that everything they do is true. Using an avatar to control their mind is a bad idea. Paradise Devil wouldn't do such a thing." Sure enough, Confucian cultivator Xueqi didn't find anything strange about Sky-Devouring Beast. "Sky-Devouring Beast, you haven't answered what this old man asked you earlier." Xueqi stared at Sky-Devouring Beast and asked, "When you knew that what you did could destroy the Great Desolation continent and kill billions of creatures, did you regret it?" "Speaking of regret, it's not like this little one didn't." Sky-Devouring Beast replied, however, "This little one only regretted it for a moment. After all, it was for the survival of Maitreya Buddha. This little one doesn't regret anything. This little one is willing to do anything for Maitreya Buddha." Another extremely ignorant idiot. The scholarly cultivator Xueqi scolded without pity. "Actually," Xueqi said word by word, "long before you made your move, this old man had already warned you. However, you turned a deaf ear and actually still wanted to make your move. If this old man didn't see the opportunity early, I'm afraid that this old man would really be like these billions of ghosts, struggling bitterly here without being able to escape." Yes, this little one thinks about it now. "At that time, Taoist master did indeed warn me." Sky-Devouring Beast smiled bitterly and said, "However, at that time, this little one was wholeheartedly thinking about Maitreya Buddha and didn't care. Fellow Taoists, what do you think?" Xueqi looked up at his clones with a smile that wasn't a smile. However, Soul Cultivator Xueqi and the others all smiled but didn't say anything. Only bone-tempering Xueqi said at the top of his voice, "Since fellow Taoist has already made a decision, why do you still need us to say anything?" "Alas!" Xueqi sighed, looked at Sky-Devouring Beast and said, "This old man has already given you many chances, but in the end, you still chose to attack this old man. Logically speaking, this old man should also take your life. Yes, this little one knows." At this time, Sky-Devouring Beast's life was already in Xueqi's hands. How could he dare to say anything? However, after you sneak attacked this old man, you immediately chose to kill yourself. This really surprised this old man. Therefore, this old man is a little embarrassed to deal with you. Xueqi changed the topic and said again, "After all, you didn't hurt this old man at all. If I killed you, it would seem that this old man is narrow-minded. Moreover, you attacked for the sake of Maitreya Buddha's survival. This old man admires this belief. However, if I didn't attack you, I would punish you, right? This old man is somewhat unwilling in his heart. Tell me, how should this old man deal with you?" This little one attacked Enlightened Master and deserves 10,000 deaths. Everything is up to Enlightened Master to deal with. Sky-Devouring Beast had long heard that Xueqi would not take his life. At this time, how could he not know how to take advantage of the situation to get off the donkey? He hurriedly answered respectfully. "How about this?" Xueqi said, "You already said previously that you're willing to do anything for Maitreya Buddha. Is this true?" "Of course." Sky-Devouring Beast nodded vigorously. "This little one would rather offend all the living beings in the primeval continent than be willing to let Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist light suffer any harm." "Good then. Do you still remember what this old man said to the heaven-devouring beast previously? Namo Maitreya Buddha has actually already reincarnated." Xueqi had just opened his mouth to speak when he was immediately interrupted by Sky-Devouring Beast. He said in surprise, "This? How is this possible? Maitreya Buddha is already a Buddha Lord. How can he possibly reincarnate? This little one thought that you were deceiving the heaven-devouring beast previously." Xueqi rolled his eyes at Sky-Devouring Beast, saying, "Do you think this old man is someone who deceives people?" No. Sky-Devouring Beast hurriedly changed his words. "Then what does Taoist Master mean? You're helping the evildoer, helping the Hualu Heavenly Devil destroy the world. You've already been tainted with boundless karma. Now, you no longer have the face to stay in the primeval continent. Rather than being beaten to death by the primeval continent's 5 little ones in the future, why don't you leave with this old man?" Xueqi said his plan. This old man will bring you to see your family's Maitreya Buddha Lord. You can stay by his side to protect him. Firstly, it's to atone for your sins. Secondly, it's also this old man's punishment for you. How is this possible? Sky-devouring beast said anxiously, even if Maitreya Buddha Lord reincarnated, his magic power is still boundless. How is this possible? Buddha Bodhi smiled and interrupted Sky-devouring beast, saying, if that Maitreya Buddha had the power to protect himself, why would this poor monk snatch his Buddha fruit? Now that you have the opportunity to protect him and help him obtain Buddha fruit again, you might be able to mix in with the Buddha fruit like an envoy or arhat in the future. Wouldn't that be better than being cursed by the people of this primeval continent? Taoist Master. Sky-devouring beast knelt on the ground again and kowtowed with tears streaming down his face, saying, how is this punishing this little one? This is simply helping this little one. This little one has a great ambition since young, and is willing to protect Maitreya Buddha. What you want this little one to do is precisely this little one's lifelong wish. Chapter 4268. Heaven-devouring beast. Get up. Xiaohua smiled. How could this old man not know about your narrow-mindedness? However, since you also have a great wish in your heart, this old man can't not fulfill your wish. Yes, Taoist. Heaven-devouring beast hurriedly got up and obediently stood at the side. This old man will keep you in the Kunlun mirror. When we return to this old man's world, I will release you. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and said, however, your origin. When we return to this old man's world, don't mention it again. Otherwise, this old man won't even need to find trouble with you. Other greedy cultivators will also make an example out of you. I believe you understand the trick of this better than this old man. If heaven-devouring beast was stupid, how could happiness-melting heavenly demon choose him? On the contrary, heaven-devouring beast looked simple and honest, but its heart was very cunning. How could it not know the importance of the matter Xiaohua was talking about? It hurriedly replied, yes, this little one understands. Good. Don't resist. This old man will keep you first. While speaking, Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror and kept heaven-devouring beast into its space. Seeing this, Buddha Bodhi praised, Namo Maitreya Buddha, Tan Yu's action is really killing two birds with one stone. AI, don't praise I anymore. Xiaohua kept the Kunlun mirror and said, if not for heaven-devouring beast's sincerity towards Namo Maitreya Buddha, I would have already killed it. After speaking, Xiaohua rubbed his hands and looked at the purple datura flower with fervent eyes. He asked Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, how many ghosts are there in here? Countless. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's tone was somewhat gloomy. Other than the living beings that were killed in this calamity, there are many that were killed in the past. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. He put his palms together and his face was filled with boundless benevolence. Heavenly demon. In the end, he is still a heavenly demon. Xiaohua's heart suddenly sank and a bitter taste appeared in his mouth. He turned to Buddha Bodhi and said, Master, do you think you want to transcend them? Or do you want I to lead them into the netherworld? Is there a difference? Buddha Bodhi smiled bitterly. Furthermore, with so many ghosts, how long will this poor monk transcend them? All right. Xiaohua nodded and no longer held back. He released his consciousness, and the netherworld origin force also rushed into the bottom level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Countless ghosts were sucked into Xiaohua's dimension along with the netherworld origin force. Because the space had already changed, Xiaohua's mind also fell into the space along with these ghosts. Thus, another strange scene puzzled Xiaohua. However, these ghosts did not fall into the dark side of the Shenhua continent. Instead, they rushed into the golden light high up in the sky. It was as if there was a dark side of the space in the shadow of the golden light. Xiaohua was shocked as he followed the ghost into the shadow of the golden light. However, something even more inexplicable happened. The ghost landed on the inside of Shenhua continent, but the position was slightly different. When he landed near the nether lotus and flew out of the inside of the space, he found himself in the space of Shenhua continent. Could it be that the inside of every space is the netherworld? And every netherworld is a part of the real netherworld? Xueqi pinched his chin and pondered as he looked at the various spaces in the endless void. Although Xueqi's mind and netherworld origin force were strong, it still took Xueqi more than 10 days to collect all the ghosts that the happiness-melting heavenly devil had been collecting for so many years. When the ghosts at the bottom level were all gone, the purple datura flower trembled and closed again. Then, the osmanthus, azaleas, peonies, chrysanthemums, orchids, camellias, lotus, and plum flowers closed one after another. The complete heaven and earth pagoda appeared in front of everyone again. Confucian cultivator Xueqi first put away the mountain and river seal. Then he raised his hand and patted the 9 provinces' cauldrons. The 9 provinces' cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and turned into a giant 9-colored hand that fell on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. As Confucian cultivator Xueqi urged his true energy, the heaven and earth pagoda let out a loud rumbling sound and was pulled out from the ground by Xueqi. As the heaven and earth pagoda flew out, the entire inverted space trembled violently. Collect. Finally, Xueqi patted his own head, and his 5-colored true qi turned into a huge cloud that covered the 9 continents cauldrons and the heaven and earth pagoda. With a roar, he absorbed them into his body. Gotcha. As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda disappeared from the inverted space, the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda cracked like glass. Then, cracks appeared in the void. As soon as these cracks appeared, they immediately spread in all directions, and a large area of the void collapsed in these cracks. Boom boom. Looking at the countless cracks in the void, Xueqi was overjoyed. He understood that the heaven and earth pagoda was the eye of the great world-destroying formation. Now that Xueqi had absorbed the heaven and earth pagoda, the great world-destroying formation was also completely destroyed. These cracks in the void were the signs of the formation's collapse. But right at this moment, a fist-sized black hole suddenly appeared above the heads of Xueqi and the others, where the previous spatial barrier was. Whether it was the normal space from before or the inverted space now, everything within it surged towards the black hole. Everything, whether it was boulders, mountains, trees, etc., turned into light and shadow and fell into the black hole. Moreover, when the light and shadow of the 2 spaces collided, it emitted an indescribable fluctuation, and a violent aura was emitted from the black hole. Not good. Xueqi scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that this black hole was the starting point of the 2 spaces. Previously, when the heavenly demon was setting up the formation, everything was born from it. But now, the formation was going against the flow, and everything was going to be destroyed. Xueqi and his doppelgangers were also inside, so they would inevitably be annihilated in this black hole. Damn it, the heavenly demon actually left a trick here. Xueqi was shocked and hurriedly recalled his doppelgangers. Then, he activated the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror's light beam entered the void, and an abnormal distorted void passage appeared. Xueqi did not hesitate to escape into it. When Xueqi came out of the distorted space, he stepped into the sky above the imperial palace. At this moment, the rain that filled the sky had stopped. The space above the dome of heaven shattered, and in a moment, it was restored. The blazing sun was also hanging in the sky. Haha. Xueqi laughed. Then he scanned with his divine sense and said, "Everything is done. As long as this innate heavy water disappears, the great desolate continent will return to the great desolate continent of the past." Just as Xueqi finished speaking, boom! A huge explosion came from below him. Then, a towering water pillar appeared again. Xueqi hurriedly teleported away. When the water pillar fell, a huge whirlpool appeared at the location of Chao-Tian, Quebec. Xueqi scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that after the black hole destroyed the 2 spaces, it produced a huge explosion, and a huge abyss was born under the ground. What a pity! Xueqi recalled his divine sense and said regretfully, "This abyss is still not big enough to absorb the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent." However, before Xueqi's regret disappeared, Xueqi suddenly patted his forehead and said with a smile, "What is this? Since there is such an abyss, who cares about its size?" After saying that, Xueqi activated the water escape technique and went to the bottom of the abyss. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense again, absorbing the innate heavy water near him into the space. As the saying goes, water flows to the lower places. There was such a bottomless abyss in the great desolate continent, How could the innate heavy water not flow here? After an unknown amount of time, when all the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent fell into the abyss, the whirlpool above the abyss that never stopped rotating began to slow down. Finally, the innate heavy water in the abyss disappeared, revealing Xueqi, who was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the abyss. Perfect. Xueqi collected the last of the innate heavy water and stood up with a smile. He clapped his hands and seemed to be talking to himself. Just when he was about to fly away, he smiled again and looked at the sky above the abyss. Master? At this time, 5 huge shadows appeared under the sun. One of the shadows in front cried out in surprise. Aren't they the great desolate 5 little ones? What did I say? How could the apocalypse of the great desolate continent be so easily eliminated? So it was Master who did it. The black jade Qilin was somewhat incoherent with excitement. He shouted in the air, if we didn't chase in the direction where the flood disappeared, we wouldn't know the truth. Xueqi flew out of the abyss and looked at the excited black jade Qilin and the other great desolate 4 little ones. Although most of the scales of these 5 great desolate beasts were damaged, the brilliance on their bodies was also dim, and they looked very miserable. The joy between their brows was obvious. Xueqi didn't say much. He first asked about the situation of the great desolate continent. When the great desolate 5 little ones roughly explained the situation, Xueqi unconsciously frowned. The situation was far beyond his imagination. He still underestimated the power of the great demonic world annihilation formation. Although he almost didn't stop to find the flaws of the great formation and then broke it without much delay, many strange beasts still died in the great desolate continent. Even the great desolate 5 little ones would have turned into white bones if they didn't use that mysterious formation to resist the flood together. Xueqi released his divine sense and looked at the great desolate continent within tens of thousands of li. At this time, the great desolate continent was completely different from before. Those huge mountains and huge rocks were mostly corroded by the innate heavy water. Those towering peaks were no longer there. Everything looked similar to the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. However, the heaven and earth origin qi in his divine sense was still abundant. The water origin qi of heaven and earth origin qi was even denser than the other 4. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this great desolate continent was restored to the great desolate continent full of vitality. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.